Good evening, chat. I find myself this evening in a ponderous mood. And for that ponderous mood, I require ponderous music. So here we are again. How are you doing? What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Wednesday, December 4th, 2024. This is NCC TV coming to you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. All my forest creatures, rocking out the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body, like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in the twilight realm to pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv and youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the cyber future. Okay, yeah, I got through it. Look, that's the closest I can do to a Sunday impression. I hope you appreciate it. Have I got some tea? I certainly do. First vote in the poll? Seriously? Y'all are slacking on that poll. I take this as a good sign. Says Attack of the Hank that Ethan may be debating Sam Cedar. I don't know how that would work. I feel like based on the memes that have gone on so far, if Ethan were to challenge Sam to a debate, it would mean that someone else was showing up. Someone other than Ethan. Would that be Mr. Divorcepedia? Or would that be President Sunday himself? It's not outside the realm of possibility, chat, that Ethan could be in talks with Sunday behind the scene. They have so much in common. They're both enormous disappointments. But yeah, I mean, it would be a good debate. I mean, by good, I don't mean competitive, though, so everybody understands that. Not necessarily competitive. Oh my god, 14 votes. Gokunaru, the breakout favorite so far, at 50%. Peterson, Sins attack dragons. And Richard Dawkins, he thought he could escape from my dragons of chaos. Oh no, Mr. Dawkins, there is no escape. Until you accept that memes are actually archetypes reskinned. In which case, your book is not so innovative after all. That's my Peterson. Yow, Schmegly, that's cold as fuck. Like, Celsius is nothing to fuck around with, right? Whether it's positive or negative. Celsius, it's hot at 40 degrees. It's cold at... I don't know, when is it cold at? It's cold at, like... Well, okay, I guess that's normal. It's cold at, like, 5 degrees, is that right? 7 degrees, it's cold. When would you say it's cold at Celsius? I'm not familiar. I have so much trouble when I'm in a country that goes by Celsius, reading the weather map and interpreting it. I'm just like, 40? That sounds cold as fuck. And it's like, no, it's hot as fuck, actually. Mr. Peterson's like, no, my dragon of chaos has made it incredibly cold, Miss Geller. He's like my Dr. Evil. He's like, yeah, the Dr. Evil. Like, no, Miss Geller, I expect you to freeze your ass off. Because it's actually 40 degrees Celsius, not Fahrenheit. Wait, no, that wouldn't be freeze. That would be Anyway, the opposite of freeze your ass sauce. But like Jordan Peterson, yeah, my favorite supervillain. Besides Shaky Gurga. God, Shaky Gurga has just I can't take it, chat. I can't take all the Shaky Gurgas. It's just like it's pervasive. No, that's not the right Shaky Gurga. Here, let's try it this way. Copy the Shaky Gurgas, paste the Shaky Gurgas, and unleash the Dragon of Chaos, Mr. Gurga. Mr. Gurga. We can do the Gurgas one at a time. Or we can do them in sequence. Oh my god, what did I just do? Did I just fuck up my everything? Here, hit return. Oh my god. What is even going on? Something weird is happening on Twitch. I can't even tell. Joe Rogan is talking about Jordan Peterson's Dragons of Chaos. I mean, he was a little while ago, right? Vosh and Destiny? Oh no. I released the Vosh and Destiny combo. It's like a Shaky Gurga with giant laser beams on its face. Chat has automatic conversion from Celsius to F. 12 degrees is 53. 15 degrees. Okay, so 15 degrees is nice. Then 15 degrees to, I don't know what, like 30 degrees is nice. Have we done an Ethan versus Sam bit? I mean, I feel like they've talked about each other before. Yeah, mini docs, but this is different. This is kind of an exclusive. You're not going to see this anywhere else. I'm convinced that I'm the only one to find this particular piece of video and to be able to show it to you. 30's not, is 30 too hot? 30's too hot. 30's uncomfortable. 30's unseasonable. 22. Ooh, 71. That's a good temperature. So 30 degrees is like 85 or something. Oh my god, I can't actually do. I know the equation. I just can't be bothered to do the conversion. What's up, Medi Doctors? What's up, Schmegly? What's up, Mozart? What's up, Omega Star? 30 is definitely too hot. Okay, chat is like 30 is too. Well, I like it hot. A little. Some like it hot, right? Supposedly. That's what my Tai Chi teacher told me. Right before they hauled him away to jail. Tai Chi jail, chat. It's Tai Chi jail. He broke a rule of some. I can't stop with the fucking Dr. Evil voice. I swear to God. There's often humidity like in East Asia. That's true. That's true. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Mozart. And yeah, if there's humidity, then even, I don't know, 80 degrees is hot, right? Is that right? Is that how it works? Anything over 23? Vosh and Destiny did a collab. Destiny's talking about it. I don't know what that fucking means. I don't know if Vosh would do a collab with Destiny. Because like if you believe Destiny, you don't think he's full of shit, then he's on board. Like, but he would honestly, like, you'll have to see it if you vote for it, right? We're talking about bonus content. Bonus content, chat. It's the type of content that you only get if we get the bonus goal from 0% to 100%, which is extremely hot, either in Fahrenheit or in Celsius, but not so much in wait, no, is it in Kelvin? How does Kelvin work again? Kelvin starts at absolute 0, right? There's no negative for Kelvin. 0 means there's no movement, no molecular movement. The bone us. I think Vosh would troll Destiny, possibly. But yeah, no, he's talking about even the bonus goal is better than the bonus hole. Yeah, I'd say so. But we'll have to ask Miss Kasperian. Chat, I've got so much content for you tonight. It's coming out of every orifice of my body. And I don't even know. Probably have to get to some of it tomorrow. There's a bunch of Anna stuff that I missed. I'm actually a little bit surprised. I don't know why Destiny would collab with Vosh. Lamau dude talks about, Lamau dude talks about how much he hates Hasan, or sorry, hates him while he's not busy talking about how much he hates Hasan. I have not heard Destiny talk about Vosh in a long time. The last time I heard Destiny mention Vosh, it was during the folders, the Taxes folders revelations. The short stack goblins were released all over the internet thanks to Vosh, along with the mutant AI horses, and we don't even want to know what those two were doing with each other, right, chat? And that's when Destiny said, "Wow, it kind of sucks that would be nice if there was somebody out there that would defend you. Would be nice if there was somebody who's based on facts and logic that agrees with you, Vosh, that there's no problem looking at underage anime women." I wonder who that could be. I wonder who fits that description. Oh yeah, that's right. It's Destiny. Twitch chat is asking me to watch a Finnish YouTube music video. The problem that I have with that, and I know a lot of streamers violate copyright on Twitch. I'm on YouTube as well. I'm also a YouTube girl, okay? And on YouTube, they don't let you get away with any of that shit. They don't give a fuck, right? Even if it's like just barely under, even if it's like video game music, I've gotten copyright. It's wild. I'm like, how am I supposed to play this video game? Is it that Irene hates the Finns? I mean, I love their housing first policy. Haven't watched him since those Bad Empanada videos dropped about him and Lonerbox. Oh, yeah. God. Yeah, that's out too. Yeah, isn't there's a new one. There's a new video on Lonerbox and Vosh. Sorry, Lonerbox and Destiny. Strong to the finish. Just like this tea is strong to the finish. You know what? There's a good chance, though, that this video that Twitch chat is trying to get me to watch is actually just Poop Sock. Should I watch Poop Sock? Is that what you want? You want me to pull up the Poop Sock video with the skeleton? Or the gnome video? The gnome. Ethan flailing about while drowning. Arms akimbo. Wait, is that a super sticker? That's a pretty dark super sticker. I didn't know that super stickers like that existed, chat. But yeah, goddamn, do we ever have a lot of content tonight? We want the Ethan clip. Wait, as opposed to what? The poop sock? 24-hour poop sock and gnome challenge. Yeah, 24 hours of chat just berating me with gnomes and poop socks. Can you imagine if... Okay, now, I don't know what's wrong with me, chat. I got it in my head now, the Dr. Evil voice, and I can't get it out. It's terrible. It's not even that funny. I don't like Mike Myers. My ex really liked Mike Myers. That's where, like, I had an ex that, like, was always like, let's watch a movie. Let's watch a movie. Like, next, Netflix and chill, but, like, to the max. Like, to an absurd point, right? And it was always stuff like Adam Sandler movies, or I think Austin Powers was like another big one. Just stuff like that. Like that type of humor. That specific like early 2000s, late 90s humor. That's what I was getting constantly. I don't think I was ever forced to watch Wayne's World. Have I seen Wayne's World? I should be min-maxing. I should. Or left maxing. It's bro humor. Yeah, my ex was big at time into bro humor. And, yeah. Seth MacFarlane. Seth MacFarlane. My ex loved Seth MacFarlane. And look, I'm not trying to shit on anybody's taste. Alright? Everything's relative. Some things are funny to you that are not funny to me. Some things are funny to me that are not funny to you. But oh my god. Oh my god. You tuned in for the first time, says Kimmy Lou, and I did a Jordan Peterson impersonation, and I didn't hear that. Well, wait, was I doing Peterson or Dr. Evil? They kind of do sound similar now that you mention it. That sounds like Dr. Evil from Austin Powers. Yeah, I think I did both, didn't I? But maybe they both sound the same. Maybe my Peterson sounds like a Dr. Evil. Sounds like a Mike Myers. Actually, a Lauren Michaels imitation? What? Who is Lauren Michaels? Wait, I know that name. Lauren Michaels is like the guy from what's it called? Saturday Night Fever, right? He's the dude that's the guy that's all like, that's Lauren Michaels, right? I used to skydive with some fins. Was it fun? 100 million Americans have like an average of 2,200 medical debt each. Jeez, so we're talking about the United Medical CEO, aren't we? Are we right into it? Are we right into the discourse most likely to cancel Irene when she unintentionally wishes ill on some kind of a medical CEO or something? Like, I don't know. This is the kind of shit. This is the kind of shit that gets me in trouble. This is the kind of shit that gets your streamer banned. It's when you ask me to talk about somebody that is no longer with us, that a lot of people are not so upset about. A lot of people not really sweating the passing on of the mortal coil from the CEO of the medical. But I gotta just be really careful with what I say. That's what we gotta do. That's how we're gonna do it. There gotta be the velvet glove, chat. The velvet, the cloak, and the other thing. It's Lauren Michaels? Wait, Lauren Michaels is the disco guy? Is that how you do it? Like, am I doing it, chat? Am I doing disco? Is that it? Have I got it? Am I ready for TikTok, chat? I can't get rid of the what is this? This is not the Lauren Michaels voice though. This is the it's the Dr. Evil voice. The Seth MacFarlane, no, the other guy. Michael Myers. Michael Myers, wait, is that what his name is? Is his name Michael Myers? Or is that the guy? Is that that's Michael Myers, right? With the, why am I saying Michael Myers? It's Mike Myers? It's Mike Myers. Okay. That makes more sense. Yeah, it's definitely not Michael. Michael Myers is like, when Michael Myers goes to a disco, he's like, and that's the noise he makes when he stabs you, right? He goes to let you know that you're dead. It's pretty fun. Anyway, chat. Yeah, we got one less medical CEO on this planet, Earth. And yeah, a lot of people not too bent out of shape by it, not too upset about it, even though yeah. Who is Mike Myers? Mike Myers is like Seth MacFarlane's older brother, right? Kind of in spirit, right? In comedy, right? He's the older brother of Seth MacFarlane. He was like Mike Myers was Seth MacFarlane before Seth MacFarlane. Mike Myers was Seth MacFarlane back when Adam Sandler was Adam Sandler. Is Mike Myers secretly a dolphin? I want him to be. I mean, he is now. Wait, wait, Mike Myers was in Wayne's World? They did a joke about that on Robot. Wait, about what in particular, Omega Star? Austin Powers, Wayne's World, Love Guru. Oh, I've never seen that one. That one looks so cringe. I'm sorry, I do have judgmental thoughts about my ex's taste in movies, but I know that, like, being judgmental of your ex is not a healthy thing to be doing. It's better to be magnanimous and to be good faith towards one's ex, rather than reveling in some sort of a critique of their taste in music or movies or anything, right? Because they could criticize me for like my taste in stuff too. I mean, I have some suspect taste of. I like some really cringe music. Yeah, it was very cringe. Oh, the Love Guru was? She meant Seth Rogen. Wait, did I say it wrong? Did I mean Seth Rogen and I said Seth MacFarlane? No, Seth MacFarlane is the Family Guy, right? Ben Kingsley was in it? Was in the Love Guru? What's up, Sky High? Just posted a Rosetta Stone of those names? Really? What, in Discord? Love Guru was the death of his career. Yeah, because it was going strong. He had Shrek. That was Mike Myers' biggest thing, right? Was Shrek. Shrek is so goddamn culturally influential. Like, I swear to God. Like, I remember the Get Shrek memes. And the Shrek is love, Shrek is life. Like, there was so many cultural ripples brought into the culture through Shrek. Shrek was big when what was that? Like, the 360, like, no-scope Mountain Dew Doritos memes. Donkey. Chris Farley was supposed to be Shrek. Oh, that would have been so good. So it would have been like, it would have been Chris Farley creating Shrek, not just Chris Farley doing Shrek and Mike Myers writing Shrek. Mike Myers is Shrek. Yeah, he is Shrek. He's the Shrekest of the Shreka. He's the one-man Shrekking crew. They still call me Rick. He says how Shrek became a senator is beyond me. I mean, yeah, but it makes sense, right? Like, I mean, look, it's hard to find a good senator. Right, especially for the swamp. And the swamp has two Senate seats, just like any other state. One is Shrek and one is Donkey. That's the... Because there's two people living there. It's Shrek and Donkey. So they both got to be senators. Mike Myers with Kanye was the best? Wait, when was he with Kanye? Oh, God. You're talking about... It was like an award show, right? Shrek 2, hell yeah. Mike Myers came up with the Scottish accent. Yeah, Mike Myers taught the Scottish accent to the Scots. Funny story. The Scots actually talk normal until Mike Myers did the voice and was like, hey, wouldn't it be funny if you talked like this? And the Scots they all adopted it. My workplace decorated around Shreksmas. Oh my God, Shreksmas. Not just Shrekmas, but Shreksmas. Yeah, talk normal, like me. This is neutral English. Don't you know, chat? Don't you know? This is what English is supposed to sound like. It's not an amalgamation of all kinds of accents from around the United States. It's normal. It's natural and it's necessary to speak English like this. Shrek is like what Fortnite is now. Basically, yeah. Basically, or maybe even what Fortnite was a few years ago. I don't know. Like, I want to play, what is it, Lego Fortnite? That looks like fun. Have you seen Lego Fortnite? It's like Minecraft Fortnite. Like that, in fact, I think I have it. Doesn't it, it's free. I think, or it was free. Where Kanye said George Bush doesn't care about black people and Mike Myers had to carry on by himself while Kanye was escorted out of the, no, he just glared at the camera? Okay. I was going to say escorted out of the building. I mean, generally noticing the racism of a United States president will get you in trouble. There are posters up all over in Edinburgh right now for Shrek Burlesque show. Oh, hell yeah. Drek, it is time. This time there's a cute cat. Wait, there was a cute cat, right? Wasn't the Puss in Boots? 2016 Fortnite. Was that, wait, when was the Chug Jug? The Chug Jug was like 2019, 2020? No, it's 2020, right? Shaky Gurga, look at the Shaky Gurga. Post your Shaky Gurgas in chat, especially if you're on Twitch. You'll actually see them show up. Mike Myers looked hopelessly into the camera. He was lost. Hurricane Katrina revealed America's classism. Puss in Boots, yeah. I grew up not realizing that Drek was poop. I always thought that Drek was just like really nasty stuff. Like if you ever clean your shower, like drain, you know what I'm talking about? Like the stuff that accumulates in the shower drain. I thought that was Drek. But no, Drek is poop, apparently. Drek is another name for poop. Shaky Gurga. Yeah, so we, like, chat, we could go in so many different ways with this tonight. All right, I have got the Ethan clip for you. Actually, two Ethan clips. One of the Ethan clips is about his numbers, right? Which he commented on. Shrek direct in the shower. Yo, he pushed it down the drain. Oh, no. He stomped it. He waffle stomped it. Oh, no, chat. He waffle stomped it down the drain. My family calls it cuckoo. I mean, that's a good name for it. Wait, I taught you that today, right now? We're all wrong? Anti-corporatist knows the answer. In Europe, we were shocked at how barbaric and uncaring America was over Katrina. Yeah. I mean, it's funny that you can still be shocked. But no, America's a fucking nightmare in so many different ways. And we played off so chill. Your son got sent home from his after-school program for saying get Shrek'd? He didn't know what it was. I bet he didn't know what it was. I bet it was just kids say that, right? Get Shrek doesn't even mean anything bad. It's just a weird way of saying get wrecked. That's not a bad thing. Do kids get in trouble for saying get wrecked? Like I said, the weirdest thing I ever got in trouble for was saying that something sucked. And like, because my parents were like hardcore about it. Like to them, saying something sucks is a reference to what Trump does to a microphone. Right? That's what that means. It means filleted. Right? When you say sucked. But to me, it was just like, it sucks. It's bad. Like, I didn't know that it came from oral. I was just a little kid. My parents had this horrible habit of thinking that me as a little kid knew like entirely more than I actually did. And I didn't know shit because they didn't teach me anything. I saw two bugs humping in the grass outside. And I was like, what is going on here? Why is that bug climbing all on top of the other bug? And my friend like laughs at me and I'm like, why are you laughing at me? And he's like, go ask your parents. I'm not going to tell you why the bugs are crawling on each other, but your parents will. And I asked my parents and they wouldn't tell me. They wouldn't tell me. They just got really embarrassed. I told my 8-year-old that skibbity was a bad word. The best word. Yeah, I literally didn't know. I thought, well, is the bug eating the other bug? What's going on? The U.S. News, survivors scavenge for supplies. White people, and for black people, gangs loot city. Yeah, people got shot for crossing a bridge in New Orleans, right? People that were like looking for food, crossing the bridge to look for food, they got shot at. And yeah, you know, in a... Wait, how do I make this work? Copy that. There it is. There's the meme. Yeah, Thomas Jerome, thank you for getting us started on the dono goal. That puts us up to 4%. On our way to Donosville. Whole Raging Cajun police state cult? God, I mean, Louisiana, I can't imagine. Isn't there a documentary where the people that shot them were... admitted into it? They were never held... Sorry. Yeah, that's right. Thoughts and prayers, Randall Smith. Thoughts and prayers. For sure. We're all devastated. Isn't there a documentary where the people that shot them, where admitted into it? Oh, they admitted to it, and they were never held responsible. Admitting, yeah. I have not seen said documentary, but it wouldn't surprise me. Law and order liberals, indeed. Yeah, that's the Kasparian effect, pre-Kasparian even. So yeah, Anna Kasparian has been making tracks. Shaky Gurga has been making tracks. Shaky Gurga was on Tim Pool. Like, saying something sucks is saying it sucks. Yeah, that's what my parents said, but I was like, I'm a little kid. I literally don't know that people do that. I literally don't know. You haven't taught me what sex is, by the way. You said the man and the woman lie very close together in the bed, and a stork flies over and drops a baby. That's what you told me sex was. The man and the woman lie close together in the bed, the magical stork comes and drops a baby. They would always be like, okay, we're going to tell you about the birds. They would always be like, it's time to have the discussion, right? And then it was time to have the discussion, they would chicken out, and they would tell me like a different version of how babies were made. That was like not true. Not anatomically or physiologically correct. Like, I honestly thought, for a period of time in middle school, I thought that babies were produced through anal. Like, they just didn't want to say that the man puts his he-ho in the woman's hoo-ha in the and shoots up the... Is there a nice way of saying... Have I been to Paris? Yeah. New York has got loads of sympathy. Sploosh. There we go. That's a nice way to say it, Snow. It's sploosh. That's what we'll say. The penis does a flyby and crop dust. Yo, it crop dust the egg. It gets crop dusted. Damn. I have no idea that there... Yeah. No, it blew my mind. It fucking blew my mind when I found out about that. Like, I was like, seriously? Especially that the euphemistic way of saying was like eat or eat out. Because it was like, wait a minute, they eat it? No, I was so confused, chat. I thought that maybe the ball got like squirted out of the sack. Like it came all the way through like a kidney stone. I thought that the ball got passed through the peen like a kidney stone, and that then maybe it grew back later. It would grow back. I thought that that was the large gamete. Wow. Narwhal, yes, the Constitution crisis because of the Are we talking about Korea? Are we talking about South Korea now? Yeah, I literally thought that. Which would be incredibly painful, I guess. Jesse Lee Peterson admitted during the show that he thought that oral sex was just a joke. Yo, oh my god, he's such a liar. He's such a liar. Like, look. Like, from the stories that men who have been involved in his ministry tell, does everybody know about, like, the story? Like, I mean, I want to say allegedly, because I don't want to get sued by Jesse Lee Peterson's legal team, but supposedly, allegedly, Jesse Lee Peterson takes advantage of confused and lost men who come they come to him to find out like how to be a man, and he takes advantage of them. There's a whole set of accusations at Jesse Lee Peterson. Donnie's watching South Korea thinking the US would actually do the same thing. F around and find out. I mean... My nephew thought that the mom drank the dad's stuff, and then that's how you get pregnant? How else would it get into your belly? That makes sense. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, are we talking about France? A no confidence vote in France? It makes sense, right? Yeah, some weird stuff went on in France. I gotta admit, France, if you're out there. All right, we got any France representing in chat? I know we got some French Canada. I know we got some French Canada out there, right? But do we have any France? I gotta admit, France, your electoral system, your elections, it's very confusing. You took me on a roller coaster. At first it was like, oh, Marie Le Pen's party is gonna win. And then it was like, no, it's not. Actually, they're losing. And then it was like, haha, it doesn't matter that they lost because Macron is gonna fuck around with the results. I don't understand. I don't understand, France, how your republic works. Did someone say holes? I always say holes. Oh my god, being 13 and wondering what the point of was kissing, it just looks stupid. Yo, I had a weird dream when I was about that age that I was like hanging out with my friends and like I didn't really know. I kind of knew what making out was, but not really. And in my dream, they were like, oh my god, I don't even want to say it. They were like exchanging like nasal discharge, right? And that it was somehow like that was what making out was in my dream, because I didn't know. I was a super innocent kid in France. So that's what we're talking about. The vote. I haven't looked that up. Okay, so the vote of no confidence is in France. I gotta say, it feels like, okay, you know, there's that phrase, there's that saying that there are days, what is it? There are centuries that feel like days going by, or there are decades that, what is that phrase, chat? It's like and then there are days when like decades go by. JLP isn't a real person. I mean, he could be AI for all I know. French elections are pretty good. Jesse Peterson is a joke, always condemning others for having kid out of wedlock while he himself did the same. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a secret boyfriend. Well, I mean, that's what the allegations are. Although some of those men weren't exactly consenting. Like, and he's definitely like taking from the... Canada is the 51st state. Yeah. France has fallen. Self-righteous are always the biggest hypocrites. You mean like Jesse Lee? I thought that was how babies were made? Wow, chat's got some really interesting experiences. Yeah, seriously, that's what I dream. Like, I knew it was something like very visceral. I just didn't. The most intimate. No, they were blowing their nose into somebody else's nose. It was like, it was worse. It was like the human centipede of snot. I'm gonna vomit. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought this was America. I mean, kind of. I mean, it is for now, right? Like back there is America right now. Eventually, I want it to not be America. I want it to be a different country. I'm not sure what country yet, but I know that I need to make a move. I am just not snogging. Yeah, like that literally sounds like what snogging means. Like that would be a good name for that, actually. Because snogging sounds like with your schnoz. Oh my god, chat. I'm so glad people don't kiss with their nose. Well, I mean, like there's that little thing where you rub noses. Butterfly kisses, I guess. Or no, is butterfly kisses with your like eyelashes? Is that what a butterfly kiss is? All right, so if you are watching me on Twitch, I want to know if in 3 minutes and 10 seconds, I want to know if you get ads. So if you're watching me on Twitch, then let me know in 3 minutes if you actually get ads or not. I think that you might because it's December, but I just don't know. Either way, I'm not getting paid for the ads right now, so if you want to support my stream on Twitch, the best way to do so is by becoming a sub. If you may also get out of ads that way too. I'm not sure how that works, but I know that you can do it for free by hooking up your Prime to your Twitch. I know you can do it for $6 by paying $6, and I know that there's some chance that just by being active in chat, you might be gifted a sub, because sometimes that happens. That does happen, and it could happen for you. If you're active in the chat, you might be gifted a sub. But yeah, we are 100% member supported at this moment, since Twitch is basically fucked over. Well, it's not really Twitch. I blame Dan. I blame Destiny. I can't stand Dan. Dan is the queen. Some guy asked me if I've ever been finger banged, and I said yes. My dad's car. Oh, the car door smashed. No. He looked at me like I was quite crazy. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we probably need to find a new word for the nose kisses. USA needs a reinstate solution. Dutch political parties are very different than the US. Right now we have 16 political parties. Whoever wins teams up. So wait, how did you end up with Geert Wilders? All right, so is it not just Geert Wilders that's all like buck wild? There's like other buck wild parties and they get together with Geert Wilders and they're like, let's vote for Geert Wilders. They're like, let Geert do it. That's what I don't understand is how do you end up with Geert Wilders? Like, I feel like I would be like, do you want Geert Wilders? Because this is how you get Geert Wilders. I would warn people before they got Geert Wilders. I'm probably saying his name wrong. Isn't it like, is it like Geert? You gotta like Haktua to say Geert Wilders, right? You're like Geert Wilders, is that right? Like ik spreek geen Nederlander, Geert. I can't say it, chat. I can't pronounce that G in Dutch. Why do you gotta make your G? Your G is like it's a half of a K and it's half of a G. I don't understand it, Dutch people. Dad ruined my trip to Dan ruined my trip to Disneyland. Yes, he did. British tourists is how you end up with Geert Wilders? Wait. So the British tourists piss off the Dutch citizens and they end up voting for Geert. Speaking of Amazon, I think thinking about your delivery drivers this month. Don't order furniture set or we might haunt you after we die from exhaustion. Yeah, but pour out a piss bottle for the... Oh my god, no. Like, I shouldn't even joke about that. That's, like, real. And they do it so they don't say you gotta piss in a bottle. They just make it so there's no other way that you can get your shit done and stay employed without pissing in a bottle. But don't worry, chat. Amazon is fucking me over, too. British tourists were so rude and belligerent, they became From the British? From the British? Really? Look, I mean, I know, yeah, I mean, like, oh god. It was like, I want to say they were like football hooligans or something, but I'm not sure. I don't know enough about British culture to know who's who on a British holiday to the Netherlands, but I did notice that there were some British tourists that were out of pocket. God, I'm sorry. That's a bad joke, my goggles. It's a bad joke. Considering that I have not had to piss in a bottle for work. Yet. God, I'm gonna get my stream in trouble by talking about this. Geert Wilders is the leader of the VVD party, and that party won, but none of the other parties wanted to govern with him. Wait, is he the prime minister, though? I thought he was the prime minister. Netherlands was so great when I was there. It sucks now that it went fash. We need a map. We need to map out the countries that have gone fash. Play Ethan. We're getting to it, Medi Doctors. Pronouncing the J in Dutch is like gurgling your throat while sounding out the G. Geert. Am I doing it? Don't cap if I got it. Geert. It's like Geert. Is that it? Do I have it? I thought it was like a Klein, because like the Klein in Dutch sounds kind of like Klein in German. Huda. The Dutch do everything halfsies? Oh, that's right. They go Dutch. They go full Dutch. Parent builders. I think I got it. I don't know if it's picking up on my thing or not. Anyway, I've got questions about today's content. Will there be content? Yes, there will be content. In fact, there might even be bonus content because we are at 6% of the bonus. What? There it is. We're at 6% of the bonus goal as we speak. So there's somebody out there, chat, watching out for you. Making sure that you get started early on that bonus goal, because like, I mean, the end of the stream, it comes sooner than you think, and by the end of the stream, you're gonna know more about Ethan and his opinion about the majority report. It's a kind of a mixed opinion, I would say. You know, he's got it's a strange thing that he's doing, right? Because I mean, so obviously the background of this is that several years ago, Ethan challenged Steven Crowder to a debate, which was kind of strange because Ethan didn't do debates at the time. He does a lot more now, or he's done a lot more since, but at the time, he was not a debater, right? And he's not known for debates. He's not good at debating, right? It didn't make sense for him to do Steven Crowder as a debate, because Steven Crowder, that's like all he does is he debates like college freshmen between their classes. He does the prove me wrong thing, right? So Steven Crowder, you know, was just chomping at the bit to debate Ethan Klein and to put him in his sway place. But he got a little bit more than he bargained for. And he suspected it too. He knew that there was a chance that Ethan was going to sub out Sam Seder for himself. And so for that reason, he only agreed to go on Ethan's platform when he knew that Sam was otherwise occupied. And so Sam Seder literally had to fake doing his live stream, right? Sam Seder did a recorded stream, you know, premiered it as if it was an actual live stream. And that's how they lulled Steven Crowder into the false sense of security that he was going to get to debate Ethan and he was not going to have to debate Sam Seder. But famously, when that happened, we got Sam Seder, what a nightmare, right? That's where the meme comes from. And so, like, I mean, this is where Sam and Ethan's relationship traces itself back to. And, you know, it was pretty much a good vibe. I mean, that was one of Sam's best moments after Steven Crowder left the call. Sam said, "We fucking nailed it. We fucking nailed him." Right? It was so many memes were had. Right? So there's it's not a bad relationship, but in the meantime, Ethan has gotten progressively more out of pocket about Palestinians and about pro-Palestinian protesters and about Hasan Piker and the like. And Sam has been just kind of watching from a distance and sometimes commenting, and, you know, obviously, you know, he's not impressed. So when Hasan was in a back and forth with Ethan, at some point he mentioned that, you know, hey, if you don't want to hear it from me, if you're not going to listen to what I have to say, maybe talk to Sam Seder. And Ethan is like, oh, so I got to talk to, oh, so you think I'll only talk to another Jew? What do you know, like, he takes this as somehow being like anti-Semitic. And it was like, no, Sam, your friend who, you know, sees it my way, but unlike me, Hasan, you don't hate his guts yet. Maybe you two could have a conversation, because Hasan at that point is just done with it. Basically, Ethan's using him for drama in the same way that Divorcepedia does. And it's bad because I think Hasan truly regarded Ethan as a friend and didn't realize that he was just going to be the next Trish Paytas. He was going to be the next victim of the frenemies drama. No ads. Interesting. All right, so chat, it's simply a matter of, do you support the stream or not? It's not a matter at all of, you know, do you want to get out of ads? I guess there are no ads because Twitch, you know, it's just like fucking me. And so the whole deal is like, do you want me to continue to stream on Twitch, right? And if you do, We need to get those subs up. Because they're going down to the point where I might legitimately consider choosing TikTok as my other streaming destination. So just putting Twitch on notice, all right? Because I know I will get paid on TikTok. I'll get a lion on TikTok. They'll give me a TikTok galaxy. They're just waiting to buy me stickers over on TikTok, Twitch. So understand that I pay $20 a month just to stream to Twitch. But I love Twitch. I got my start on Twitch, so I want to stay on Twitch as long as it's economically viable. Speaking of economically viable, Sasha G with the 5 gifted memberships. But the question is, like, 5 gifted memberships to who? To whom? Because I like to read them off, if possible. Do I still have them? I'm scrolling. Where? Oh, no. It's down here somewhere? But yeah, the thing about this is, right, so I'm telling you, this is the Ethan Klein content we've got. The other Ethan Klein content I've got for you today is about Ethan's numbers, right? Just like my sub numbers on Twitch are going down, which is not as big of a deal because honestly, like Twitch, my views are way higher. Everything's higher on YouTube. Everything's better on YouTube for me, right? So it's not the biggest deal in the world. Like, it's just, where am I going to put my priorities? Where am I going to use my restream software on, right? That's the question is, like, will there still be a Twitch, stream? That's really what we're asking here is there enough support for me to continue to stream on a platform that is actively hostile to me just for covering politics? Okay, so Hector, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Jason Will, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Harris, Weinblatt, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Jules T, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. And Kelly, you just got weaseled, and I might have mispronounced your name, but if I didn't, that's a good thing. Ethan debates low-hanging fruit like Pearl. Yeah, Pearl. Who else? Ollie London. There's a lot. There's many such things. Fresh and fit. More edging. Yeah, sorry about the edging. Well, I'm just trying to introduce the topics, right? So we're going to look into what Ethan has to say about his numbers, and both in terms of his viewership and in terms of his membership, right? Because they're, well, I mean, they say they're member supported, but they're constantly doing an ad read. So I don't know. I don't know how I'm member supported, right? I only eat if people deign my content to be good enough to pay for it. And it's up to you. It's your choice. It's literally something you can decide to do or not. Some people can't support me, and they should still watch the stream, of course, obviously. But that's why it's really awesome when people do support the stream, because then that allows the people who can't support the stream because they need to support themselves and their families first, right? Because that should always be your first priority. Take care, just like when the air mask drops in the airplane, right? You put the mask on yourself first. You worry about your streamer later. But yeah, that's what we got as far as Ethan. Now, we've got other content as well, and I want to kind of go over what some of that might be and feel out what chat is looking for tonight. Oh yeah, I gotta add so Sasha G with the so we're up to 21%. That's 1/5. That's more than 1/5 of the way there. And as always, chat, when you donate, you can let me know in the chat or in the super chat or super sticker or whatever you do. Just let me know somehow which of these topics, right? Jordan Peterson unleashes the dragons on Richard Dawkins. Gokunaru and the H3 fans revolt on Ethan Klein. Dershowitz roasted once again on Pierce, or Vosh and Destiny collab. Which of those extra bits of content sound good to you? You can let me know in the chat, and I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is, whether you're doing a super chat, a super sticker, whether you're getting yourself a membership, or you're gifting memberships, whether you're supporting me on Patreon, that's not Patreon, on Throne, or signing up for Patreon, or in any way on Twitch whenever, if anyone decides that it's worth it to be able to watch the stream on Twitch. I don't know. I like to meet people where they're at. All right? If people want to watch me on Twitch, I'll be on Twitch. If people want to watch me on TikTok and they want to send me a lion, I'll... I'm sorry, that whole send me a lion thing, I feel like that's a reference. That's a very TikTok reference. And it's like maybe people don't get it unless I show them the Jarvis Johnson video. But first I gotta figure out what all we're covering, because there's so many things that we could cover, chat. Like I said, Jink has been on Tim Pool in the last few days. Anna was on Piers Morgan, and I slept on it. But it turns out that, yeah, she got confronted. Piers Morgan actually asked Anna some tough questions. Oh, here we go. Here we go. The other thing that we're going to watch for sure is a Hasanabi debate lord reaction, okay? So Hasan Piker, he is over in the UK right now at Cambridge. And he gave a speech at the Oxford Union. Oh shit, there's a lot of Hasan stuff. Okay, we might have to get to the Anna and Jink stuff tomorrow. We got a decent amount of Hasanabi. We got some. We'll at least watch some TYT stuff today just to get it out of the way. But yeah, he goes to Wait, I've got one more video I need to find. He goes to Cambridge. He talks to Chad. I was about to say, there we go. He goes there, he takes questions, and some of the questions are from DGGers that have like set up an op to try to ambush Hasan, to try to ambush Hasanabi. And we can see exactly how that goes. I cannot figure out how to add this. There we go. Save to playlist. There we go. That's what I want. Save it to the playlist. Okay, there we go. Now, the other thing is that there might be one more piece of Ethan content, because here's the deal, chat.
Hello, everybody. Welcome.
Welcome.
To the H3 show. The date, December 4th.
That's how he does his intro. It's a little different than mine, but let me see if we've got any sort of a anything new that dropped today. Okay, so producer Olivia. Yeah, let's start off with that. We'll start off with some Ethan Klein, right? Since that's the eventual topic that we're going to get to. We'll start off with some Ethan Klein. I love how there's a timestamp that says Ethan goes to the bathroom. I think you're attracting the wrong audience with that, okay? Oh no, Hawktua's got a crypto scheme. Bevo's on OnlyFans. Okay, so yeah, we do have something new to see. So, like, look, let's get started, all right? It's about time. I've been edging you for long enough, for more than long enough. For an epic and prodigious amount of time that would qualify you all for a Town Trust certification, were you to so choose to pursue one.
That's the most tomatoes I've ever seen.
Which I highly recommend.
That's the most tomatoes I've ever seen in our chat. It's
the
impressive.
other post. Close this tab and
Stop with the tomatoes, you're killing me.
I'm so...
Oh my god. So yeah, we're going to catch up a little bit with the H3 crew. Oh my god, right after I plug my headphones back in. I love how that falls out, like, just, like, at the best moments. Come on, there we go. Plug it in, there we go. All right, so... I can't tell. Is it this one? No, it's not. It's this one. So I'm just fixing this really quick. There we go. All right, so we're going to get it started with a little bit of Ethan Klein H3 content. This is about producer Olivia. One in chat if you know who producer Olivia is. You know, like as much as it's like the Ethan Klein show, or it's attributed to Ethan Klein, most of the work is actually being done by the crew. Most of the, the co-host of the show. I think they find the content. They definitely keep Ethan on task, and really it's their personality more than Ethan's personality these days that is keeping H3 afloat. However, it looks like one of the hosts of H3, producer Olivia, is going to be taking a break. So I actually haven't watched this yet. Let's see what's going on here. Shall we? Shall we? Let's drop right into it here. All right, there's Dan. I can't stand Dan. No, we want this.
Seen in our chat. It's
the other
impressive.
post. Close this tab and
Stop with the tomatoes. You're killing me.
I'm so sorry, you guys. On the back, you guys notice that there's a portrait of all of us except one cast member, Olivia.
I'm gonna be so mad if I got debated by this.
People also noticed that I looked pretty good in it. That was mainly why people posted it, but they also noticed this.
A DILF?
Yeah.
I don't remember. When did Peterson talk about a DILF? I don't remember Peterson. When did Peterson say DILF? Where does that clip come from? Where does that drop come from?
So Olivia is taking a break. I'm being silly. I'm doing shtick, but she is taking a break.
Okay, so I didn't get debated. She really is taking a break.
And
now understand, this comes immediately after Ethan having Lonerbox on and Olivia being one of the people to push back. You didn't hear a lot of pushback from Zach. You didn't hear a lot of pushback from Dan. You did hear pushback from AB and Lena. Leela. Lena. Yeah. And you also heard pushback from Olivia, right? So I don't know. Does this is Olivia uncomfortable running cover for Ethan? Like I said, he uses his producers, he uses his crew as kind of a meat shield. They absorb all the negativity that he provokes from his rage baiting Instagram posts and his Ethan Klein channel posts and all of his bullshit, right? They take the heat. Also, this music is going to get me fucked, isn't it? Not in a good way.
Her voice and her input are always valued in the discussions, and for her humor too, frankly. She brings a lot of laughs to the show.
Her makeup chat.
She makes my life so much easier because me and her work directly together.
Yeah.
And she helps so much, and
which is why this is also heartbreaking.
It seems gloomier in the office today.
Yeah,
I miss her shine.
It's cold. It's dark.
Yeah.
Wait, so she's literally just not here? It's not like she's gonna be this. She's there for her last show. It's literally like she's like, all right, taking a break.
It's not the same.
The barometer says it's extremely humid. Just thick air. The air's thick.
Yeah.
I just miss my old friend Olivia.
Oliv, if you're hearing this, we miss you.
Oh no.
Flew like a dove, bright white, shining in the air.
She flew like an eagle to the sea.
That's called a bird grasshopper.
Most people see when they see a dove, they see peace. I saw more than that.
It's not your fault.
I hope.
Wait, the Peterson soundbite is I'm hearing is AI generated?
I saw beauty.
See, that's cheating. That's cheating. Look, you can get a drop, you can get a soundbite if you get Peterson to say DILF, but you can't make Peterson say DILF by AI. That's just not fair.
It's not your fault.
I saw a dream across the sky that heaven could be here on earth, but it flew.
Oh my god, this is so cringe. This is so cringe. Okay, can we fast forward a little bit.
1A in the doc. It's the reveal of the whole wall. Believe it or not, there's more wall behind Ethan.
There's more.
No, that's
wall.
where it ends. It ends right there.
I'm inside your walls,
Ben.
Ben.
Oh yeah, there it is. Bada bing, bada boom.
And Cam too. Nobody seemed to give a shit about the fact that there was no Cam.
No, I saw people in the comments asking about Cam. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it did interesting.
Wait, are those actually like pictures that they commissioned? Like, is that art or is that AI? It looks kind of like AI, doesn't it? They did not do AI art and have it put it in. They did not frame AI art, did they?
That they're both the rightmost photos, and Sam is the leftmost, so they're on the fringes. They're gone.
I'm next.
That's a good point.
I know.
I
You gotta move your photo towards the center. You gotta move it closer.
That's why I
to me.
positioned mine in the middle.
Look, we can't even see Ian's face in this. Oh no, that's not Ian. Who is that? Oh, it's Zach.
It's
Zach.
Zach,
Oh,
yeah.
Zach. Sorry, Ian.
The glare.
Who's that guy? Does he work here?
Wait, who the fuck's this?
That's
Zach.
Oh, the glare.
Who's that guy?
Yeah,
Come on, bring it in.
Oh, are they angry? I didn't mean anything. I was just trying to explain why she's not here today.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there was.
Wait, is who angry?
Yeah, she.
Come on, bring it in.
Oh, are they angry? So yeah, if you guys don't want to leave, move your picture closer to me.
Yeah. Huddle up. Huddle up.
Wait, it's like that thing on Twitter where you post like the people that you retweet and reply to most of all, and then like you have like your friend groups on. You know what I'm talking about? It's like concentric circles.
Yeah,
Come on, bring it in.
Oh, are they angry? I didn't mean anything. I was just trying to explain why she's not here today.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there was. She's just on vacation, guys. That's what we meant all along.
I'm so fucking angry.
Why? Did somebody think something else?
The title says Olivia's taking a break. That is true.
That is
That's
quite
a
literally
1000% true.
did.
Zach.
Zach.
Zach. Oh, Zach. Sorry, Ian.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I just don't understand the confusion.
It's like we can't take a break. Damn.
Look, understand that if this gets cut out of the VOD, it's because of copyright.
Guys.
Why are you guys being so judgy of her? She deserves some time off.
Olivia deserves.
Some of H3's music is actually they license it, right? So that means that they pay a licensing fee so that they can use it, and they get the license. They send the license to YouTube, and YouTube fucks off, right? I don't have the license. I don't have the ability to pay for a licensing fee, so I just gotta eat shit every time this happens, and then somebody comes along and says, "Oh, is that your advertising revenue? Thank you. I'll be taking that."
And guess what?
All of the more reason to support your streamer, chat. All of the more reason to support your streamer. That and the fact that you want bonus content.
I'm gonna break it.
We have so much good bonus content today.
Guys, we're all gonna.
The only way I'm ever gonna get to any of it is if we hit that bonus goal, which we're at 21%. So yeah, I mean it could happen.
break very soon.
I believe, Chad. I believe.
Yeah.
We're all going on break.
Yeah,
it's the title.
exactly.
You believe that one? In like 2 weeks or something. Is that right?
That's
Also, real quick, shout out to Bambi.paintings on Instagram who made those paintings.
Okay, so it's an actual person. It's not AI. Okay, that's a relief.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't think we.
All right, so chat, what do you think? What do you think? All right, I mean, I wish I could put up another poll, but I want to know, do you think that Olivia is taking a break for natural reasons, or do you think that Olivia is maybe a little sick of the shit? Bonus Gurga, that's right, it's bonus Gurga. That's what we're going for tonight. Maybe we can get some bonus Gurga. So yeah, probably a fan. Yeah, it looks like it was. I don't think it's AI. I no longer. It looks a little bit like AI. This whole segment is AI. I feel like I'm AI. I nothing's real about this. No, but I mean, this is like, what do you think? Do you think do you think this is just like a natural thing of Olivia is like tired and, or, you know, has family stuff? There could be a million reasons, like apart from the show, apart from the drama that Ethan gets into. Ethan is actually really AI. I believe you, anti-corporatist. I think he showcases his crew so prominently as a form of protective shielding. That's basically right. I think you're right.
G super chatted $5. I spy with my little eye a pie made by a dragonfly.
Oh, made by a dragonfly. Is that like a cute little pie? I feel like anybody else like little food? Like, I love the idea of little food, right? If there's a pie that, like, you don't, okay, so like I'm this size, but imagine if I was a dragonfly and I had like, you know, wings and stuff like that. But then like, then you shrink down me to the size of a dragonfly and you take the pie and you shrink that down to the same ratio, right? So you get a pie that's perfectly sized for a dragonfly. And that's the kind of food I like. I love cute little food. I feel like that would be the best diet. If you could make cute little pies and cute little soups with a tiny little spoon and just like, oh my God, that's like the best diet. That's like that diet. I would excel at that diet because Ethan can't be bothered to have any content planned for his show, even though his crew begged today to have more meetings. Really? I didn't see that Hot Ham Radio, but I will take your word for it. This is from today's show. But Sasha G, thank you for the super chat. And thank you for giving me the idea of cute little food for a dragonfly or buy a dragonfly. I don't know. But yeah, so that's what's going on. I don't know what to think. Like, I would give you 50-50 as to whether this is Olivia organically stepping away, taking a break from the show, and it's got nothing to do with the drama. It's got nothing to do with, you know, having to act as a meat shield for Ethan's podcast. I would give it 50-50. I legit don't know. I got no clue. Anybody got strong opinions in chat? Tarts are better than pies? I mean, tarts are a little bit... Are they tart? Yeah, wait, because pies are sweet and tarts are tart. I think you're right. Tiny snacks pierced by toothpicks. Ooh. You know, my favorite is, have you ever had, like, finger sandwiches? Like these little tiny sandwiches made of cucumber? Finger Lakes? Oh my God. Today's show was another disgrace when Ethan, Ethan whining and asking for more people. Okay, yo, you're really? Oh my God. Yeah, 50-50. That's the best I can give you. I literally don't know. I'm saying it could be, you know, Olivia's just got something else going on, and it could definitely also be that Olivia's sick of Ethan's shit, as we all are. I don't know how Discord works. A classmate asked me to add. It's a little bit... There's a grad student Discord? Oh my gosh, that's worse than having to... I remember having to join the grad student Facebook, and I hated it. Wait, Benedictine, that's what we eat in KY? Tea sandwiches? Wait, in Kentucky? Is that... I don't even know if that's what that means. I watched a bit of H3, this H3 episode. Later on, they watch Theo Von, and H3 instantly gets claimed. No! Skip the Theo. Thank you, David. Thank you. Did they actually get taken out? Cucumber sandwiches, they're so good. They're so freaking good. I tuned out whenever Ethan came back from the bathroom. Correction. Like, Ethan and Demon Mama are the two streamers that I've seen make the biggest deal out of them going to the bathroom, right? There's a song for Demon Mama, apparently, which is it's whatever, you know. But yeah, it's a timestamp for Ethan. Definitely, I think it's not random. H3 is losing people to do not worry. Now that's an interesting question. So look, I talked about this yesterday with Jink. Jink, in his conversation with Crystal Ball, seemed convinced that he was losing subs to Lance from the Surfs, to Silly and Billy, and to maybe even Sam Cedar. That Sam is this evil mastermind. Haha! I'm going to Pied Piper away all of your viewers. You'll lose all of your viewers, right? And that's not exactly how it works. It's a two-step process, right? The two steps are Jink pushes away. Jink spits on his audience. The audience doesn't like being spit on. Some of the audience, when they get spit on, they're like, that's it. I don't want to get spit on anymore. And they go away. And then when they see a video by Silly and Billy, by myself or by Lance from the Surfs or whoever, right, that's talking about the problem with Ethan Klein, they're going to be more inclined to watch that. And maybe when they watch that, they'll sub. It's not, I really don't think that I'm taking, subs from Ethan or that, anybody, like I feel, and this idea of like, this is my audience and you took it away from me. No, it's not. You're here because you want to be here. You're here because you like the content. If I ever came in one day and I was like, you know what, chat, I just had a revelation. Trump voters are human as well, and they're great people. There's this guy named Kyle. He helped me carry my bike upstairs, and I've decided I'm going to be Trumpy now. I'm going to be a little bit Trumpy. Like, some of you would not like that, and you would leave, and that would not be because Silly and Billy are doing an expose being like, Irene likes Trump now. It would be because I came on stream and said I like Trump now, right? That's if your values don't align with the person that you're watching, if something changes, there's some chance that you're gonna stop watching. That's really what that's where TYT's numbers are going down from. It's not anybody magically taking or Pied Pipering away an audience. That's just not how it works. And that's a fucked up way to think. And Jink is gonna absolutely give himself a complex doing this, right? He is going to drive himself bonkers. Olivia apparently will be back on Wednesday, next Wednesday. Okay, so that's a very little break then. But I don't blame her for wanting to take a break. I would want to take it. His name is Jeff. I'm sorry. Did I say Kyle? Yeah, my guy is Kyle. My MAGA guy is Kyle, chat. I got Kyle carrying my bike. And Anna's stuck with wait, what was it again? I forgot his name already. Definitely came around when Anna was befriending Michael Brooks. Yeah. When your values align with somebody, you're more likely to watch them. When your values stop aligning, there's a good chance that that's going to get you, like if somebody pisses you off, right? And then you see their video come up because you're subscribed to them, you might hit unsubscribe. It's been known to happen. And you got to kind of, as a content creator, you got to be fine with it. All right. Any of you, you can watch me when you want to, and you might decide to not watch me. And that's not like you haven't done anything bad to me. That's just like, I'm not making the kind of content that you want. That's on me, right? That you can never attack the audience, and you definitely shouldn't give yourself a complex that other streamers are using dark magic to steal your viewers, right? Which is exactly what Jink thinks. Ethan made the pod all about him and his feelings. Yeah, and people don't like it. I just couldn't watch a grown man have a tantrum anymore. Exactly. And Jink is a little too histrionic, I think. I almost think it's more than just political, right? There's a political reason that people that are, joined when it was the home of progressives might not want to be part of TYT anymore. But there's also a aesthetic level to which, like, he seems to think that ramping up his yelling is going to get him more views, make him more interesting, cause him to rise in the algorithm. And Jink, you might just make yourself a lol cow if you're not careful. Because Pierce Morgan has got a fucking tape of Jink where he just shows Jink's like most ridiculous moments, and it's embarrassing. It's fucking embarrassing. All right. Happened to me with Russell Brand. He was always a bit of a creep, but I thought he was at least politically kind on the right side of things. In the past, he went down the crunchy pipeline. Yeah, the crunchy to Fash pipeline. Somebody's got a good video about that. Who wants to go to 5-star? Whoa, 5-star McDonald's? Wait, Mike, tell me about this 5-star McDonald's. What's the deal with the 5-star McDonald's? Is it just a location that like people tend to like the food there? I'm just like amazed that a McDonald's could, because of how standardized everything is. Like I'm just amazed that a McDonald's could have like better food than other McDonald's. Jink, the left keeps calling me a Nazi. Also, Jink, these dirtbag idiot lefty lunatic morons screwed me over. And the Democrats. Pierce's Jink thumbnails are hilarious. I mean, mine are good too, but yeah, Pierce knows how to do a thumbnail. In fact, Anna even mentions that. We'll probably get to the Anna stuff tomorrow, though. I'm thinking. I do find Jink snaps to be entertaining. I mean, yeah, I won't deny that. 5-star McDonald's has one review. I mean, so somebody really liked it. Somebody was like, this McDonald's, but like I've seen that before, right? I'm trying to remember. I think we had some people don't like Pizza Hut, right? Some people really don't like Pizza Hut, but I grew up with a Pizza Hut that was actually pretty good. And then the Domino's in our area sucked, just terrible pizza, right? And then I went to my cousin's house, and they're like, "You want to get some Domino's?" And I'm like, "Domino's? Don't want Vomitos." Like, no, I don't want Domino's. But they ordered it, and it was really good. Their Domino's was really good. My Pizza Hut was really good. It's just something about that location that is actually kind of tasty. Anyway. So yeah, Olivia taking a break. Somebody said that somewhere else in there they ask for more subs. We might have to get to that tomorrow. We will be talking about. Oh no, we will be talking about that later tonight. But this would be like the second day in a week that they've done the begging. Oh, is it thank you to our members? Is it this one?
No, I want to, just in case they were asleep.
So yeah, I mean, if you haven't been paying attention, if you've been living under a rock, H3 has lost 100 subscribers. Sorry, let's say that again. 100,000 subscribers. H3 has lost 100,000 subscribers since last year, probably more, probably slightly more, right? They've been going on a pretty steady decline, and no pun intended there. But now look, losing subs, if they're not watching your stuff anymore, it's not a bad thing. But the fact that the people had the wherewithal to actually unsubscribe, if somebody's just a languishing sub, they forgot you exist, right? Right. So the subs that you actually want to desub, the subs that aren't watching your stuff anymore, they're less likely to unsubscribe. What Ethan's got is 100K active users that have decided, active viewers that have decided not to be active viewers anymore, right? So that has an effect, and that effect is really clear in the concurrence that Ethan has in his stream, and it's also clear in the numbers of views he has on his videos. So, that's hurting their, bottom line to some extent. It's translating to a lower membership count, which he's also been complaining about. Apparently, it's not that much lower, but it's somewhat lower. And so what he's going to do is he's going to kind of cry to the members that stayed and be like, "This is so unfair. I can't believe people are like he's just going to."
I'm glad the medicine's working now, but I do want to reemphasize something. In case that this wonderful fan who has narcolepsy was sleeping, I wanted to explain that thank you to our members. Thank you to our members so very much.
Oh God, he's reminding me. Chat, I don't think I shouted out Patreon last night. Sorry, Patreon. It's not because I don't appreciate you. It's because I got obsessed. I was obsessively playing Minecraft and trying to react to Jink Uger. He was pissing me off too. I
was explaining on Monday that it's no surprise or it's no secret that the show has taken a bit of a downswing on viewership, and therefore ad revenue and memberships, because I'm stand on my business.
You certainly do.
And you know what I mean? And
okay, so now what he's operating is obviously a larger scale show than, certainly than myself, definitely than most of the, content creators in my sphere, and probably even more than Sam Cedar as well, right? He's got a bigger studio and possibly more overhead, possibly more employees than the Majority Report, right? So whatever he's making, it has to be split in, it's going to be, the biggest split is going to be for Ethan, obviously, but it's going to be split in multiple directions, right? He's going to pay, people and pay them to, a wage that makes the Los Angeles affordable, right? So, he definitely has some costs, but I just don't know. I find it hard to feel sorry for Ethan Klein. I find it hard to imagine that what he basically said was an 8% drop in memberships is going to result in a real, tangible, drop in his income or anything like that. I don't know. Is this ego, or is this, what is this even about?
It's not an unexpected thing to happen. I expected it as a result of.
Well, I expected you to post your L's again, Ethan. That's
my decisions to distance myself from Hasan and his.
I wish he would understand it's not just about Hasan. When you laugh at Aaron Bushnell self-immolating, when you got more smoke for pro-Palestinian protesters than you do for the state of Israel and for the IDF. It's these kind of things, right? There are plenty of people that have a similar take to you as far as the kind of two-state solution that they want to see, which is, I mean, you call yourself like a liberal, in terms of that, but you're supporting a form of apartheid in saying that, right? But even though, a lot of people might disagree with that, they're not going to notice as much unless you're just constantly, shitting on protesters, unless you're constantly shitting on the encampments and like making jokes in bad taste about, about somebody that's self-immolated, right? This is what lost you your viewers. It's not just about Hasan.
In my opinion, more radical community than I'm comfortable with. And
they're radical, chat. They're radical over there. Watch out. Watch out for Hasan's community. Watch out for those Hasanabi heads. Okay, they're radical. The radical Hasanabi heads.
I want to say that thank you to everyone who continues to support us with the memberships. And if you are in a position to support us, if you can afford the $5 a month or whatever it costs, then I would greatly appreciate that at this time. However, we're fine. We're going to be fine.
Damn anti-corporist. I wish my state had that.
And I'm just happy you're here.
We're going to make it, baby.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. I'm just happy you're here.
He's radical.
But that's it. So anyway, just in case they missed it the last time, if they were asleep, Dan.
Oh, is the coughing? No, he's actually sick. He talked about this recently, right? He doesn't know what it is. He has something. It's a cough that just hasn't gone away. It doesn't have to do with Tourette's or anything like that. It's and he actually got not AB. He got love sick. He got love sick. He got the person named Love, the guy from Switzerland. He got him sick by coughing on his keyboard. I don't know. He doesn't really take his employees' welfare into a lot of consideration, it seems, and has insisted on working through this sickness that he might have recovered for if he had taken a day off. I don't know. It's just a thought. That's one good thing to do when you're sick is maybe stay home, spare your crew, and also give yourself some time to heal. But he didn't do that.
I kind of tied it together. What do you want?
It
was not bad.
That music's gonna get me. The rhythm is gonna get me, chat. The rhythm is gonna get me. Rhythm is gonna get me. The rhythm is gonna get me. And if not the rhythm, it'll be the melody. I'll get copyright claimed for singing. That song's a banger, though. I love that song. I want the rhythm to get me.
I said they're down sometimes, but now they're up. Well, that wouldn't have been a joke about narcolepsy, though.
Because you're putting them to sleep.
What?
The copyright's gonna get you. The copyright's gonna get you. The copyright's gonna get you.
Seat swapper post in the Discord. Pop that
I gotta
open.
be supportive today since Olivia's not here.
Thank you. Thank you, girly.
Builder Film says Hasan and Ethan get joint custody in the divorce. That's fine. We can be like the parents that hate each other and just like you drop the kids off and leave before they even open the door.
I'm sorry. Does anybody else have this problem? Every time I hear drop the kids off, I think drop the kids off at the pool. Which blew my mind that was a euphemism for taking a duke. Taking a deuce. Wait, what do you call it? Is it a deuce or a duke?
Had that.
Dropping a duke?
Is that right? Is that a thing? I don't know.
Oh yeah, with my aunt and uncle. My aunt took my uncle's glasses off once through the window of the car and threw it.
Oh shit.
Times, yeah, when he's dropping us off.
Yeah, listen, some divorces are rough and you gotta think of the kids. And that's what you guys are to me. You're all my children.
You're my aunt.
God, that worries me so much. Ethan does actually have kids, so.
I only wish Hasan thought as highly of you guys as I do, but that's...
Yeah. What are you talking about? You're the one who talks shit about. We're gonna get to this, chat. We're gonna get to this. Look, we're in a roundabout way. We're starting off with the H3. This is from the H3 today. We're gonna watch some H3 from another day where he starts talking about the crew, not from H3, but the crew from Majority Report, and making these weird little snide comments at Sam. If I was Sam, I don't know. Chat, one in chat. If you were Sam, would you talk to this guy? Like, he's kind of acting like he'd be open to a conversation, right? He doesn't want anybody to think it's because Hasan suggested it, but he's kind of acting like he might be open to a conversation. But I swear to God, every compliment that Sam gets from this, it's like backhanded as fuck. It's like a super backhanded compliment. So I don't know if I would go on.
Part of the reason why we're broken up. Doesn't respect you guys like I do. Thank you, everybody, for all the new subbies.
The rhythm is gonna sub to. The rhythm is gonna sub to. The rhythm is gonna sub to.
Tomorrow, where we're going to be revealing a lot of the top.
The rhythm is gonna sub to. NCC. Rhythm is gonna sub to.
I'm probably getting a lot of fan bases upset.
Thank you, Zoom Music Girl. We love you. All right. Who is distancing themselves? I missed what Ethan said. I was just saying, man, it's not a secret here, is it?
I mean, you're right, Mark Gold. Sam is a debate animal. Michael Brooks made a comment on this, right? On Sam Cedar's propensity. He loves debating. He like, you know how Hasan kind of like low-key hates debating? Sam's the opposite. Sam would not give a fuck. BCat K says, I would not debate Ethan. Do you enjoy Richard Dawkins? I mean, I enjoyed this clip. Noah Wirtz. This is a pretty good clip. I haven't watched. I gotta be real. I was never around for the New Atheists back in the day. I don't know much about Dawkins. I've heard him say some cringe stuff before. Like, in general, he seems like kind of an asshole, but I think he kind of owns Jordan Peterson a little bit in this clip. We'll get that clip, right, if we vote for it. What are you voting for right now, though? You're voting for Goku Naru on the H3 fans revolt. So we got some we got some. So chat has good taste, right? Chat knows who Goku Naru is. Chat understands the relationship between Goku Naru and Ethan Klein of H3. And 40% of you are voting for that exact content. 24% of you want the Dersh. You've seen the Dersh. The Dersh is on the poll. You're a simple chatter. You see the Dersh, you pick the Dersh, right? That's who you are. You're a Costco chatter. Of course you're gonna pick the Dersh. The double chunk anyway, chat. The double chunk chicken Dersh. I don't know, chat. I'm doing too much Costco guys references lately. Only 20% of you are selecting Peterson Dragons attack. Dawkins. Peterson unleashes the dragons. Mr. Dawkins, I know you thought you would come on here and you'd be able to roll right over me. But in fact, my dragons are too much for you to take. I am Jordan Peterson. I talk like Kermit the Frog. And I will unleash the dragons upon you, Mr. Dawkins, just to get you to admit that a meme is nothing more than an archetype, Mr. Dawkins. But that's that content, right? That's at 20%. And then Vosh and Destiny combo wombo down at 15%. Not too many people interested in that one today. But again, we're at 21% as far as the bonus goal goes. That is 1/5 of the way there. That's more than 1/5 of the way there. If we get 100% of the way there, if we get 79% more in the Dono Kitty, then we will be due for some bonus content. Right now, it looks like it might be Goku Naru, but you can change that. You can change that by voting if you haven't already voted. Looks like 139 of you have voted, so good job for those that voted. You can also change that when you donate by letting me know in the chat which of these topics is tickling your fancy, and I'll actually put your money where your mouth is, adding your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. That goes for whether you're using a super chat, a super sticker, whether you're getting a membership, whether you're giving a membership, whether you are donating to my throne, whether you're signing up on Patreon, or whether you are getting yourself a sub on Twitch or gifting subs on Twitch. There's so many different ways. There's so many different ways to affect the poll, and all of them do, because they all allow you to buff the topic of your choice. I haven't gotten any requests to buff one of these topics yet, but if you have already donated, feel free to let me know where you want me to add your money. And yeah, like I said, it'll turn into a percentage. That percentage will get added to the poll, and maybe it'll affect the results. Maybe it won't. We'll see. If you don't want people to be able to play fast and loose with the poll by donating, then you could say Vox Populi, and your donation actually becomes a debuff on everything, right? So you pull it back down. You're like, back down to earth. Let's just go with what the poll says. So that's what Vox Populi means, and you could say that as well. So these are your options. This is how we're doing it. Now it's time to thank my Patreons. Patreons are awesome. Patreons, I wouldn't be able to do it without you. Patreons, I appreciate so much. And when you become a Patreon, you get, regardless of what level you're on, you get the videos before anyone else. You get the videos first. Often they are uncensored. They are unedited. So it's kind of like a long play version of it. And again, you get it first. You get it before anybody else. So that goes for any level of Patreon. For the $5 level of Patreon or more, you get a fancy shout out. So let me give these shout outs to my Patreons. We got a new Patreon today. First time reading this name, Woke Stalin. Woke Stalin. Shouts out. God, they're going to call me a tanky for this. Temporal Insanity shouts out. Funky Monkey shouts out. Shaxbier shouts out. Nadia shouts out. Moeno shouts out. Just Julie shouts out. Jules K shouts out. JR shouts out. Hot Ham Radio shouts out. Good for Gabby shouts out. And a fancy shout out to Zerazerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. There we go. Okay, because like I said, I always like to make sure to give a shout out every time I stream to my Patreons to let you know how much I appreciate you. All right, so we got Ethan, Olivia taking a break. And I've got the Rhythm Is Gonna Get You song stuck in my head. It's so bad. So I told you, what the other thing that's going on today is Hasanabi, Mr. Hasanabi, Mr. Has-A-Nabi has taken himself a trip to the UK. He has taken a trip to London, England, in order to talk at Cambridge and Oxford, potentially. And what, did we go over this? Oh, shit, maybe I have to show you this, too. Rhythm is gonna get you. The Kaya is gonna lick you. The Kaya is gonna lick you. Kaya is gonna lick you. Let's start with this one. I think this is
agreements with Destiny stem from the way he tackles certain issues, the way he positions himself, and the genuine lack of intellectual curiosity that fosters in his own community. Like, these guys are delusional, dude. I'm not going to probably be able to work out as much this week because I'm going to be in Londonistan, as you guys know.
Look, I low-key hate that for Hasan. He can't mention, like, I don't know, an appearance that he's going to make until a few days before he makes it, because he's going to get harassed by Destiny. He still does. Spoiler, he gets harassed. The DGGers, the Diddy Gers, show up at Cambridge to try to own Hasanabi. But yeah, he lets the chat know like a day or two before this happens, because otherwise he just get absolutely brigaded there.
I have talked about this before, but I know every time I bring up something that is going on in my life, everyone goes, "What? You're going to be in Londonistan? When did you say that? When did you say you were going?"
Can somebody explain that meme to me? Is that like a right-wing meme? Is this what right-wingers say about London? Like anti-immigrant right-wingers? Is that where the Londonistan thing comes from?
In Londonistan. I don't understand. Why are you going to London? There will be regular streams. I'm going to be streaming the two talks that I'm giving, both in Cambridge and also Oxford Uni. I'm going to the Cambridge Union. I'm going to the Union too. Both unis, lads. We're going there. We're talking about Israel.
So wait, does the union just mean it's at the student union?
Palestine is going to be a...
Is it like it is in the US?
Mix it, right? But yeah, I'm doing those two things. I haven't been like super public about it because, I don't want no motherfucker to know about this shit. I don't want nobody to know. You know what I'm saying? And
It's relatable.
The situation is supposed to be about, I'm supposed to be talking about Israel Palestine, and I still have not written a speech. Don't say just let ChatGPT do it. So many have told me that as a joke. Stop it. That gives me so much anxiety. I mean, it's not going to be like a long speech. I think it's supposed to be like 5 to 10 minutes. I told him like the format is 5 to 10 minutes of speech, then a moderated Q&A, and then afterwards just like a regular old Q&A with some people. I know that like I saw the post in my subreddit about Bonercelli's fans being like, oh, I can't wait to infiltrate this speech. What are some good questions I can ask them? Like,
wait, so it's a forum, what, the union is a forum hosted by, or you're just saying like what he's speaking in front of? When they say union, like, is that a reference to like the student union building or something? In England, they call a college a uni. It's uni. But no, there's uni and then there's union, right? So there's something about this being like Cambridge Union, London, or like Cambridge Union, Oxford Union, Student Faculty Union. Okay. So it is different than it is in the US. I see. Because Muslims, that's what I figured. I figured it was some kind of racist thing. Yeah, we got Hasan derangement. What are you gonna do?
They're like really stoked on asking me some troll ass questions. I don't know why, but have fun with that, I guess. Like they literally treat me like I'm Charlie Kirk, you know what I mean, or Ben Shapiro. Like that is how like how big of an enemy I am to these guys, that they're like, oh, Charlie Kirk's coming to my school. What can I do? It's like,
oh my God, Thomas has watched this already. Yes.
What are you, the Young American?
We got the Ron Weasley coming up at him.
For Freedom Foundation. Like, what are you doing? Like, no, literally look at the second comment. Oh yeah, they posted this. I didn't even know that they posted this. Where's the discernment of speaker selection gone? Free Oxford from anti-Western operatives.
Oh wait, so they're posting on Oxford Union's Instagram.
And the anti-Israel committee continues. Is the Gestapo at the helm of the union this term? Isn't this kind of the equivalent of inviting Nick Fuentes?
No, because I'm pretty sure Hasan never got sucked by Destiny.
Such a disgraceful move. This standard has been...
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
To the degree that streamers and internet boys who peddle in the shallow waters are speaking at Oxford taints the prestige and reputation of the institution. I like that they put my qualifications on here. On Thursday the 5th, December at 5 p.m. we'll be joined by the streamer and political commentator Hasan Piker. By the way, Ben Shapiro has spoken at Oxford Union. So I don't think it's that crazy to have someone like myself speak at Oxford Union. Not sure why they think that is like so far-fetched. Ben Shapiro, Ben Shapiro himself is not that far off from myself. And also on top of that, he's not exactly the most intelligent guy. Hasan Piker, also known as Hasan Abi, is an American YouTuber and Twitch streamer. His content is based around the discussion of news, politics, social issues, and topical events. And he often uses his platform to debate controversial topics or issues. In 2023, Hasan Piker organized a fundraiser following the Turkey-Syria earthquake, which raised $1.2 million for various charities involved.
Thomas Jerome, thank you for the super chat.
In searching for survivors and supporting those on the ground. Oxford Union is not a part of the uni. I don't fully understand what Oxford Union is. I'm not going to lie to you. It's a moderated Q&A. Yeah, no, it's going to be like a moderated Q&A and then a regular Q&A. I said yes to this because, they asked like a long time ago. And also because they wanted to talk about Israel-Palestine. Bassem Youssef has been on it. We'll talk more about this stuff as well. Yeah, I saw this one.
Is it less contentious to talk about these issues in universities in the UK? Because like the US, it's fucked up. It's fucked up, right? Essentially, they're hitting the students from so many different angles on this, right? You've got the... You've got the administration of the universities that's kind of coming down on them. They don't want to be in the news for this kind of stuff. And then you've got, donors threatening to pull their money. And then you've got Trump. You've got the government. You've got the threatening to come after the university. So it's like it's so fucked up. Like that these are supposed to be the bastions of free speech. They care about the free speech when it's Milo coming on campus, but not so much when it's
Bassem Youssef had been on it as well. Talks about Piers Morgan and why Arab Americans seem to prefer Donald Trump. It's run by the students, not the uni. And then Cambridge Union came out as well 5 days ago. Cambridge Union is excited to announce that...
Wait, sorry. That shit is confirmed. No, it's not confirmed, all right? There's strong evidence for it. I've got a video that I might put out. I'm not super happy with the quality of the video. I feel like I would... Do you know when Sunday said that I seemed like I was on Thorazine and Valium? And this is Sunday. This is the guy that's drunk for like, 1 out of every 3 streams. But yeah, like I mean, this time I legitimately like was I don't know what it was, if I was tired, if I was a little bit faded or something like that. But I was literally, I don't know, slower speaking than I normally am. So but I'm gonna put this video out, and it's not confirmed. There's just strong circumstantial evidence pointing to Nick possibly. Now here's the worst part, chat. This circumstantial evidence points out that not only did Destiny, do stuff with Nick Fuentes, but that Nick Fuentes might have been like the first guy that Destiny did this with, right? And again, it's circumstantial. It's not slam dunk. It's not confirmed. It's not anything like that. But the video that's been leaked, I have not seen, but from what I heard, Destiny is identifiable, but you can't really tell for sure, is it Nick Fuentes? Some of the other people are identifiable. Nick is not one of those people that's like 100%, oh yeah, that's Fuentes, right? But we have some strong circumstantial evidence that it might be, given the timestamps and given what Destiny was talking about in some of the leaked Discord DMs, right? It lines up with him meeting Nick Fuentes, right? So that's the strong circumstantial evidence. But yeah, I'll try to put out something. Maybe I'll have to record a video. I don't know.
On Wednesday, the 4th of December.
Just like make sure I'm not on Thorazine this time. I don't know. What even is Thorazine?
Leading voices that bridges a young digital generation, progressive politics and culture. After getting his start on the Young Turks, he began streaming on Twitch in 2018, where he became an early pioneer of live stream social commentary. The show Hasan has built on Twitch now boasts over 110 million views and was the most watched channel across the platform in 2022. Number 1 champagne socialist. Wow, this guy's the least representative of any political reasoning. Bizarre invite. The coping and seething is delicious. Yeah, it's very odd that people just lose their minds over it. And yeah, Hasan coming to my university. What question do I ask? Don't ask him about Destiny. He'll just use it as an opportunity to dismiss you. Better to find some disgusting quote of his, read it out loud, and ask him what he meant by it. I agree with this. Just quote his Tibet take and ask, do you believe that Britain has the right to civilize those African nations? Probably will be good to read more about Tibet at the time. Wait,
Destiny groped him once? What, like on stream?
You don't even know anything about Tibet? Although it's relatively hard to have good sources, it seems like slavery was largely on its way out. I like that these guys in the process of like, the only thing they care about is just basically like dominating me in their minds.
I love what Sunday knows about. It's an old antipsychotic. I love like Sunday's like, hit or miss like knowledge. Like he knows that I was in that debate when I went off on Dylan Burns, right? And then he knows that I was like didn't have a lot to say when he and Tyler came into my Discord and debated. So he puts those together and she must be on Thorazine. That's why she's not acting psychotic now. Okay, Sunday.
Don't have any firmly held convictions whatsoever. Like, it's pretty funny.
I think that guy, for the record, all right, I think that guy, Sunday, right? If we're gonna talk about substance abuse, Sunday, I think you're getting high on your own supply.
First of all, this is about Israel-Palestine. If you have some questions on that front, you can do that if you like. Secondly, I just don't understand. Like, what's your Tibet take? My Tibet take was that the original practice of serfdom and slavery in Tibet, instituted by the Dalai Lama, was not good, and that the Tibetans, alongside the Chinese forces, rose up and abolished slavery. Tibet being a autonomous region of under the control of the Chinese Empire, even before Mao, and long long before Mao, does not change this dynamic. Like they just previous Chinese empires did not give a shit that they were doing slavery. Mao did. Okay. And they liberated Tibet. Now, the current form, the current Hanification, or not even necessarily Hanification, but like the current existing relations of Chinese sovereignty over Tibet, that's a controversial subject. And I totally understand why people are frustrated by it. And also in the process, a lot of people were, slaughtered. Having said that, however, I don't think that it is a part of Tibetan culture. I don't think it's a part of Tibetan culture. And the British equivalent between the caste system does not work in the same way, because the English came in, said that they were actually abolishing the caste system, or said the caste system was barbaric, but then utilized the caste system to their advantage. The Chinese governance did not do that. So also, depending on the audience, I'm not sure how well liked Ukraine is in Cambridge. Like, they don't even care. Brother, if you have a disagreement with me on my commentary on Ukraine, you could just like bring that up. I don't know why these guys are literally like, ooh, find something that the audience will hate him for. Like this basically shows that you don't care about the issue at all. Like, you don't have a genuinely held point. You don't have a genuinely held conviction on this issue. You haven't even done like any reading beyond the fact that you've seen like bad faith generalizations about like what my position is. And you think that like, I'm not going to be able to have a conversation with you in front of a large audience when, this is going to play itself out in a similar fashion to like a gray name. Anyway, but it's like weird because when I prepare to debate someone, right? When I prepare to debate someone, I don't simply look at like that is going to undermine their worldview. Although, that definitely is something I look at. The reason why I do that is because on first principles, and also on top of that, like their ideological worldview is diametrically opposed to mine. That's why I want to have this discussion to begin with, because I have a position and they have a position. My job in that conversation is to basically showcase the lack of intellectual depth in their position. If your goal here is to simply, troll and masquerade your trolling as though it's some genuine intellectual concern, this is the wrong way to go about it. Imagine having an opportunity to, talk to me in person, right? Imagine having the opportunity to talk to me in person, and this is what you're going to do. Like, you're just going to, you don't have your own opinions on this matter at all. Like, you haven't even thought about like what my position is. You might be curious about what my position is on a particular matter. And instead you're just like, can you guys give me talking points? Like, that's kind of lame.
Well, I mean, like the ironic thing about Destiny's community is that for a streamer and for a community that have complained so much about cancel culture, that have such a they give such wide berth to creators like Mr. Girl, frankly, until he goes against Divorcelli. It's ironic that that's literally what they're doing. That the like stereotypical cancellation behavior where you're literally just trying to find like what's the worst optics I can possibly present of somebody, and then try to throw that in front of an audience, presenting them that way, making everybody hate them. It's like the epitome, right? For a group that's supposedly against that kind of stuff, they sure do like to use that and weaponize that a lot.
And people do it in my community as well. And when Charlie Kirk is coming to their campus or whatever, but it's like, we are diametrically opposed to Charlie Kirk's worldview. The question you should ask yourself is, are you diametrically opposed to my worldview? Do you, are you genuinely...
Be careful if you get him pissed to Destiny or Sunday.
...on the opposing team? And if the answer is yes, how have you arrived at this? I don't think a lot of people understand that if you don't have a real POV on these matters, okay? If you don't have like a real, genuine, firmly held opinion on this matter, and you just come at it with like whatever clips that you've seen that you've misunderstood, you're not going to get your point across. It's not going to look amazing for you, especially when it's shit like, oh, Hasan, why are you anti-Semitic? If you say that, like, you're done. Because I'm not. You know what I mean? I agree. Ask him about this Tibet take. It's so obviously in the wrong. Ask him to discuss why China civilizing Tibet is different than Britain civilizing India. You have to flip it. Don't use a quote as a way to attack him. Instead, praise him for it. I recently got into an argument with a friend.
Yeah, he should have said ether. If he's going to go for like old school 60s, like, you know, drugs, he should have said quaaludes or something.
Tibet should be independent from China. You rightly pointed out that China brought modern civilization and culture to them, as they were basically barbarians before China uplifted them. As though I would agree with this framing. I would not agree with this framing at all. I genuinely don't understand why they think this is like an expert, you know, 5-head level of infiltration. Like, I would never agree with that framing, okay? However, he felt that it wasn't a reason to justify China's rule. What do you think I should say to convince him? I would say that China should not rule over Tibet. And if the Tibetan people want full-blown autonomy, that's perfectly fine. I'm not going to sit here and be like, no, they have to be dominated by the Chinese. But if you're talking about like historical analysis in terms of like, you know, freeing Tibet from the throes of feudalism, yeah, that act I do not have a disagreement with. Anyway, I have often been very critical of Hanification initiatives in general. This was a massive problem with the USSR as well. One of the most consequential aspects of the USSR, one of the most significant aspects of the USSR was Russification. It's not a thing that not only is it inappropriate, it's inhumane, but it's also unsuccessful. So I'm not in favor of Hanification either. So claiming that the Tibetans are basically barbarians is really stupid. This is the way.
Yeah, that take makes sense, Sasha G.
This is devilishly genius. Lol, this might actually do.
And look, I think that's all Hasan was saying. Like, they characterize it as like him being like, no, Tibet should naturally fall under the command of China because the culture is like, he's not Asmongold over here.
You're 100% correct.
He's not saying that there's an inferior culture. He's saying that the monastic rule was problematic. That's literally it.
Also ask about if the conditions of Uyghurs are genocide. Maybe bring up Palestinians first. Yeah. Imagine saying that in a room like the Oxford Union setting to bring up the conditions of the Uyghurs, not knowing what my opinion is on this matter at all, assuming that it's like, oh yeah, it's great. China should dominate them. Assuming that that's my position. And then simultaneously comparing that to what Israel is doing. Really? What Israel's doing in Gaza? It does not meet the standards of genocide.
Yeah, he's responding to some kind of brainstorm that DGG is doing about, like, you know, hey, I'm in the area, I'm able to show up there at this event. What should I do to troll Hasan?
And what China has done in Xinjiang is like infinitely worse. Is this the argument that we're having right now? This is insane. This comparison is ridiculous. Where do you see evidence that China's trying to Hanify Tibet? It's not necessarily Hanifying Tibet, but it's more so having control over it and dominating. Before people start talking about like the Dalai Lama and how he's a CIA agent, okay, I am always going to be of the mindset that you got to let people live, okay. No, it's comparable. Explain why it's not comparable. Chinese practices in Xinjiang were mass surveillance and re-education camps. These are completely unacceptable acts, okay, upon an entire generation of Uyghur Muslims in this area, claiming that there were separatist extremists. And there were certainly some separatist extremists, but that doesn't justify dragnets. That doesn't justify mass surveillance. And that certainly doesn't justify re-education. The notion that, like, this is comparable to what Israel has done is insane. Okay? I'll take it one step further. Ironically enough, Israel was doing what China did in Xinjiang, in Gaza and the West Bank. I would still be very critical of it in the same way that I was when China did it in Xinjiang. But the entire world would applaud how tolerant and how open-minded the Israeli society was. Okay, what are you talking about? Like, one is like, did China bomb every part of Xinjiang? Like, what are you talking? What are you saying? China is like, Xinjiang is firmly within Chinese territory. Let's say Gaza Strip is also firmly. Wait, you thought the Chinese government was bombing Xinjiang? I just want you to understand, I am still extremely critical of the Chinese practices in Xinjiang. Okay, I've talked about this quite a bit, extensively. I think that dragnets dragnet campaigns, mass surveillance, re-education, all of which are completely and utterly unacceptable and inhumane. It does not matter that there are, there were acts of knife attacks or acts of separatist terror or whatever. It still doesn't matter. Like you can't just like enforce this ridiculous surveillance state regime over an entire group of an entire population. Having said that, however, no, they did not bomb Xinjiang. As a matter of fact, America in Philadelphia has done more to black people than China did in Xinjiang in terms of bombing. Okay, they did a lot more, but in other aspects, but no, there was no bombing campaigns happening. The reason why I brought up America and black people is because the Africa family were bombed in the MOVE bombing in 1985 in a Philadelphia suburb by the Philadelphia Police Department. Okay, nobody ever considers that to be like a mass bombing campaign.
Says those elderly glasses are incredibly distracting. Mine are his.
Of black people, and I certainly don't either. Okay, but having said that, yeah, they dropped C4 from a helicopter. They dropped C4.
Chat, am I gonna have to have Sunday come in here and explain all these uppers, downers, laughers, and screamers? That's what we'll do, chat. We'll bring Sunday in. Sunday will take me to Las Vegas, show me all these substances I've never experienced before, and then I'll know what the fuck he's talking about.
From a helicopter, and the police chief famously said,
I'll be acting as his attorney, of course.
Let it burn. Belgium civilizing the Congo is better because the Belgians used the abolition of slavery to stake their claims. Yeah, dude, totally. Belgians actually maintained the practice of slavery, so I don't know what you're talking about. It was ruthless. It was brutal. It was one of the most brutal continuations of chattel slavery. Yeah, I would also make sure you have the paragraphs around the quote. Preempt your question with something along the lines of, this quote is not out of context. I can provide you what you were saying before and after if you think it is, so we can't dismiss it easily. Another question I wish Ethan asked about Tibet was, do you think Tibet would return to its feudal slave-owning roots if they were granted independence? If not, relate Tibet to Palestine in the question if you really want to stir the pot. But I think this is definitely one of the more on its face damning things I've heard him say. It would be my choice if I ever had the opportunity to confront him. Like, these guys don't know anything about Tibet, don't care about it at all, don't understand what my position is on Tibet, okay? And simply are just like, this is a great opportunity to attack him. That's it. They're like plotting out a dialogue tree here. This, like, if you genuinely, if this was something that you were like very well versed on, and you felt like I missed the mark on a point of my commentary, that's totally valid. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you're like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, my family is from Tibet, and this is what I studied in college. Like, I don't fully understand where you're coming from, and you came at it with charitability. Like, I can have a normal conversation with you. But this right here is just like so openly disingenuous, where you're just like, I don't know anything about Tibet, and I don't really understand what Hasan's position was on the matter, but I'm going to try to hit this in the worst possible, least charitable framing, and try to duke it out in the marketplace of ideas, And it's so funny because, like, I'm not even there to talk about China. Like, I'm not even there to talk about China. Why the f am I talking about China? I don't give a shit. Okay, I have no control over China. I barely have control over.
So yeah, from my understanding, we're going to see, I think, a moderated question and answer session, meaning that if somebody brings something up other than Palestine and Israel, they're probably not going to be, unless Hasan really wants to take that question, like, right, they're probably going to get shut down. Maybe the unmoderated. I guess we'll see a little bit of both. We'll see a little bit of both, and we're going to bring in a new star, that being DGG's Ron Weasley, right? DGG's got their own Ron Weasley, their own Ron Weasel. It's a Weasley little liar, and he's dead set on making Hasan look bad. So of all the bad faith questions that Hasan gets at the moderated question and answer, I feel like his are the most well constructed, right? The most reasonable, right? The least ridiculous, or what we get from Ron Weasley, and it's still not great. It's still not great.
For my own goddamn government, and every time I try to get my government to stop the pain and stop the hemorrhaging and stop the violence, they go, shut up. Do you see what I'm saying? What are you there to talk about? Israel-Palestine. I think I disagree. If you mention Israel-Palestine, he will pivot towards you're just saying Israel bad and you're denying the genocide in Palestine. And my guess is the audience are similar in his beliefs about destruction of Israel, so they will selectively hear. Like, notice how this isn't about, notice how none of this is about like genuinely held positions and real disagreements, right? That's the difference. If this conversation was being held in a like openly right-wing, Ben Shapiro style audience, there would be plenty of disagreements. People would be like, ask him about, there'd still be a lot of dumb like, ask him about how inconsistent it is that he's a socialist but also wealthy, right? So that's number one. They would do dumb like that. But ultimately, there would be...
That's right, Snow. House Slytherin, Ron Weasley.
Disagreements, right? There would be some real disagreements. Like, why doesn't he believe that, I don't know, free markets are good or something like that? These guys literally don't even know why they disagree with me. They don't even know. They've just been primed into believing that I have this other opinion on an issue that they've never thought about or cared about before or after this very moment.
Yeah, you're right, WB. Ron Weasley was definitely feeling himself.
They never cared. Their goal is to drag you down and get clips out. Exactly. There is no ideology here. It's just like Hasan and that's it. And I guess this guy literally thinks like Israel bad is a unfortunately too popular of a position at Oxford Union. But he also is coming at it with the recognition that it's too popular of a position. So don't even bring up Israel at all at the Israel-Palestine conversation that I'm supposed to be having at Cambridge and Oxford. Like they literally are like, I don't even give a about Israel-Palestine. Like I know I have my own personal opinions on it, but I know that if I brought that up, it would look bad. It would make you look bad if you were to say you're pro-Israel. I don't think so, actually. You're attacking him from the left. Hasan, don't you think the justification you gave here for trying to invading Tibet, they're still talking about this. Imagine him being so obsessed not to mention DGG in a room full of normies.
Wait, Several Wolves is asking me, did these events actually happen? Yes, and we're going to watch them after this.
Brother, look at this conversation that you are...
So chat, like our roadmap for tonight is we're going to finish up this. This is Hasan's, discussing the plot to embarrass him at Oxford by DGG, right? Discussing these screenshots, right? Then we're going to see the moderated question and answer, and then we're going to see a meet and greet, right? So that this event has already happened today, and there was indeed an attempt to go after Hasan.
Look at this. Imagine him being so obsessed to mention DGG in Cambridge to a room full of normies that have no idea what DGG is, blaming it on like it was CIA, Kino, and deranged. First of all, I would not do that. And secondly, you're literally saying that. DDG is openly fantasizing about how they're gonna do this, and then they're like, ooh, he's so obsessed. He's so obsessed if he recognizes the thing that we're doing in this thread. Yeah, they're literally doing the AIPAC thing where they go into a Dem primary and attack Cori Bush, not on the Israeli issue because their constituents agree with her about that, but on other stuff. The objective is to discredit any anti-Zionist by any means necessary. I know, but I'm not so certain that many of these people in this community are that invested in the continuation of Israeli dominance in the region. Some of them certainly are, as they are definitely Western chauvinists, definitely want American imperialism to continue, definitely think it's good. But like, they're not directly paid operatives or whatever. This is just the way that they operate for fun, which makes it even crazier. They're not even doing this for money. They're just doing this for fun. That makes me think it'd be good to be unsubtle with questions. You once said you paved the path to your success on your own, yet much publicly searchable information would show that your career was largely false.
Nepo baby! Oh my god, I love how he just like has the Zen like on the outside of his mouth and he's just gonna like flip it in.
With one Stephen Bonnell, could you expand on that?
Flip it in. Yes! He flipped it in! I'm sorry.
That would make him look deranged.
It's way too entertaining.
Room full of normies, so let's do it, lol. Don't ask him what he meant by it. He'll just snake his way out like he always does. Just read off a list of quotes and leave. You got to pretend Trump or someone like Destiny said it. Then once he's done criticizing the quote, just flip it and say it was you. Ask why he drove.
Got him.
Drove drunk over and over. What? Yeah, but just don't ask what you did. What did you mean by this crazy quote? That comes off like some low effort Twitter troll. Provide the quote, concisely tear it to shreds with some kind of fact, statistic, or historic parallel to show you're informed on the topic and baffled by his idiocy, and then let him respond to that. Ask him about that quote of him justifying rich college girls getting. It's not, might be fun to ask if your college has rich girls enough to justify, or if he meant Ivy Leagues. Honestly, it might be the best one. A lot of rich people on Cambridge, so I make it quite personal. Like, these guys are delusional, dude. All these
yeah, they're mapping this out in their head. They're like, oh no, we can't ask him about Israel Palestine because most of the Oxford students will probably agree with him. Maybe ask him about like this.
Confrontational ones are silly and will do more than make him look like a renegade, which is part of his brand. Just ask him about what Marx said about X or Y or Deleuze or Schumpeter or Henry George or whoever's responsible.
Schumpeter? I'm sorry, do they mean Schopenhauer? Wait, is there, maybe there is a Schumpeter. Maybe I don't know.
To it, and he won't anything of substance to say because he doesn't know much at all about the tradition he LARPs is coming from. That would require you to actually know something about Marx. These you will read Marx if it allows them to own Hasan, as they should. Sorry, but there's a reason his influence.
There is a Schumpeter, okay.
Across so many fields of study to this day is undeniable. I like that this guy is Marx pilling these weirdos. And you don't simply need to be a Soviet simp or really a Marxist of any kind to seriously engage with this. You do yourself no favors by cherry-picking weaker parts to dismiss the whole output. Yeah, I mean, he's played a very formative role in an entire field called sociology, so I think that it's pretty valid to learn more about this way of thinking, I think. But if I recall correctly, the guy who made the post isn't even a current student. They're an alum. So a grown man going back to school to let the whole student body know they're an loser. I really appreciate your consistent support of the Palestinian sovereignty, seeing as tensions have risen between China and Taiwan and Trump coming in. I'm scared that he won't intervene in this conflict before it's too late. Why are the conservatives in the U.S. government against advocating for the Taiwanese people to help them keep their land?
I love that they mentioned Deleuze, though. That's my favorite part, right? I love that they mentioned Deleuze. Like, right? Ask him about the solar anus. Ask him about the body without organs. Ask him about the rhizome.
Glaze, plus he will either have to say China bad, Uyghurs, Hong Kong, anti-democracy, which is bad for tankies because more U.S. intervention, or he will have to say one country, two systems like he did on Leftovers and look like a fool because how can you justify what China is doing well?
Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships.
Bonus points if he says that and you follow up with, but we wouldn't accept that solution for Israel-Palestine because then China would be like Israel. I'm so sad about the stupidity and the lack of intellectual curiosity in this community that is supposed to love these kinds of like heated debates and discussions. For a community that believes that the truth only comes out in the marketplace of ideas against interlocutors, they seemingly spend a good amount of time trying to actively suppress parts of their brain that might actually listen to things in a more charitable fashion, and perhaps
Ron Weasley did ask about grapes. Oh, I'm guessing it's the other word. The Lax, you just got weaseled. Juju, you just got weaseled. Leah Rhodes, you just got weaseled. Probably, you just got weaseled. Wrath G, you just got weaseled. Muchka, you just got weaseled. Yenna, you just got weaseled. Deb C, you just got weaseled. Asmongal TV. Okay, not Asmongold. You just got weaseled. Anti-Fa, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing.
Perhaps even understand a very different way of looking at the world. They're really talking about an annexation that happened almost 75 years ago compared to an act of ongoing genocide. I know. Apparently you are now a banned subject on the subreddit and posts like this now get deleted. They want to look like they never talked about you. Yeah, but unless they nuke, and I mean when I say this, tens of thousands of posts that they've made prior, which that would be awesome if they did that. Yeah. Also, it's pretty funny because it's like I'm a one stater, so I guess one state for Taiwan and China in their worldview. I don't know. Cambridge is a debate board center of the UK. You won't need.
Yo, your name is a Deleuze reference. I get it though. I get it. The Wolfman. Sorry, the Wolfman. Freud's Wolfman, right? Not the one from movies. Yeah, Deleuze talking about how it's actually not one wolf, it's several wolves. In the anti-Oedipus, right?
These weirdos to get some odd questions. Yeah, I know. I wonder what leak recently that has them covering.
Yeah, ask Hasan how many wolves.
their ass.
How many wolves, Hasan? How? Oh no! What did I just do? What did I just do?
Also, it's pretty funny because it's like I'm a one stater, so I guess one state for Taiwan and China in their worldview. I don't know. Cambridge is a debate board center of the UK. You won't need these weirdos to get some odd questions. Yeah, I know. I wonder what leaked recently that has them covering their ass. Yeah, I wonder why they are making these decisions actively. I don't know. Maybe they're just like moving the unhinged stalkers to LSF, which is now apparently completely allowing politics and also allowing Destiny says this about Hasan type clips again. I wonder how that happened. Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that a person that once ran for Orbiter of the Year in Destiny's community is a real fucking competition.
Are you serious?
That's how big of a cult.
Wait, but like, here's what's confusing me, right? I'm starting to see his fans get referred to as orbiters, and I don't think that's what it means. I thought an orbiter was another content creator that has, done a collab or talked to Destiny or somehow becomes a person in the Diddy G universe.
They are.
The Diddy G cinematic universe
is actually now the top moderator, the head moderator of live stream fails. So they're just going to move their operations over there, I suspect. The stalking. So it's not so personally directed, especially considering that Destiny has openly advocated the brigade anywhere and everywhere that I mentioned, which they were already doing. Do you think they're going to 4chan instead of Reddit, or are they experiencing splinter Reddit discourse in their community? I don't follow it that closely. You guys just put this shit in front of me. Ask him why he constantly criticizes the US but doesn't use any of his wealth to help improve any of the things he criticizes. Wait. Okay, that's a great opportunity. Ask him about Crimea, Uyghur camps, Taiwan independence, or the Houthis. Old enough to count, old enough to mount. He's not equipped to answer any substantial question based on what I've seen from him. He was a double major in political science and communication studies, but only on the bachelor level. Communication studies is mostly nothing burger to begin with. Although political science is more substantial, I say its influence is overblown compared to the expertise they bring. But what bothers me most is his attitude. He acts like he knows everything, does no research, and is overconfident in the little he knows. Not really the attitude of a guy you can learn from. I have no idea what your school administrators are thinking. It's like inviting Tucker Carlson for a talk. They have invited Tucker Carlson.
They have?
I suspect that they've invited worse people than Tucker Carlson. So a deorbiter getting ready to ask tough questions. Yeah. A fan of a music school dropout? Yeah. I mean, look, I'm not gonna shit on Divorcelli dropping out of music school. I don't really.
Yeah, look, it's sometimes tempting to go after somebody's educational level of attainment. Especially when there's somebody like Vosh that is flexing a bachelor's in like criminal justice harder than I've ever seen anybody flex it before. But it's generally better not to be intellectually elitist. It's just like the thing is when you see somebody like that doesn't really have a lot to brag about, flexing on people and disparaging other people's intelligence. It's hard to take sometimes.
Care about that. You can be like an empathetic person without a college degree who has like firmly held convictions, a decent moral compass that guides your politics, and an interest to do better for your fellow man. And I'll be right by your side. I'll be there for you. My degree doesn't make me more valid. Ben Shapiro graduated from Harvard Law. He went to UCLA for undergrad and then Harvard Law. These are some of the best institutions in the country. It doesn't really matter. It plays your background and your educational attainment does not matter to me even a little bit. I don't care about it at all. I know plenty of dumbasses that went to some of the best schools, and I know plenty of brilliant people that went to no school, right? It really doesn't matter. My disagreements with Destiny stem from the way he tackles certain issues and the way he positions himself in every conversation, and the genuine lack of intellectual curiosity that fosters in his own community.
That's what kind of pisses me off about Destiny 2 is like he's only willing to learn when it's to own somebody in a debate. And it feels like the kind of knowledge that's just like easy come, easy go. There's not a lot of use in that, right? There's not a lot of use in that.
I don't think his community understands that either. Like I get very frustrated about that because they just completely shut off certain. They actively work to shut off certain points of contention. Have you considered, however, that you don't do enough to support the DNC and therefore your access should be cut off somewhere? Very smart politics understand is this.
There we go.
Said this, yeah. Oh yeah, I saw this.
Okay, so that's the bonus content. That's the Destiny and Vosh collab, right? It's Destiny talking about the possibility of collabing with Vosh, which sounds kind of wild. I mean, like conventional wisdom holds that it won't ever happen, but it gets even wilder. He goes to a weirder, wackier place from there. Let's take a look and see what the next video on this list is. So yeah, Hasan shows up at Cambridge and
time for some questions from the audience.
Hi.
And surprise, surprise, so does DDG.
Absolutely, I know the down in college. I think I thought to ask.
So here's my mission for you, chat. Identify the DDGers. Identify which one of these questioners is there for less than in less than good faith.
Till the on global south process there was, because obviously we took here the users out of their constellation of West. What should we ultimately about when looking at the global south?
I mean, I think all things considered, the prospects of the global south is definitely trending in a more positive direction than the rest of the world. And I think that has somewhat to do with Chinese initiatives as well. They're offering more favorable loans. They're engaging in development because they're interested in creating a secondary market, because everyone understands that like the next stage of the Cold War is most likely going to be the United States of America against China. And if the tariff faucet opens up, all of a sudden you need other developed markets to be able to sell products to. So in that process, I think a lot of people are, I guess, hedging their bets. They're leveraging against American dominance.
Wait, do we have a Draco Malfoy as well? We have a Ron Weasley. We have what, another Weasley? Are there two redheads? And then there's a Draco?
And this has been somewhat prosperous for the global south, but I don't necessarily know where it goes in the next 10 to 20 years. But it's not that bad, all things considered.
Should we go on the front row here?
Hi. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your morals, for your arguments, and I think most of them agree that the people who perpetrate these crimes of violence should face full course of justice. But I do struggle to see in your arguments actual goal, consistency, or constancy. How you just talked about briefly, for example, I'm sure it's disturbing, not only for me as a gay man, but for other gay.
Wait, WB, can you tell me a little bit? Oh, this is Ron Weasley, right? This is Weasley. We got a weasel. We got a weasel. The existing mods that voted for Destiny's Orbiter of the Year to be head mod, who are we talking about when we say Orbiter of the Year? Are we talking about Landlord Dan? Are we talking about Forethought? I don't actually know who this is. Does Hasan, this is Weasley. This is the Weasel. There's a Draco who asks about Ukraine. They're deep-fried versions of the characters, basically. Gigantic chairs really do set the mood. I know, right? He should be smoking a pipe. You know, he should have like a Sherlock pipe. Yeah, I don't understand. Who's the Orbiter of the Year? Should I know this person? He's gay, but also pro-Palestine, but also a humanist. And also a weasel, a bit of it. He's wheezing that juice hard, yes. Is he sick or hoarse? Who, Weasley?
When you dismiss things like the murder of tens of people at the hands of the movies as a mere internal issue, it strikes me that that doesn't seem very morally consistent. And likewise, I think some of your remarks on Gaza have been troubling for many women. As you know, in the October 7th massacre, the Hamas forces who entered not only murdered hundreds of teenagers our age, but also from the United Nations, committed a pattern of sexual violence, targeting many of the most vulnerable women, including people who were taken hostage. It strikes me to win this argument and to actually provide justice for the causes you seek about, you need to be morally consistent. And you need to understand that there's universality in our values, where we must think about...
What I know about DDG, they take moral consistency over anything else, including being an absolute piece of shit, right? You've got examples of people that were platformed and found a home in the DDG orbit, you know, who did horrible things, whose content is just like truly reprehensible, right? And they were fine until they went against Destiny. They loved, you know, the moral consistency of you know, somebody who's arguing, you know, that cuties is quote unquote hot until he decides he thinks Destiny is bad.
Women and think about gay people no matter where they are. And I'm wondering if you've always been the most helpful advocate for your cause.
Great question. So in terms of the sexual violence, I've never denied it, and that there are definitely people that
Wait, that's not like his real name, is it?
have clipped things out of context to make it
I don't want to.
But my approach.
Let's not talk about people's real names.
Been consistent.
If that's what that is, I'm not sure if it is.
Ansar Allah administration.
Okay, so yeah, this is definitely okay.
My approach on this denied it, and
helpful advocate for your cause.
Great question. So in terms of the sexual violence, I've never denied it, and that there are definitely people that have clipped things out of context.
So yeah, if you watch the clip that they show, the like 17-second clip that they show, after like he literally talks about this, like he's responding to a chatter, I think that that was downplaying the possibility of there having been sexual violence, and Hasan's response to that was like, in situations like these, more often than not there is. The question was, you know, he laughed at, I think, a Kamala Harris comment where she was taking, you know, claims that didn't really that didn't seem to pan out as being like the, you know, 100% truth, whereas the, you know, idea that there was, you know, sexual violence there is something that he did think was true, and in fact is you know, somewhat confirmed in terms of a first person account. But it's the claims that were specious that Kamala was repeating, right? It wasn't the claims that were more likely, or just the likelihood of this occurring.
Make it seem as though I have, but my approach on this has always been consistent. Whether it be the Ansar Allah administration and the violent actions that they take against the gay Yemeni population, or whether it be any sort of sexual violence that anyone has.
But yeah, Renee, thank you for the super chat.
Has been victim to. I think that is completely unacceptable. There is no world in which that I would say that the perpetrators of such crimes should not face any justice whatsoever. I think that I simply look at historical reference points such as like the Nat Turner Rebellion, for example, or the Haitian Revolution, or even the many acts that the ANC's militant wing engaged in the struggle to abolish the apartheid in South Africa.
Is his sweater green? It's like olive, but more towards the tan side.
And I recognize that when the dust is settled, those historic wrongs must be accounted for. But the much larger problem here is still always going to be the maintenance of the apartheid. So it's not necessarily that I dismiss these acts.
He does kind of look like a college professor in this.
It might come across as dismissive, but the reason as to why I cover it in the way that I do is because I understand that there is still a much greater problem, and I consider many of the ways in which people bring this up to be, I wouldn't say whataboutism, but to serve the purpose of deflecting the attention away from Israel's actions. Does that make sense?
Shall we go right there in the third row? Yeah. You.
Hi, I was struggling whether or not to ask this question, but potentially following with the most just asked. I do appreciate the work that you do for the left. I don't want to diminish the extent to which you advocate for people's general rights to discuss sexuality. However, I think the person was political mate and say you have been embroiled in controversy on your use of sex workers in your personal life, which you openly speak on.
Yeah.
I support making the safety and autonomy of sex workers a priority. I don't oppose the criminalization of women who take part in this kind of labor.
So yeah, this is the brothel, the German brothel controversy, which actually, like, in the end, it turned out the brothel was like accused of tax fraud or something like that. But that charge didn't end up panning out, and the country ended up paying that brothel for the.
We think that if we are to accept the premise that all work is ultimately coercive and that sex work is work, we should be both to agree on that.
Mm-hmm.
Then what is the word that we use in society for coercive?
But yeah, I mean, you can see a clip of Destiny's landlord Dan, making plans to try, acknowledging that he knows what that situation actually was, acknowledging that he knows that it wasn't like the brothel was involved in trafficking or anything like that, which is what he's strongly, but then saying that it's cool for him to strongly imply that anyway. So they kind of own themselves in terms of that one.
Right? And secondly, do you accept?
Like, Landlord Dan literally did the comic book villain thing where he's like, haha, I'm going to lie about this thing, and
hedging your bets that sex workers you see are wholly consenting is perhaps naive, especially insofar as a plumber fixing your bathroom who's in a tricky situation is incomparably.
Thank you, WB.
Like in terms of a woman engaged in sex work, for example.
Yes, Dan even admits it.
No, absolutely. You're absolutely correct in terms of the extra coercion that might take place, and in many instances, it is a very real problem. But I think that my approach to this has always been, first of all, I've dated sex workers as well. I'm very public and very open about my advocacy for sex work. In terms of the moral dynamic of it, yes, I understand that there is a difference there as long as people are voluntarily, as adults, consenting to the act. And the only way, I think, to ensure that is...
I'm not sure I understand why he needed to bring up, like, that he dated sex workers. I mean...
The case is to not only destigmatize sex work in general, but also make sure that there are proper mechanisms.
Was there anyone accusing him of devaluing sex workers, or
in place to ensure that this is a safe process, that people are not engaging in this act involuntarily? So I understand your concerns. This is something that I've...
Dave and Buster's for sex? Seriously? Wow.
With many sex workers, both on my stream and outside of that. And they seem to think that the best possible pathway forward is through decriminalization and
dehumanize them in his answer.
Destigmatization, and that the ways in which we currently analyze sex work is only unhelpful because it makes it virtually impossible to seek out help and to ensure that these criminal elements that are truly atrocious are prosecuted.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's been bad on the issue. I was just wondering because it just seemed like kind of, superfluous to the question. But I mean, they're.
Should we go?
Oh my gosh! Wait a minute! Like, look at the moderator.
Elements that are truly atrocious are prosecuted with and dealt with.
What was that? Damn! I don't think he liked that answer.
Should we go right in the back corner over there?
I can't tell, chat. He's also like looking at people out in the audience to try to pick, people to ask questions.
Trinity College is the largest and by far the richest college at Cambridge. It goes over £2 billion worth of wealth through all the various means you'd probably expect, including continued investment in arms companies like Elbit Systems. After student pressure and protest last year, the college pledged to divest. In October, the college broke that promise, backtracking, the master saying that they regretted creating hardship factors for students affected by conflict. My question, given this, is, as a student at that college who has been involved in organising direct action, I have been staggered by the apathy of my peers. How can students encourage other students to use their voices to pressurise the institutions in which they exist? And how can
Wait, this is Draco? Do we ever get to see Draco?
students stave off demoralisation when shouting at ears that seem not to be listening?
That's a tough one. So I think that you have to see the successes that you have gained through direct participation and direct action, such as the college encampments, and keep the pressure as best as you can, and continue the struggle, because at the end of the day, there's only so much pressure that these institutions can withstand. If there is more and more protests.
The problem is that the institutions seem to be buckling to pressure from their donors, buckling to pressure from the congressional panels, right? There's
more,
at least in the U.S., the situation might be different in the U.K.
Disorder, civil disobedience, campuses are inevitably going to have to buckle, and there are many different examples of success in this regard. There is a lot of academic divestment that is occurring already, but I'm sorry to hear that Trinity College went back on their promise and is continuing to I guess fund Elbit Systems. It's a truly heinous company.
Shall we go right on the back row there?
You first previously made comments about streets so shredded and the capitalist side of landlords, an era of really endemic political violence.
I can't hear, and they're not like, I don't know about the translation here, the captions. Let's see if we can, a lot of academic divestment that is, okay, that's him.
But I'm sorry to hear fund Elbit Systems. It's a truly
an era of really endemic political violence.
Wait, it says literal gibberish, and then it says more gibberish. That's literally the subtitle.
Killing for the last 2 years. Do you think that's kind of constructive way of bringing a left-wing position or kind of criticising capitalism and the role of landlords into this discourse, or is it sort of something you can say from behind the camera that actually has real consequences, that doesn't actually make kind of the impact that you think to make?
I was talking to a landlord when.
Wait, what the fuck? Okay, so it's talking about the landlord thing. If you don't know, he was talking to landlord Dan, Destiny's Dan, way back in the day when I guess he was on friendly terms with the guy, when he was on friendly terms with Destiny, and he sort of, was joking about some about how landlords were dealt with under Mao, and because of that, I think he said something about the streets running red, et cetera, right? And a lot of the DGers have taken that as like 100% serious.
Some 200 people killed in the last 2 years. Do you think that's kind of constructive way of bringing a left-wing position or kind of criticising capitalism and the role of landlords into this discourse, or is it sort of something you can say from behind the camera that actually has real consequences, that doesn't actually make?
No idea what they're saying, but goddamn, these people are unwell. That's what I love the captions.
I was talking to a landlord when I had that conversation, and I don't think that he had an issue with it. He knew that we were messing around, but given that this is what now 6-year-old conversation that I had with a landlord friend of mine at the time, I wouldn't take that too seriously.
It's funny when somebody like Hasan goes on with edgelords that are super edgy, right? Super fucking edgy, to the point where you don't know when they're serious and when they're memeing, right? And it's disturbing. It's truly, right? And then they say something like that, like in front of a guy who is a landlord, obviously, just kind of poking him and stuff like that. And then they turn around and they're like, oh no, seriously, Hasan wants to Mao Zedong landlords, right? There's no that if he had meant that, Dan probably wouldn't have been comfortable talking to him.
Thank you. No, I am not an advocate for killing landlords.
Shall we go right there?
Thank you so much for your speech. It seems over the past 5 years, the left has spent a lot of time building up defenses against hate speech, which in the past...
Now, I think this is a legit question, right? I don't think this is... is that Draco in front of Ron Weasley? Is that Draco? But I think this is just a student asking. I don't think this one's a setup.
Last year and a half have been really turned against us on college campuses. In England, the child of Holocaust survivors was arrested for terrorist speech. Why does it seem that only the right fights for free speech? Why does the left not fight for free speech? And should the left fight for free speech?
So that's an interesting question because I think that historically the left has fought for free speech, and this still has limitations. I guess if you're talking about free speech in the American understanding, because that's the most expansive, we have never really abided by the principles of free speech to begin with. It seemingly only encompasses protecting hate speech, and rarely ever speech that is truly disruptive to the pre-existing hierarchies. And what I mean by that is, and this has happened in the UK as well historically, where fascists, when they protest in the streets, they get police protection. But when and there's any sort of socialist uprising or leftist uprising, they're usually the ones who have to face police brutality and police violence, at least historically. America, like I said, has the most expansive free speech protections, and yet in 32, if I'm not mistaken, it might be 36 now, states in the United States of America, you actually have to sign a pledge if you want to become a school teacher in the state of Texas, for example. You have to sign a pledge that says you will never engage in BDS, boycott, divestment, and sanctions on the state of Israel, which is, once again, a formerly successful initiative against apartheid South Africa. That's where BDS comes from originally. And yet we have these very obvious restrictions on free speech when it comes to Israel. I think that...
Good night, Sasha G.
Ultimately, the notion that there is free speech absolutism is somewhat silly. It's never really existed. And I think that there are well-established boundaries that many people agree to across the board. Like, there are certain kinds of freedom of expression that obviously should be considered criminal. Child pornography, for example, like that's not protected under free.
Oh, Draco's in the back, so that wasn't him.
Speech. And some places are more expansive, others are not. But ultimately, I think it doesn't really matter. There's no real champions of free speech absolutism. That doesn't exist. I guess maybe like with the exception of Noam Chomsky, I've rarely ever heard anyone make a convincing free speech absolutist argument that is genuine. It's just not something that the right believes in. That's why they have been able to portray themselves as champions of free speech in an effort to get away with hate speech without any consequence whatsoever, because free speech doesn't mean that there should be any sort of freedom from consequences. And yet they have positioned themselves as champions of free speech while simultaneously, in the United States of America at least, right-wing groups are responsible for book bannings, books being pulled out of libraries all across the country. They very successfully launched an initiative against what they consider to be CRT, critical race theory, woke DEI policies and the like, and they have truly undermined free speech and free expression, and also just like a normal education about American history. And they've been doing this very successfully while simultaneously pointing the finger of blame at the left. So I think ultimately we just have to be reasonable about it and understand that there are very real limitations to such things. And when people cynically try to regulate free speech, with honest parties that are involved in spirited debate, then you can shout them down a little bit. You can tell them, no, that's not the case. I think one very clear example of this is the conversation surrounding Israel-Palestine. In America, we censured Rashida Tlaib. She's a Palestinian congressperson. We censured her in our Congress because she said, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." This is an emancipatory slogan that I think people cynically claimed was anti-Semitic and censured her. No such censures exists for the likes of Tom Cotton, who very famously wrote a New York Times article demanding that Black Lives Matter protests be violently squashed by the military. Tom Cotton, who has demanded that pro-Palestinian protesters and environmental activists be killed for protesting and blocking roads. There is a Louisiana Senator Kennedy, who in a congressional hearing about anti-Semitism, hate speech, and Islamophobia, turned to a...
So chat, we're just about halfway through. This is the moderated discussion. There's also like an informal meet and greet featuring Ron Weasley, who we heard from earlier. Ron Weasley did not get enough debate and came back for more. So we'll watch that, and then we'll get to Ethan. So that's where we're at, right? We got, a few more segments and then Ethan. So there's not much going on here except for Hasan sitting in this big comfy chair. I think I'll put on a little bit of Minecraft in the background just to make things a little bit more visually stimulating. But yeah, we're about halfway through this, and then we've got a shorter segment to watch. That's going to be it's going to be Destiny. Wow, yes, Destiny appears. Destiny arrives. It's going to be Destiny's fans. Or Destiny's fan Ron Weasley confronting Hasan on the question he asked earlier. What's up, Manic Mermaid? He's saying why lol. It's because he's formed his opinions based off of their opinions from their personal experience. It has informed his opinions rather. Would call them orbiters because everything else Destiny is related was banned in chat. Gonna own him in the marketplace. Yeah, the Diddy G crew is there. What's up, Captain? Good to see you. So yeah, I'm gonna just don't mind me. I'm gonna be playing a little Minecraft in the background. If you want to, you can focus on Hasan. It'll be like this, right, chat? You'll be able to see Hasan right over there. And for those of you who need a little bit of visual stimulation, I'll be providing that. So here we go. I can press the button.
An Arab speaker and said, that she was in support of Hamas, Hezbollah, and that she should put her head in a bag in shame. No censures existed there. No one is really principled on this, and I think it's important to point out those inconsistencies and just say, look, in order for there to be a productive conversation, there's going to be some boundaries. And if there are no boundaries, then you're not going to be able to have a productive conversation. So that's what I think at the end of the day. I don't know. It's not a very great example. It's not a very great way to end that point, but it's not something that I have any sort of well-defined perspective on. It's a case-by-case basis. I'll know it when I see it.
Considering the success of right-wing initiatives across the West, how do you think these will impact the way in which left-wing speakers conduct themselves? And do you think we will see left-wing politicians engage in maybe more centrist policies, or perhaps engage in the type of rhetoric we see from the worst of their right-wing counterparts?
I hope that they don't do that, but all signs point to that right now. I mean, Seth Moulton came out and immediately after the election defeat was like, oh, we lost because the Democratic Party was too pro-trans. It's not.
Yeah, I remember that chat when Kamala Harris gave that speech at the DNC, and literally all she said was the word trans 700 times. You remember that? Remember the trans speakers that they had at the DNC? Remember that? Come on, Seth Moulton.
Never even a conversation. There was no.
What a bastard!
The Democrats didn't even aesthetically point to any marginalized communities and said, "We're going to defend you guys." They didn't even do that. They went super right wing, and it seems like they are more comfortable capitulating to right wing framing on issues like we saw with the conversation surrounding undocumented migrants and what to do. America is a nation of immigrants. The reason why we have not fallen in the trap that many developed countries have in terms of their population growth stunting is because of the unrestricted immigration into the country that has kept the nation young. And yet the Democratic Party this time around did something that I truly consider to be unconscionable, where they
reprehensible
on the right-wing framing on this issue and basically admitted that undocumented immigrants constitute a national security threat. So if they go in that direction, they're just going to keep losing as the right continues to increase the stakes. Because there's no world in which you can outflank the Republican Party on hate, on bigotry. That's their territory. That's the comfortable space that they exist in. So they're just going to keep upping the ante, the right is, as the Democrats try to catch up and make a fool of themselves. And even if they were to be able to successfully, capture the attention of white nativists who want this kind of anti-immigrant agenda, do we really want that, is the question that Democrats should ask themselves.
Let's go right over there in the third row, in the pink.
Hi, Hasan. I just wanted to ask, since you're known for blending humor with serious political discussion, in your opinion, what is the role of comedy and satire in shaping political views?
What do you think, chat? Genuine? I think that's a genuine question. I think that's a real one. I don't think that this is a five-dimensional chess trap.
How do you prevent this from possibly undermining the gravity of the issue, the type of the past?
Ooh. I feel like there's a time and space for it, right? I'll crack a couple jokes here and there, but obviously if I'm going to be talking about some like very serious things that are happening, you know, I try to limit the ways in which I quip. But I think comedy is a very important tool in helping people understand the world. Good comedy, specifically comedy that punches up, exposes the idiocy of normal existence, and has the capacity to undermine pre-existing social hierarchies that we take for granted.
What do you think about this, chat? Like, as somebody that is at the bottom end of several of those social hierarchies, I actually feel myself limited in my ability to make jokes. Like that, if I make a joke that's punching up, I mean, like, no, he's talking for people that, that are on the upper end of that, right? To make jokes that punch, instead of making fun of people that are powerless and oppressed, to turn that around and make fun of the oppressor, right? But it's just weird that, like, I really wish, and I mean, like, I don't know, I believe in some way that humor can have the capacity to, what did he say? Like, kind of, let's roll him back there for a second, right? Because this is interesting, right? Like, there's a understanding of the court jester or fool that in feudalism as being the one person who could speak truth to power, so to speak, in that, like, the jester was allowed to sort of, bring the king down to earth and maybe in some ways appreciate it. I mean, obviously this is not like a universal thing, but the modern conceit of the court fool is such that there was a power in being the fool that no one else had. But does humor in and of itself have the capacity to sort of reverse temporarily or sporadically a social hierarchy, right, for the person at the bottom of that? Because, like, I just feel like I mean, look at what happened with the hummus panel, and there was somebody on that panel that made a joke about it on Twitter, was sort of making fun of the amount of shit that was being read into the hummus tier list, or it wasn't even a hummus tier list, it was a Habibi tier list that had a reference to hummus in it. And that was taken, it was 100% seriously, like, ooh, that's a really weird thing to say, my dude, what the fuck, right? So yeah, that's an example of somebody not being extended the benefit of the doubt as far as whether you are joking, possibly, in that situation. So I don't know. I don't know how to access that power, but I mean, we need that power now.
Normal existence, and has the capacity to undermine pre-existing social hierarchies that we take for granted. So I value it quite a bit, but there's a time and place for it. I think that there are certain things that I guess the higher the stakes get, the trickier it gets to be able to.
Humor is a great tool. Yeah, I guess I just got to get better at wielding it.
Truly find humor in otherwise very humorless situations. And
I just hate being in a situation where the other person is allowed to use humor, and then everything that you say is like read, in an obscenely literalist way when you're obviously not being literal.
A good comedian can take that and find humor in it, whereas many who don't actually end up, I think, coming across as though they're reactionary. This is a problem that happens.
The other problem that I find in myself utilizing humor is that, like, when you've got a stake in the, like, it's almost like when you've got a dog in the, what is it? A dog in the fight, a horse in the race, or whatever, so to speak, then somehow your opinion and your humor and your ability to be a little bit edgy is like called into question based on the fact of, oh, well, of course, you support whatever issue it is.
A lot. Comedians test their bits. If they want to be edgy and they fail and they bomb, they come across like they genuinely believe these things. These are firmly held opinions. That's what it comes across as. And it's, I try to be as unrestrictive as possible and as understanding and as charitable as possible to people who are trying to make other people laugh. But having said that, I think it's both a very important tool and maybe sometimes something that has no place in certain subject matter. At least I'm not well equipped enough to be able to make jokes about certain things.
Okay, I think we've got time for a couple more questions before the end. We'll go there in the here in the college buffer.
So we're getting towards the end of this one.
About your inconsistencies when it comes to Russia and Ukraine, the way you take some into Kotlin. Talk a lot about the sense of the code.
Oh wait.
Or black. Yeah,
I'm getting like gibberish. So I can't understand it, and apparently the person doing the transcription can't either.
You quote say,
I think, is this going to be the Crimea one?
Crimea belongs to Ukraine. Or when you talked about Crimea, it's should all Crimea, you said Ukraine, but the sector that to Mongolia.
No, I said Crimea belongs primarily to the Tatar population, which is historically. I said Greece. I said Turkey and Greece. That was a joke. I don't think, for the record, I don't think Crimea belongs to Turkey. Just so you understand. Maybe you didn't get it, but I don't think that that's valid.
Yeah, so the clip that they're referring to is pretty clearly tongue-in-cheek.
Go ahead.
Could you ask for your opinion on the ceasefire? You mentioned Boris Johnson as the reason for why it failed, given that Boris Johnson's arrival was the 9th April, and then Lavrov mentioned his arrival to Kyiv was on the 9th April. a lot of themselves sending the savage way before that happened. The Ukrainians demands are like self-sending a ceasefire to a peace deal. So the question is, why do you flex so much with Russian narratives when it comes to Russia and Ukraine?
Yeah, was that question in Klingon chat? I don't know. I think the audio is just bad. I think it's just the audio.
In terms of Russia's annexation of Ukrainian territory, I think it's wholly unjustifiable and inhumane and very cruel. I've made that very clear time and time again. As far as the ceasefire negotiation, I believe you're talking about the 15-point plan that was discussed in Antalya, if I'm not mistaken, at a time when Ukraine had maximum leverage in comparison to where it is now. And there is no inconsistency in that narrative, especially because I was a champion of a ceasefire for Ukraine very early on, just as I am a champion for ceasefire in Israel-Palestine as well. Because first and foremost, I think what we have to do is stop the bleeding. And I thought that the Ukrainian leverage at the time was much better. And I actually celebrated Zelensky for engaging in this conversation in a very meaningful way, where even trickier demands that he could have made that would have been tricky for the Ukrainian population to accept, he was conciliatory on, where he wanted to push the Crimea question back to a referendum 15 years in the future. And I think that that was a very solid way to potentially try and stop the Russian onslaught. Now, make no mistake, I don't believe that Russia was going to be committed to the ceasefire negotiation either. That much I made clear as well. But the point I always stressed was, ultimately every conflict ends with treaties. And that the quicker you can arrive at that position when you have the most amount of leverage, the better it will be to save the lives of countless people in Ukraine. And I believe, unfortunately, that is what has happened. In terms of Russian posturing on the ceasefire process, you mentioned Lavrov. Yeah, they have the same political pressures, maybe not to the same degree as Zelensky does, but they have the same political pressures. They have to posture. They have to make themselves look strong. I think ultimately what matters is what you leave on the table and what you come to terms with. And one thing that I stressed over and over again for people who kept saying, this is appeasement, at the time, this was years ago at this point, was that if the ceasefire process falls apart and if Russia continues to bomb Ukraine, then you're still back to square one. So nothing technically changes with the exception of a period of stability. So I am always going to be in favor of trying to maintain any sort of treaty or any sort of ceasefire in general. Same with Lebanon and same with Gaza. So I don't think it's inconsistent at all.
We will take one final question. Let's go right all the way at the back in the corner over there.
Thank you. Claims to be anti-establishment and say we need left-wing populism. So why have you not only criticized but colluded with the establishment on several occasions, denigrate existing left-wing populist movements, Galloway, the Workers' Party, and Jackson Hinkle, Gazaldi, and the American Communist Party?
Oh, wait, what is this Jackson Hinkle one? Can anybody explain this to me? What's going on with this one? Is this a Nazgul in the audience? Is this a MAGA communist? Do they call themselves MAGA communists anymore? Transing the dogs, transing the cats. That's right. That's what she said. No wonder. Obviously, it's Transfuel's fault. That's what Kamala said. Treaties, he's nuts. Point being that explaining humor at any Trinity college is a sad state of affairs. Using the opportunity to be didactic. I missed him? Wait, which one did I missed what? Draco? I missed Draco. How many questioners ago was he? Specifically the worst British accent I've heard. Questions are made through a crystal flute? Sounds like RFK Jr. with a voice modulator, kind of. Well, like, what do you think? Is this a infrared Haas person? Are you gonna decipher it for me? Decipher. Draco's at 22. Okay, we'll roll it back to Draco. I'm sorry, I didn't notice it was Draco. That's Draco. Oh, I thought you were kidding. I thought you were forcing a meme. I thought it was just some rando with like sort of blonde hair, maybe, kind of. No, that's Draco. That's clearly Draco. Yeah, these are all like alternate universe versions of the character from there's probably a Hermione out there somewhere too, right? It's all the it's Hogwarts. It's Bizarro Hogwarts. There we go.
The 9 place so, and then asked for your opinion on the ceasefire. You mentioned Boris Johnson as the reason for why it failed, given that Boris Johnson's arrival that was the 9 place so.
Yeah, that's some bad audio right there. That's some really bad audio.
Talking about all these different issues, I want to add to another issue which I find particularly interesting. You're widely considered a champion socialist of the four aisles. And I saw that you were traveling here on first class in personally, I never went in first class. I hope you had a comfortable travel. So, I still think it's an issue worth pointing out.
Really?
Because
really?
When it comes to especially the consumption of luxury goods, sports cars, $1 million party, which you will know to innovation, how can you justify yourself as a moral character on the left when you are benefiting more than many capitalists are from what you're doing as being a Twitch streamer, exploiting other streamers to your reaction content, which you are, which is a widely established fact.
I wish she said something about exploiting the labor of like streamers that you dunk on. Like if you made some argument that like what you were exploiting Ethan Klein's labor by replying to him and Mr. Stephen Bonnell's labor as well. What do you have to say for yourself, Mr. Champagne Socialist? You're out there making money off of other people's embarrassment. What do you have to say for yourself about that? You've been exploiting Landlord Dan for content. Explain yourself, Hasan.
Considering what you got, you within that much effort, that's the oversteers that you're engaged reacting to. And furthermore, when it comes to...
Can we keep it brief if we can?
When it comes to the consumption of luxury goods, what do you think Marx, Lenin, Rosa Luxemburg, Hitler, what do you think they would say about this new brand of socialism, Eurisms, which is by any measure?
No, the real question is, what would Deleuze and Guattari say? What would Deleuze and Guattari say? What would Slavoj Žižek say? Well, I mean, like, there'd be a lot of sniffing. I don't know. That's the only...
Same question.
I think that you are...
We're on for a very short time, please.
What would Eugene Debs say?
Real societal kinship, because you are no more than a cheer.
Okay.
Wait, what the fuck was that question?
Thank you for the question.
Whatever the fuck that was. Yeah, thank you for the question, indeed. God.
I don't know how familiar you are with Karl Marx, but his bestie literally had a factory, so I don't think that he had that much issue with people that came from means. But having said that,
ooh, Hasan has to throw Marx under the bus. Apparently, Marx also a champagne socialist.
However, I do think that it's a good point. What you rise is
I heard that Marx worked his editor too hard.
That you brought up, that socialism is about being in a poverty cult or living an ascetic lifestyle.
I don't actually get it. Was the this guy really had a question about like this guy was really like, you are a fucking champagne socialist. Like, what the fuck, Hasan? Explain yourself. You want to go 5 seconds back? Jerry B, I got you.
That much issue with people that came from means. But having said that, however, I do think that it's a good point.
I think I went 10 seconds back.
Is the point that you brought up, that socialism is about being.
He threw Engels under the bus, but no, like Marx was subsisting because of Engels, so it's even more.
A poverty cult or living an ascetic lifestyle is, I think, pure reactionary garbage.
But I can't tell if that's what the questioner was saying, or if the questioner was like on the level being like making fun of this stuff, like because there was so much laughter, back and forth, that it kind of felt like maybe the questioner was on the level, but was he like serious, like about like you.
The entire purpose of socialist movements is to allow people to have their own individual freedoms, to have autonomy in their lives, to be able to have some semblance of workplace democracy so they can experience these freedoms and feel like a fucking human being. And that is what I practice, and that is what I preach as well. I have a cooperative in the way that I have my own podcast is Equal Say, Equal Pay. My producer, March, is sitting right there. Makes a lot more money than the average Twitch streamer does, as a matter of fact, for that reason. And I'm a truly fortunate person. I'm truly fortunate for being able to find such success in this field. As far as the accusations of exploitation outside of participating in capitalism, which is impossible to avoid unless you go and, I guess, live in the woods and make your own axe and cut the trees.
Oh shit, chat! Shit, chat! Look what I'm doing.
Impossible to avoid capitalism.
Oh, chat! Look at that.
There's no ethical consumption. As far as
I'm doing it, chat. I just built an axe.
Glamorous lifestyle goes, these are voluntary subscriptions that people
and a pickaxe
choose to
2 pickaxes.
I've told people time and time again that they do not have to subscribe to me, but if they want to, they can. Back in the day, it was
at the top of the hour. Yeah, they can definitely do that for me too. Yeah, I don't think you even get ads anymore because I'm not monetized. So other than what you give me in terms of subs and bits, Twitch, I am not getting paid for this. So hopefully that situation will change at some point. I would have thought that they would have maybe gotten ads back on for December, but I guess that was wishful thinking.
Top of the hour ad break. I don't even serve ads anymore.
I don't even serve ads anymore either, apparently. We'll take ads off the menu.
I do a decent amount of fundraising on top of that, even though I don't think that philanthropy is socialism. I don't think that it works that way. And I work with labor movements in general. I'd say that someone of my level of wealth or my level of means is perfectly valid and perfectly appropriate. You might consider that to be self-serving, but I don't. And it's never been something that is inconsistent. When I was broke, I advocated for the same exact things that I advocate for now, and people would say, you're just jealous of the wealthy. Now that I do have money, people say you're a hypocrite. And I don't know what the expectation is from for someone like myself to just like cast aside. Once I got a little bit of money, this socialism shit is over. You want me to become like a right-wing Ben Shapiro type of person? Like,
that's a question that I always ask too. That like what like that the way that they conceive of who is eligible to advocate for leftism. It's like you can't be poor because then you've got too much of an interest in it, right? You're not an unbiased, your bias is towards your material conditions, right? So you can't preach socialism when you're poor, but when you're rich, you also can't because then you're a hypocrite. So it's like, what is the perfect amount of money that you make a year where you're allowed to be a socialist? And the conclusion that I've come to is there just is none. It's just a fucking rhetorical bullshit to avoid the real question, which is about our mode of production and whether it doesn't need a little update at this time.
You want me to cast aside my values and my principles? No, I'm not going to do that. So I'm very fortunate, and I try to use all of that fortune for good. and to continue uplifting voices that are unheard, and to continue to advocate for people to get that same level of emancipation and autonomy in their workplaces and across the board. It's no different than my advocacy against police brutality. I'm not black, but I speak on black issues. I'm not trans, but I speak against transphobia. I am not any longer broke, but it doesn't change that dynamic for me even a little bit. I think that I'm still going to continue doing that, regardless of the home that I purchased for myself. It's not my fault that the California housing market is dog shit. I purchased a house for myself that my family can live in. That's a pretty valid thing. That's a pretty normal thing. I think that's something that everyone should be able to do, should be able to get. Now, if I were to say, well, I own a home now, so I think the housing market is good. We shouldn't do any public housing. We shouldn't claw back housing prices. Then yeah, that would be inconsistent. That would be hypocritical. I guess it would be more consistent in the way that you interpret who I am and what I should be, what values I should be presenting. But I think that would be true hypocrisy. And as far as the luxury car goes, I leased a dentist car, an EV, just so everybody knows. It's, I'm going back to a Toyota, don't worry. So I can get my socialist bona fides.
Okay.
But yeah.
Thank you. That is sadly all we've got time for. I'm going to say a couple of other things in seconds, but first of all, let's all say a warm thank you to Hasan. So for those of you in the room, tomorrow we will have our final debate of term on the motion, this House believes the West is hypocritical towards China. For those of you watching online, we are the Cambridge Union. Find us on Instagram and YouTube for so much more. It's great. For those of you who have signed up for the meet and greet, that will be upstairs in the library. You will have got an email.
Okay, so now we signed up for the meet and greet too. So that's the next thing, and it's shorter. It's like half as long as this one. So this is Ron Weasley. No, that's Kaya. I'm sorry, I misidentified. I saw the red hair and I just no.
Now it's time for some questions from the audience.
Hasan Abiism.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for your moral force of your arguments, and I think most of...
Wait, we saw the... Okay, wait, no. Oh, wait. So, yeah, okay, so I guess they show this, and then...
agree that the people who go to these crimes of Gaza should face justice. But I do struggle to see in your arguments actual moral consistency or constancy. How you just talked about the Houthis, for example, I'm sure it's disturbing, not only for me as a gay man, but for other gay men, when you dismiss things like the murder of tens of people at the hands of the Houthis as a mere internal issue.
Okay, so this was Ron Weasley from earlier. Now, we're not going to just watch this. I'm assuming most of you remember his question. Right, this is the meet and greet. So Ron Weasley finds Hasan at the meet and greet. This is what results.
Deflecting the attention away from Israel's actions. Does that make sense?
Shall we go?
It's me. Do you guys have questions or you want to take photos as well? All right, let's do it.
Questioning you, but I'm sure.
What? No, I'm used to it.
I guess the thing I was talking a little bit about was, I know you're not a fan of, I'm not a fan of him either, but, Richie Torres sent a big letter. But
oh, God.
But in particular, there were some comments in there about a lot of people did feel very upset at the time, I remember seeing it, about dismissing Wham! On October 7th as rape fantasies, rape hallucinations. I mean, the UN has gone, checked, verified.
No, you know what's ironic? You want to know what's ironic about that? So that was a 17-second clip that Richie Torres got from a group of people that are trying to present this narrative that I am a vicious anti-Semite.
And the thing that sticks in my mind is I'm not sure if Ron Weasley is a member of this group of people. In which case, this reads, kind of different or not. Like, right? I can't actually tell. He signals that he's not a fan of Richie Torres, so kind of makes you lean towards not a DGGer, but I mean, there's nothing to stop them from being dishonest. So it could just be like, especially the way that they talked about, let's throw him off the scent. Let's, don't say this, say that. Like, right? He'll know that you're, trying to get him if you say this. So I don't know. What is the consensus? This channel is calling this a Destiny fan, right? So this channel is saying, yeah, this is somebody from DDG.
Is a rape denialist. And what's really interesting about that clip is that I went back because I was like, this doesn't make any sense. And I went back and I looked at the 17-second clip that he put in that. And it was actually from a broader conversation where I was arguing against someone who was denying rapes. And I was like, no, I think that there is a very high
Bad Lefty says if it's not, is it even sadder?
likelihood that sexual assaults occurred. And I even brought up the UN report that you're suggesting that there was at least one documented instance of first-hand account testimony from one of the hostages that sexual assault had happened, and that there is no reason to disparage or to claim that it did not happen when there is at least evidence that it did, and that it had not changed the dynamic of genocide for me even a little bit. And I think
that the way in which you said that to a lot of people sounded very, very dismissive. Like, especially to people who, had relatives who were perhaps murdered or taken away, or had felt that, the loss of life on that day.
So let me ask you this question.
Traumatic for the Jewish community.
Let me ask you this question. Now that you know the broader context, do you feel as though, like, do you feel like you were maybe duped? I don't want to say duped, but like that you saw this that was like very clearly out of context. Does that change your opinion a little bit, or do you feel like I'm running defense?
I'm very much on the sort of. I've always been on the pro-Palestine side of this. I'm a left-leaning person, so I never looked at what I saw and said this is justification for blockade, genocide, anything like that. But I did see, I'm also a humanitarian, and I think that it's important.
Ham Radio says he does seem to be really invested in the questioning. Yeah, that's true. I think this channel is saying that because the kid is such a sweaty debate lord. I mean, that could be it, Natalie.
When you're trying to solve
that could be it.
Or when you're trying to stop violence, that you honestly say what happened. And what happened was,
I agree.
Murderous militants went in to a music festival and murdered hundreds of teenagers in cold blood, and often massacred and mutilated them in ways that we have on camera. And that is deeply traumatic to me. And I guess this was linking to a broader point that, yes, I understand this whole thing about there is context to this, and you can't just sort of suggest any violence.
I mean, do you see what he's doing there, though? Like, for a debate lord, right? This is the irony of debate lords. Like, they are supposed to be facts over feels, feels over reals, whatever. And you're literally making as emotionally manipulative of an argument as one possibly could. Like, you're using the emotion of the gruesome things that were done to overcome the logic that collective punishment for the Palestinian people is not justified no matter what. That shouldn't be something that's like that hard to understand. It's just disturbing how many people seem to have trouble with this concept. But no, this is how debate lords work. They just pretend to be like, to them, their feels are facts. And I'm noticing that amongst right-wingers, and I'm noticing that amongst debate lords. Anyway.
An action is justifiable against someone if they don't hold views you like, but this is endemic.
I don't. But
to
I
the
don't.
ideology
Do you think I? Do you think I
mean,
maintain that
in terms of the
position?
Israeli side, it doesn't.
No. But do you think I? Do you think I maintain that position? Do you think that I think that it was wholeheartedly justifiable?
I think certainly you haven't been very clear in your condemnations at times, and I've watched what you've said.
Okay.
It doesn't seem, for example,
I
in the course of your talk, you didn't mention what happened on October 7th once.
Yeah.
You mentioned it as the start of the conflict.
You didn't condemn Hamas.
I don't even think it's the start of the conflict. I actually, if you recall, started the conversation even before the inception of the State of Israel. There's a deliberate reason for why I did that, because I think it's important to understand the historical context in which violent resistance.
There's no context for murdering hundreds of teenagers.
Yes, I think
really?
there's.
Sorry, dude. The word is there's no excuse for murdering like hundreds of teenagers. There's no context. Like you're literally conflating context with an excuse. This is such motivated reasoning here. It's really impossible to have a meaningful conversation with somebody that's operating on this mode.
Contextually justified.
I don't think it's a contextual justification. I think it's offering background and analysis. Analysis is not justification. I mean, this is a deliberative body, right? We're in a space for free speech and debate. And I think that this is actually, ironically, one of the things that I don't like about debate is that there is a woeful misinterpretation that exists in this space, and that especially when we talk about certain things like certain subjects that are very difficult to broach in an open and honest manner, I think a lot gets lost in the nuance. And I think you understand where I'm coming from when I talk about this, like that October 7 is, I've never said that October 7 is like the inception or the first stage in what has unfolded. I think that it's important to understand the context in which violent resistance has evolved, whether it be Hamas or whether it be any militancy against like overarching oppressive colonial actions.
But I suppose what I'm saying to you is there's time for nuance, and there's also time to say something is unequivocally evil and something is unequivocally unjustifiable. And I'm wondering why you can say that correctly about the wealth of Israeli atrocities. That to actually fix this conflict and gain trust with people, you need to say that unequivocally about the murder of hundreds of teenagers at the Supernova Music Festival, their mutilation and often their rape. And I don't know why you can't say that.
I don't. First of all, in terms of using,
what is Hasan drinking? Is this just water?
The language of mutilation and rape.
He was looking at multiple bottles, like as if. Yeah, this could not be more emotionally manipulative here. So if you don't agree with me, then you're supporting the mutilations of teenagers at a music festival. How do you justify this?
And also consistently saying that there is a contextual justification for it. I think the violence that states engage in, specifically an apartheid state.
This just deserves a streamer award? Yeah, this is basic. You're right, Natalie. This is just basically, is it champagne? Yeah, he's a champagne socialist, so it must be. But my Dawkinsian, it's a vodka? Oh, wow. It's that kind of night. This deserves a streamer award. Lol, he's just being very Richard Burton about everything.
Which you agree is Israel's an apartheid state. Okay, so the violence that an apartheid state engages in is oftentimes considered to be invisible. There is a tremendous number of speakers and media representatives that have actively communicated all of the violence that has unfolded on October 7. I myself have also maintained the position that any kind of violence against civilians is completely unjustifiable. But I think it's more productive to at least be a resilient voice that, especially in the West, that tries to explain that these aren't barbaric monsters, that these are horrifying atrocities that they did, right? But that it is not coming out of a place of this antiquated anti-Semitic tendencies, or that they wanted to go out and like do mass rapes, or any number of different ways in which people have, I think, in a very unhelpful way, tried to claim that there is no emancipatory ambition here, and that there is no valid interest in wanting to be rid of Israeli sovereignty.
Do you think that by invading the Gaza Strip, that they were not motivated by anti-Semitism, given the fact that they were murdering civilians indiscriminately?
Invading the Gaza Strip?
By invading.
Weird little Freudian slip there.
Into Israel.
Yeah.
Do you think that they were not motivated by anti-Semitism, given that they were murdering?
No.
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 That is remarkable.
No,
the entire logic of Hamas.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Built on anti-Semitism.
No.
And if you don't recognise that,
the entire logic of
Jewish community, if you have people who are out there and suggesting that your people don't have a right to exist,
that's wild. What he just said. Like, that's beyond, condemn Hamas. That's. Wow.
The slogan of the Houthis who you so admire is death to the Jews.
I know, and I've been very critical of that as well.
Well,
I don't know if
critical enough not to platform somebody and call him a sexy pirate.
That person wasn't I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but that was a 19-year-old Yemeni teenager that was actually not associated with the Ansar Allah movement at all.
There is enormous debate about that, and it is highly unlikely he'd be fighting with them if he had no connections to them.
Again, where are you getting this?
He was not fighting with them. There is a lot that gets lost in the translation, and
like they're literally mistaking their bigoted notions of kids, somebody that age in Yemen as fact. They're literally seeing the reality that they imagine superimposed AR style on the reality that they're looking at. It's wild. It's wild.
I think a lot of commentary has existed in this space of a conversation that I had 10 months ago, or at this 11 months ago, before the Ansar Allah administration was even designated as an official state-sponsored terrorist organization. Joe Biden had actually taken them out of that classification that Donald Trump had put them in because of the fact that they were moving on, that the Saudi-Iranian normalization had taken place. And that person, the 19-year-old Yemeni teenager, I originally thought was a Houthi. And I'm very open about that.
And you were perfectly happy to give him a hang.
Oh, absolutely. I think that there is. It would have been a very different conversation. But having said that, if you think that I would have, there were points in that conversation where I asked them directly, "What do you think about Jewish people? What would you say if I were to tell you that there are a lot of Jewish people who are leading anti-Zionist protests in America?" And his answer was very clear. And this is a person that has.
If you talked to an IDF soldier and they said, "Oh, I don't hate Palestinians," you would critically engage and examine that. But you do not critically engage and examine with this individual. And instead, you
because
an
IDF soldier in many circumstances is living in similar conditions to someone like myself. So I treat someone in the Western world with Nazi ambitions very differently.
No, I think this is interesting because it suggests that you don't have a moral universalism. What I've heard from you is this very eloquent, and I agree with it, moral condemnation of the atrocities. But when we talk about the murder of gay people en masse in Yemen, when we talk about, for example, Tibet's oppression under China, or when we talk about what Hamas has done to gay people within there, or what they do to Jewish hostages, you enter this contextual blather. And it strikes me that these
because you want to know why?
You
want to know why? Because Israel has killed significantly larger numbers of gay Palestinians than Hamas has. And that is precisely why I think it's a universally unproductive conversation to consistently talk about the many different moral failings, especially when I look at this with my own personal background, with the understanding that reactionary movements grow when there are outside forces that are invading a country. This is something that I actually talked about with respect to Ukraine as well, that while there were many movements within Ukraine that were constantly fighting against paramilitary groups that had started off as offshoots of football hooligans, the Azov brigade being one of them, that once Ukraine was invaded by Russia, that the inevitable violence was going to make all of the most right-wing reactionary forces the emancipatory forces that were going to dominate the country in perpetuity. We saw this with Iran. The destabilization of Iran, backed by the CIA, caused the Ayatollah to overtake the country, because in most circumstances, when Western forces or an outside force is coming into your country, you don't care about who is actually fighting back. You just want the pain to stop. You want the violence to end. And I examine this across the board in the exact same vein. When a larger, more powerful country meddles in the affairs of a smaller country, no matter how big or small. Yeah, Iran, exactly. Iran is a perfect example of this. I think that the Iranian destabilization and the implementation of the Shah regime is quite literally the reason why the Ayatollahs were able to gain momentum.
The intervention of Iran in the other powers, but in terms of the broader problem with that.
But do you understand where I'm coming from? Because there is universality there. And I think the universality is hard to grasp, especially if you've grown up in.
So yeah, it's wild. It's almost like he's got a thesis statement against Hasan about the lack of universality to his takes, essentially that he's not consistent, that the logic that he uses for one take that he has, like say Palestine does not apply when he's not applying that to other subjects, and it is universal though. But you almost get the feeling that Ron Weasley here stayed up all night coming up with this central unifying point that he was going to try to tie it all back together with the lack of universal moral perspective. And really, he's complaining about Hasan not accepting his reductivist framing. So yeah, you can say it's not consistent, you can say it's not universal, but when you're talking about a bunch of reductive nonsense, you really, like, you're not making the point that you think you are. Like, right, your perspective, your argument actually undermines the claim that you're making about Hasan's perspective. So
kingdom,
that's where we're at.
America, it's very difficult for people in the Western world to shed themselves of Western chauvinist frameworks and engage in, and I'm not saying you're doing this, but engage in what I have seen as pinkwashing by consistently talking about the internal dynamics of any kind of resistance group when, in fact, we do not make those considerations for many of our allies, and it's not even something that is remotely brought up in this conversation as far as like universality goes. I've never heard anybody go, we got to stop giving Saudi.
I love how persistent Hasan is being in throwing the words universal and consistent back in his face.
Arabia weapons because of the horrifying treatment of gay people. I still think it's unjustifiable, just like it's unjustifiable in Yemen. But ultimately, the way I look at it, if there is a much larger, much more powerful country that is getting unlimited weapons from the most powerful country on the planet, and they are engaging in wholesale slaughter, I think analyzing or interpreting the dynamic of like Hamas and gay people in that regard is ultimately not only unproductive, but also it's not something that is within our realm of power even. I think that these countries, my country, Turkey, for example, will inevitably, once they have breathing room, have the time and opportunity to be able to advocate for their own civil liberties. Because at the end of the day, the gay people that Hamas could potentially harm are still gay Palestinians. Does that make sense? And it's in it, and we have the benefit of living in the UK or in the United States of America, where we have undergone this process of civil liberties and advocacy for civil liberties, and be able to overcome these issues like the structural hurdles, the systematic discrimination that gay people face. Like, I mean, think about Alan Turing.
I think there are two issues. Sorry if I just could respond quickly.
If I can just say, you've been debating for a very long time, and by all means.
Sorry, I don't mean.
No, it's fine.
I would love to sort of offer some of Cambridge Union's sort of fantastic hospitality, maybe British culture, maybe take you for a pint at the pub.
Sure. Can we film it? Can we still stream it?
We can film. We'll go to a pub, have a pint. You know, because you've been debating for a very long time. I love debating as well, but
I hate debating.
Sorry.
That's I am not. A lot of people think I'm
fair enough to debate about things in which you like fundamentally disagree.
Oh, no, of
or
course,
like, you know, we
Yeah.
don't get anywhere in society without doing that.
Sure, but there's a line of people to maybe consider it.
Yeah. We'll get back. Yeah.
We would love to.
Do you guys want to take photos? Do you
Let's
have?
get some pics. Let's get some pics.
All right.
And then we'll take you to
Okay.
the pub.
Because I'll never stop.
Have you been to the pub?
I've only been to Spoons.
Oh, well, we'll take you to a famous Cambridge one. But
Okay. Hell yeah, I love that. All right. Hi.
Hi.
Fuck it. I'm saying it.
Okay, there it is. So now,
America deserves happiness.
I don't know. Is there like a pub scene? I feel like we've probably covered enough of this for today. That is basically the story of the DGG IRL brigade on Hasan at Cambridge University. So there you go. There you go. I think it's relative to a person's personal proximity experiences within spaces, the understanding the circumstances well enough to mock the societal structures and ideas. This is about the ability of a marginalized person to exert comedy as a hierarchy defying force, right? Ignorance rather than marginalized individual. Hasan, I think, has a couple of videos on the comedy. He has a couple of examples. I can't think of it right now. I know one is Norm Macdonald and would make fun of his own ignorance about gender identity, making himself the butt of the joke rather than mocking trans people. Champagne socialist, yeah. Ron Weasley, the debate lord. I'm sorry, I'm really running through the chat from Twitch that I live on Turf Island, bro. Worry about your own shit, right? Shares country with JK, nice. At the end of the stream, Hasan mentioned Oxford isn't letting him film. It has me wondering if there will be worse or not as bad since they can't have the hit of attention via stream. Oxford is it's a conservative club at Oxford. Wow. Oxford is going to be live, but he is streaming later on afterwards. Interesting argument because they don't support LGBTQ plus rights as strongly as some others may pretend to do. Is the genocide is then cool? Yeah, I mean this is like an Asmongold argument, basically, right? This is basically Asmongold's. This is Asmon thought. Is the U.S. a legitimate target because they're going to make trans life a living hell? Yeah, good question. Wait, what is going on? Wait, it automatically clips when you're active? What? This is a new function on Twitch. I have no idea what that is. I have no idea what that is. Yeah, Asmon Thought. We got to get our books of Asmon Thought. But anyway, chat, that's what's going on at the... So I've been edging you for way too long in terms of the main content. We watched a little bit of Ethan at the beginning. We watched some of the insecurities as far as his numbers, his analytics, his memberships being down, and views as well. And we're gonna see a little bit more of that, and then we're gonna see the thing that you all came here for, which is what Ethan has to say about the majority report. And it's not good. Here, wait, let me, what am I trying to do? Go back here, yeah. That's where I want to go. So we're bringing out the Ethan Klein. We're bringing out the good stuff. Oh, sorry. I'm looking at their videos. I forget that everything's alive with these guys. Can't remember if it's this one. So here we go. Here's some more
very meaningful at a time like this.
Here's some more conversation about the drop in views. So let me check and see. I haven't looked at the poll in a little while. I just got kind of distracted with Minecraft and everything. And with the and with Weasley, of course. It looks like Gokunaru and on H3 fans Revolt is still in the #1 position by quite a bit. We've got 203 votes. That's a lot of votes. So a lot of you have voted. If you haven't voted already, there's still time to do it. If you're on Twitch, you can come over and you can vote if you want to. There's still time to do it. You can affect what we end up getting as far as bonus content. And the other aspect of that, the donos, we're at 61%. So we're almost 2/3 of the way there. Well within striking distance of getting to see some bonus content tonight. Will it be Jordan Peterson Imagining Dragons on Richard Dawkins? Will it be Gokunaru on the H3 fan revolt? Will it be Dershowitz, the Dersh, getting roasted on Piers Morgan once again? Or will it be Vosh and Destiny together again? Some kind of collab? Anyway, Destiny has some interesting thoughts on that. These are the options. You can vote for the options. You can also let me know when you donate, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership, or if you're giving memberships, if you're signing up for my Patreon, or you're donating to me on Throne, or you're on Twitch doing some kind of a Prime sub or a regular sub, or gifting subs, anything like that enables you to let me know where you want that donation to go. You can put your money where your mouth is, and tell me after your donation which of these topics is appealing to you, and you can actually affect that. So that also goes for any of you who have already donated. You can let me know where you want me to put that, and I will add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus adding extra points, right? So you could skew the poll possibly, or sometimes the donos just reaffirm what chat is already saying, or sometimes somebody wants to go Vox Populi, in which case you're not buffing the topic, you are actually debuffing every topic and sending it back to the voters. You're re-emphasizing the poll, de-emphasizing the donos if you're a Vox Populi person. So that's what's going on right now. That's where we're at. And like I said, 61% of the way towards the dono goal. So 39% away from the dono goal. Conversely, about 1/3 of the way from getting there. And we're going to see if we get there in the next segment or two. So what do we have here? We got Ethan Klein posting his L's once again. This guy loves to post his freaking L's. I'll never understand it.
When it feels like 95% of the internet has turned on, let's face it, us.
No, just mostly you.
Collectively.
Yeah, just you.
All of us, man.
It's mostly just you. But I hear what I take your meaning though.
And let's be real. Let's call a spade a spade. The views are down. We'll get them back. These are people that I wanted to shed anyway. Let's be real. I knew what I was doing when I got into this.
Mm-hmm.
But the views are down. The members are down. The revenue's down.
Everything is down.
And Ethan's coughing. Listen to him. He's like a Tiny Tim, man.
And he's gotten everybody sick apparently too. Yeah, all the things that should be down are up. All the things that should be up are down.
Tiny Tim over here.
So I want to thank our existing members for your continued support. And I want to put out a plea for those of you who are in a position to be able to afford to support, who have been thinking about it, to say that now's a good time, and we love you and appreciate your support, and thank you so much. We were going to do a subathon, but we figured right before a break is kind of a whack time to do it, because we're going to disappear for
probably the worst.
So when we come back from the break, we're going to do a subathon, have a lot of fun doing that.
Yeah.
But thank you to all of our viewers. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Keep things going. I mean, let's keep the heat. But no, we'll be back. I got big plans. Big motherfucking plan. But in truth, I'm glad these people are gone. And, it's fine. We're not in like financial trouble here, to be clear. Not yet. Not with your help.
I'll actually say,
thanks to Tom. He's helped a lot in terms of like
Tommy boy.
Yeah, he has helped a lot.
He's the GOAT.
But there has been a
chat. Who is Tom? Is Tom the guy that sits at the table next to him sometimes? Or is Tom somebody that's like working on the YouTube backend for them? I don't even know. Anyway, H3 lore.
There has been a pretty steep drop in members. So.
I guess maybe
sad.
Play it up a little bit, but
it's sad.
It's not that bad.
Well, it went from, it dropped by like, what would that be, like 20%, 15%?
Do you want to know the actual percent? Because I'm looking at it right now.
Well, hold on. This is what I saw. Oh, yeah. Tell me the percent. You can tell me the percent. I don't want to say the number, but I want to say, you can say the percent.
Okay, it's 9%.
That's what I said, 10%.
You said 20.
Oh.
Wow.
That's a lot. That's a lot of revenue.
It's significant. I'm not saying it's not significant.
But like, I don't understand what's going on because it's November, which is usually your highest revenue month, and this was like our lowest revenue month of the year, which makes me think like January is going to be extraordinarily cursed.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
No.
Yeah,
we've been in worse spots. That's my attitude about it.
Yeah.
Oh my god! No wonder it wasn't playing. I mean, like you could hear the audio, right? But there's the video. Sorry about that. It was in the wrong place.
We have been. Although when we were in worse, listen, we're not in financial trouble, so you know what? We've been in worse spots. It's definitely true. More than once. We know what we're doing around here. We've weathered the storm, and we've all come out with our dicks hard and raging and asking the world to suck it. Daniel says, I'll cancel my membership when I lose my virginity. Never. This is the Dan that wanted to challenge Dan to trivia. Oh, thank you, Daniel. You're the...
Well, I hope you do stop being a member. So that
Dan is scared. This Dan is scared. I keep saying we need to schedule it. I'm in touch with the guy, and Dan's like,
well, you know, if he did lose his virginity, he wouldn't be as good at trivia.
Wait, are they gonna schedule? Wait, are they gonna schedule this guy losing his virginity, or are they scheduling a trivia contest between him and Dan? I can't stand Dan. Dan is the queen.
Right, true.
You know what? Maybe
True.
you're right.
I have never stepped to this Dan. From the jump. I told him, "You win. You win." I'm not like a trivia master. You know what I mean?
Well, it's a Dan trivia. The questions will be Dan questions.
I know. You
Can we please get him to call in? Why? What are you doing here?
Do we want to rewind? If chat's not averse to re-seeing this, then you know.
Very meaningful at a time like this. When
I got one request to rewind. Is that
the internet?
The consensus
has turned on. Let's face it, us.
No, just mostly you.
Collectively.
Yeah, just you.
All of us, man.
It's mostly just you. But I hear what I take your meaning though.
And let's be real. Let's call a spade a spade. The views are down. We'll get them back. These are people that I wanted to shed anyway. Let's be real. I knew what I was doing when I got into this. But the views are down. The members are down. The revenue's down. And
Ethan's coughing. Listen to him. He's like Tiny Tim, man.
Dude.
He's like Tiny Tim over here.
So I want to thank our existing members for your continued support. And I want to put out a plea for those of you who are in a position to be able to afford to support, who have been thinking about it, to say that now's a good time, and we love you and appreciate your support, and thank you so much. We were going to do a subathon, but we figured right before a break is kind of a whack time to do it because we're going to disappear for
probably the worst.
So when we come back from the break, we're going to do a subathon, have a lot of fun doing that.
Yeah.
But thank you to all of our viewers. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Keep things going. I mean, let's keep the heat. But no, we'll be back. I got big plans.
Oh shit!
Motherfucking plan. But in truth,
Why did I not think that the music could be bad?
Tommy boy.
Yeah, he has helped a lot.
He's the GOAT.
But there has been a pretty steep drop in members. So.
I guess maybe you're trying to play it up a little bit, but
the only thing that I say about this, right, is that I don't know how much of this is really about Hasan. Like I said this before, and I'm not trying to beat a dead horse or anything, right? But like they've been losing subs for a long time. And it was like fallen fans. It was like the edgy fans from yesteryear that were falling off at first. And now it seems to be more like the fans that don't, like their kind of weird reactionary turn on a few issues. But yeah, like H3 losing subs is kind of like, I don't know. It's like it says you can set your watch by it. Like it's very dependable. It's very regular.
That's not that bad.
Well, it went from, I mean, it dropped by like, what would that be? Like 20%, 15%?
Do you want to know the actual percent? Because I'm looking at it right now.
Well, hold on. This is what I saw. Oh, yeah. Tell me the percent. You can tell me the percent. I don't want to say the number, but I want to say, you can say the percent.
Okay, it's 9%.
That's what I said, 10%.
You said 20.
Oh. 10%'s a lot. That's a lot of revenue.
It's significant. I'm not saying it's not significant.
But like, I don't understand what's going on because it's November, which is usually your highest revenue month. And this was like our lowest revenue month of the year, which makes me think like January is going to be extraordinarily cursed.
Yeah.
Which has me a little worried.
No.
Yeah.
We've been in worse spots. That's my attitude about it.
Yeah, we have been. Although when we were in worse, listen, we're not in financial trouble. So, you know what? We've been in worse spots. It's definitely true.
Yeah, kind of posting the L's.
We know what we're doing around here.
But also trying to probably, just get more memberships out of people. And I mean, it is a shrinking audience. He says he's got plans. He says that the views will come back. I don't know. I think that what people like Ethan and like TYT, what they're counting on is that like somewhere out there is, for every person who doesn't appreciate their turn on this issue, there's going to be like people who do, and they're going to get those people. That at some point they're going to turn the corner and they're going to start attracting people that are like, oh yeah, that's a very principled stand you made, Ethan. Good job. Great moves, Ethan.
We've all come out with our dicks hard and raging and asking.
To hear this part again.
Good. Daniel says, I'll cancel my membership when I lose my virginity. Never. This is the Dan that wanted to challenge Dan to trivia. Oh, thank you, Daniel.
Well, I hope you do stop being a member. So that
Dan is scared. This Dan is scared. I keep saying we need to schedule it. I'm in touch with the guy, and Dan's like,
well, if he did lose his virginity, he wouldn't be as good at trivia. That's the Costanza.
Right, true.
You know what? Maybe
true.
You're right.
I have never stepped to this Dan. From the jump.
True.
I told him, "You win. You win." I'm not like a trivia master. You know what I mean?
Well, it's a Dan trivia. The questions will be Dan questions.
I know, you
Can we please get him to call in? What are you doing here? This is good content.
Because I keep saying that I concede. I forfeit.
I understand, but like it's still going to be fun.
All right.
Manuel
Want to embarrass
Hernandez,
me.
Thank you so much for the gift today.
Making it Dan-centric, that's setting me up for even bigger failure. Because it's supposed to be like the stuff that I know, and then he's still going to blow me out of the water.
It's definitely a lot of risk.
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
Can't take that kind of disappointment, man.
All right, let's zoom through. What the? Okay, all right. It's been a while. Go ahead. I'll let you have it.
Okay, so anyway,
ladies and gentlemen,
I got no idea what the fuck this is. Is it a traffic segment? Maybe it really is. Who knows? But the Tim Pool content that we need is going to be right here.
What was advertising on our show?
Sorry, Tim Pool. It's actually Sam Cedar, but we get to Sam Cedar by way of Tim Pool, right? So he's talking about Tim Pool. They've noticed that some of the ads that they're getting on their channel, some of the ads that people are seeing when they watch H3 are from Tim Pool. They are advertisements for Tim Pool's content in his channel, right? And Ethan's a little bit like, what the fuck? Like, this isn't the same thing. If you like Ethan Klein, you're probably not going to like Tim Pool. Why would he advertise on me?
What the fuck are you doing? Why is he advertising on YouTube?
Absolutely.
How weird is this? If you search H3 on YouTube, You get a fucking Tim Pool ad. It says the best news show on YouTube. Like, what kind of weird, goofy ass? What?
He lost that Russian money. He's got to try and make it up somehow.
This can't be a good use.
Oh,
there's no shot.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, and so the post actually says it's not just us. It's like
wait, what the fuck?
Left-leaning like podcast or whatever are getting Tim Pool ads attached to it.
He should not be doing left-wing people. Nobody's going to switch over. He should be doing like other right-wing people.
I don't know. I've never set up an ad on YouTube. I don't know how much it allows you to.
So the traffic thing is like a running joke where Dan interrupts and does traffic.
Customize who you're targeting.
You can pick exactly.
You can pick like exactly.
You can pick exactly.
I mean, this sure seems intentional then.
No, it is intentional, but it's dumb. Here's what I would do if I was Tim. I would target other conservative shows and title it like the most unbiased or the most hard-hitting conservative.
Oh wait.
Something like that.
BCat, I think I've seen that. Yeah, that was gross. Yeah, that like Ethan's like losing it to what? Oh wait, was it? Okay, maybe I'm thinking of something different. Was it? Yeah, no wait, it was QT Cinderella, right? Yeah. Okay, I've seen that clip. That is yeah, and the fact that they throw in the chestnuts roasting. I mean, I don't know if Ethan had Zach throw it in or if Zach just, kind of did that on his own. But either way, Ethan and I think a few other people were like just busting out laughing at that clip. All shitting base for right wingers and centrists not working out. TH3 and the Democrats. Yeah, right. There you go. You found the pattern, DJ Sean. You found the pattern. It's a little more sinister than that. Ethan messaged Zach, the sound guy. Oh, are you serious? I didn't know that. So Ethan did have Zach play the Chestnuts song, which is, it's like, if you don't know, it's an Asian guy with a, accent singing Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. And Ethan, the point of interest seems to be the mispronunciation of, it's, I don't know, kind of like a accent joke, basically, from what I can tell. And for the first time, first minute of the joke, Ethan was running with it was Zach excuse. So he admits that it was him that did the. Is it just me or is Ethan just ticking more? I have no idea. Ethan tried to lie about it, but they called him out. Damn. He hides behind his staff. God damn.
People are watching that and they say, "Oh, I'll check this out. This is something I'm interested in."
Right.
Left-wing people are never gonna go watch Tim Pool for that shit. Never.
I think he's probably targeting all political
Just
shows.
anything political, remotely.
Users, because I think a lot of our viewers are engaged in other political content.
Right.
And
That's
then
true,
when
yeah.
they search ours, it's based on their political cookies.
Could be.
Would be my guess.
Yeah. I mean, I still think I would be more specific.
Yeah, I agree.
Because with these campaigns, the better focus there, the better conversion they have, the cheaper they get.
Yeah.
YouTube likes to reward helpful ads.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're super targeted and successful, they make it cheaper for you. It's interesting. Yeah.
Is that true?
By the way, thank you to everybody who's been gifting.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is that even true? Or like it would seem more likely that it would be cheaper per person you reach. Like that makes sense, but like the idea that YouTube would like knock the price down for more targeted ads doesn't really, I don't know. It doesn't matter. That's not the point. That's not what I'm here to show you.
So much.
Let's get to the, I know, chat. Talk about the allegations. Let's get to the Sam Cedar part. All right, that's what you're here for.
Danny. And I think there's one more, except I gotta use Edge, dude. I got to use Edge.
Thank you guys so much.
Got to Edge.
Oh my
your
God!
name.
Thank you for the gifted sub.
Thank you to all the gifters. Thank you. And I want to thank all the individual members too. The vast majority are people with one membership, reoccurring, that support this show. And you guys,
What the fuck?
Thank you.
Are we?
Appreciate it.
We're back to this again. We're back to the. Okay. Anyway, it's later in the show. Just to let you know, they're not just saying this back to back. It's.
Viewers like you.
The gifters are heroes, and I want to thank all you guys. Thank you, man.
51-month member.
Damn.
Tofu Tits said, I've got both Tim Pool and Fresh and Fit ads before a few years ago.
Why would they run that? There's no shot they're making a return on that.
Yeah, I don't know.
We should just run an ad on Tim Pool's like, hey, idiots.
That would be fun.
Your show sucks.
Yeah. Could some of them be auto-suggested because we have them in our title?
But
Like
it's an
Fresh and
ad.
Fit?
It says sponsored on it.
Right.
It's definitely paid because it says sponsored.
No, I mean paid, but I mean like, doesn't YouTube allow you to like auto, like if you don't want to pick where to serve your ads, it will auto do it?
I mean, it's true. We have had Tim Pool in titles of episodes before. So like somewhere in the algorithm, we might be connected. But I don't know. I think it's more likely what we were saying about him just targeting all political, anything remotely political on YouTube.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
All of it.
Dumb and bad.
All of it.
You know what he did? The Majority Report took the song we released, Only Ever Wanted, and ran it through a filter to make it sound bad, and then made fun of us for having bad
They
music.
didn't do that.
No.
So yeah, this is literally this is where they come to Majority Report from the infamous EQ gate, right? Majority Report being accused of having messed with the EQ in order to make Tim Pool's epic song, which nobody can deny what good music Tim Pool puts out. It was they made it sound bad. They put a badness filter over it, and for that reason, it didn't sound good on Majority Report. And Tim Pool will never forgive.
There's no such filter.
They just didn't do that, man.
The bad filter.
I saw they made up, in a sense. CMC.
Okay, so now what I want you to watch for is this, right? Backhanded compliments and just other bullshit, right? Because it starts off with, I see Tim and Sam have made up. I mean, that's not exactly how I would describe it. Like Tim Pool has decided to go off of his the blacklist he apparently was following to keep to deplatform Sam. Tim Pool has invited Sam on, but there's not, these two made up or whatever. I don't know what he's trying to imply there. Right, remember, Sam is the person that Hasan mentioned as where he thinks a productive conversation, where Ethan could have a productive conversation, given that he doesn't exactly want to engage in more of this toxicity that Ethan is. I mean, the back and forth or whatever, but as far, it's pretty clear that Ethan is trying to, clout chase, I guess. And so he's not trying to feed into that, but he's like, yo, just talk to Sam Cedar,
Tim's program.
I saw a little bit of that.
Which was interesting.
And obviously Ethan resented that, but watch what he does. Watch how he maneuvers around Sam.
They had a nice Sam was very confrontational
Sam Cedar
about
is a lying coward.
the money he took from Russia, and it was a very interesting conversation.
Yeah, it was good.
I do love Sam. I think he's a great guy. I think he's super smart. I think he cares. I think when he's not there, the other co-hosts of that show are fucking insane.
So there we go. What is he trying to do? Does he think that, they're gonna Ethan Klein doesn't like my co-host, I guess maybe I'll get new co-hosts. Like, let me hire Loner Box. I don't know. Like, what is this gonna do? Obviously it's not gonna, I don't even know.
And I can't watch the show because they've turned so radical and so ridiculous that
that's their deal. They're radical. They're communist invading radicals over there. Emma and the Radical Thursdays.
like mind bending. Like it's crazy. Like I don't.
And then Matt Bender comes in with the mind bending. He comes in with the scam economy.
know if Sam
Brandon,
knows what's going on.
Matt, yeah, it's radical. It's radical hours over there.
Show when he's not there, but the kids are fucking make the
It's his day.
The kids. The kids. Wait, what? Like, how old is Ethan again? I thought he wasn't like really that. Like, how are these like kids to him?
Off. Leave him alone.
Yeah, he's right. He's older. I mean, Sam's been around, you know.
And here we go. Yeah, he's actually older. Did you know that? Did you know that Sam's actually old?
You think he's?
Yeah, he's old.
Almost 60, I think. He's an old dude.
He looks so
I don't
good.
think quite that old, but
no, he's 58.
What?
Oh, is he really?
Yeah,
almost 60?
dude.
He looks
Sam
unbelievable.
First of all,
It was great.
he
for
looks.
his age.
Amazing.
I'll say this about Sam. He looks fantastic.
I'll go further. He's hot.
He's hot.
He's a
and I
hot old
love his
man.
hair. He's got great hair.
Yeah.
He's wise beyond his age, and he looks so young even. Wow.
And I'll tell you a glow up. No offense, Sam, but if you could look at young Sam, he is.
The salt and pepper has helped.
He's gotten better and better.
Isn't it interesting? How
He's
that
gotten
works?
better.
So then we dig up. We're gonna dig up some older pictures of Sam. Some comment on those.
What kind
Fine
of
wine.
If I'm being totally analytical, I've never seen his whole body, but he looks trim.
That's true. That's
he
true.
looks trim. How tall is he? Do we know?
5'10".
5'10".
That's great.
5'10", that's
We can
that's
work
right
with
in the
that.
sweet zone.
We can work with that.
That's right in the sweet zone.
Not Sam Cedar voice actor. Sam Cedar.
That is
young.
him. No, that's.
No, I know about
Oh,
that.
oh, oh.
No, you don't know.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
Wait, you don't know about this?
No.
Here he
He's
is
in
young.
Bob's
He's on Bob's Burgers.
Yeah, he does a lot of acting.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Here he is
Well, he
young.
used to be like a stand-up. Like that. That's where he came from. Is doing comedy.
I didn't know
before
that. And then he
got
pivoted
into politics.
that's very cool.
I mean, a
pretty
long
connected
time ago.
with,
He's been doing. He was on Air America, which was like a progressive broadcast radio station in the 2000s.
With Mark Maron too, yeah.
Right. Yeah. And Janine Garofalo.
He's pretty
What the fuck
connected
her
in
name
the
is.
comedy world. He's an interesting guy,
Yeah.
and I like him a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that his co-hosts are intolerable.
There we go. Sam, yeah, he's great. Look at this. He's really done a glow up, and salt and pepper's looking good. Is he on a diet? Wow, he looks great. Oh yeah, the co-hosts though, they fucking suck. Bunch of radical communists. Goddamn radicals. They're gonna seize the means of production out from under you, Sam.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And when he's not there, they go cuckoo. And now look at that. Oh,
They're like, that's what the Emma Thursdays is. It's cuckoo time on Majority Report. Now that Sam's not in here, we're gonna indoctrinate you all in Marxist-Leninism. Like, what the fuck is Ethan talking about?
Ooh.
It is.
That's not Sam Cedar's fault.
Ooh, and now we're gonna finish by comparing him to Woody Allen. That's wonderful, Ethan.
But you're right
God,
that
he-
is
his-
enormous Woody Allen energy in that.
He
photo.
has the best hair, and what I like is that it's like it's straight, and he's able to style it in such a nice way. I
Right.
wish my hair was stylable.
You could
like
straighten
that.
it. You should straighten your hair.
One
I want
day
to know
we
what's
could
his
straighten your hair.
routine.
One day, do you want to try straightening your hair?
We did.
No.
For
His-
the
his
link.
routine
For,
is-
it was
yeah,
for a
yeah.
mohawk.
I think
link.
he's cutting it as he's growing it out. That's the difference. You don't really cut yours when you're growing
Dude, I
it out.
cut it every like 2 weeks, bro. I get it trimmed.
What's going on with that hair?
On the
Yeah, Michael Brooks would have probably had a good conversation with Ethan. Sam's porn star name would be Sam Seed Me. Oh, instead of Seed Her. Oh my God. What's up, Vamps? Maybe Emma's Sport Show is what? Yeah, it's the sport. It's a Radical Sports. It's definitely the Radical Sports. Michael Brooks could talk to just about anybody. Yeah, and look, he was actually very kind, right, to people that you would never expect, right? When Sam went ham on Tim Pool, and just like just kind of threw himself into the debate, right? Michael was worried about Tim Pool. Right, Michael was worried about Jimmy Dore. Michael was always like, don't go too hard on anybody. Didn't Majority Report lose a bunch of advertisers? That's what I heard, but I haven't seen the. I can't source that. I haven't seen the. But that is what I've heard. No way. At most, that's Colbert's vibes. Now, Woody Allen. That's what he said. He said fucking Woody Allen. Air America was pretty good. I wish they had kept improving instead of closing shop. Sports is highly objectionable. I know, right? Way too radical. Matt Lech really has all the smoke. He does. He does. Let's calm down about Sam's hotness. I know, no simping, right? That's the rule. Does Ethan not understand Sam is fully aware of the immaturity report? He seems to be thinking that it's like while the cat's away, the rats will play or something. Michael Brook, absolute legend. Yeah, don't. Oh, is that what he said? Don't take the headshot. That's what he's. Yeah, he's very empathetic person. Ethan, what does Ethan have against sports, right? That's what I'm wondering. Sebe Day from Cedar Seeds.
Where do you get it trimmed? Like the sides or top or all of it?
So, well, lately I've been growing it out, and I've been trimming the sides just to keep it clean.
Oh, okay.
So it's been growing out in the top. I don't know how long to keep it going, but look at this styling. It looks so nice, and it looks like there's no effort too. This is what I try to make my hair look like. I go,
it looks like there's no effort. I love it. It's great. It's like he just rolled out of bed without even running a comb through it.
Put some gel in
it. It looks great.
This, and then it's like,
well, your hair
it's such a back. Look at this shit. Look at this snark.
It's curlier than his, so you're never going to be able to do it.
This is the thing: is if I was Sam, I mean, as much as he loves to debate, as much as he loves to talk to people, I wouldn't go on.
Unless you straight.
Well, also you have a widow's peak. He doesn't. I don't think.
What'd you just say?
He has a Ethan has a widow's peak in front. No, it's not a bad thing.
what are you trying to say? No, I'm
It's a good thing.
But yeah, no, he looks great. And so shout out to him.
Shout out to him and his hair, man.
So hopefully me insulting his co-host will be met.
Sure, yeah.
With more.
I'm sure he'll love that.
With more, because we love you and we think you're hot.
Right.
You're a co-host.
We said Sam could be the third good mythical morning host. True.
Look at this dork.
Wait, WB, what did Ethan do? Is that real? Ethan called. Is that real?
Has glowed the fuck up. And it's not even funny.
I sent a picture of him in 2001. He looked good.
Okay, let me see. Oh yeah, real good. Look at this guy.
Oh, Ethan.
He looks good.
He looks great.
This man looks like he's about to blow up a fucking a child care facility at a building in where was the Unabomber?
Oklahoma.
Oakland.
Well,
Yeah, Oklahoma.
It wasn't a Unabomber, but I knew what you were going for there.
Didn't he blow
it was
up the
2001.
That's Timothy McVeigh.
That's Timothy McVeigh. That wasn't the Unabomber. Different domestic terrorist.
They should meet up.
I think they probably would have hit it off.
I think they really have a lot in common.
They're both dead.
Bummer.
Well, they're bombing in paradise together. Bombing in paradise. It's like hamburgers in paradise.
I was thinking 2 tickets to paradise.
How to do the hamburger?
What's that Jimmy Buffett song?
Cheeseburger.
It's like Paradise on a Dashboard Light. Oh,
what a fucking dumbest line ever.
Dude, I love Jimmy Buffett. I don't get that.
Is it popular because it's so dumb?
I think
people love Jimmy.
yeah. What the fuck is that song about? He's like, he tries to amend his carnivorous habits or something, and like he's trying not to eat the meat, but then he sees a good cheeseburger and it's paradise. I don't know.
Allie is a parrot head.
That's
what they call themselves, the fans.
Cheeseburger in paradise.
She is
I don't think I've ever like tried to dissect the lyrics to that one.
the parrot head. I don't know what to tell you. She was devastated when he died.
He sold a culture and vibe. That's how he became a billionaire.
He was a billionaire?
Billionaire.
Doing what?
With a B.
Merchandise, baby.
Margaritaville.
For real?
Billionaire.
No, was he really
Billionaire, look it up.
Jimmy Buffett.
Selling shirts?
Shirts, restaurants,
Net worth.
flip flops.
There had to be
Wait, Sam was on Adult Swim?
more to it than that. With a net worth of $1 billion,
What?
Buffett was one of the world's richest musicians.
Fuck, I'll do
There you go.
cheeseburger. I'll do cheeseburgers in paradise.
You want to write a song? We can do it.
I'll open a restaurant. What restaurants did he own? How do you make $1 billion?
Swifty McVeigh.
Margaritaville restaurants.
He owned that?
Yeah.
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 I think they were franchised. I think.
Yeah.
Look, I don't know much about Jimmy Buffett, and I know that.
Yeah, he did.
Who else would own Margaritaville? Come on.
Here's a New York Times article about it from 2016. Reading now. I will update you.
Holy smokes. Okay, Jimmy, more like Jimmy Buffet because he don't stop eating.
Oh, he don't stop eating.
I mean, he had some hits, changes in latitude, changes in longitude.
I just
There's
think
some
that
parrotheads in the fucking chat right now, dude.
But I, as a person, I don't know much about him, and I don't hate. I just think that line specifically is so dumb, and I thought that's why people cheeseburger in
Well, I think
paradise.
that's part. I think
That's what you're doing in paradise is eating. I mean,
that's the irony, Ethan. Don't you get it?
I don't. I guess not.
I don't actually know if it's supposed to be ironic.
No, it's
I don't know
actually.
any- I can't even think of the
He just likes the cheeseburger, I think.
tune of that song. How does it go, Zach?
Oh wait, no, that's Margaritaville. Cheeseburger in paradise, paradise.
I've never heard that song. I've heard the.
It's literally like the ingredients. Isn't it like a recipe or something? Is the song a recipe? It's telling you how to make a cheeseburger in paradise?
A million times. I don't think I've ever actually heard that song.
No, the song is literally about a cheeseburger
Well, is it a metaphor?
for having a good time.
Like Metaphor Refunzario out now on PlayStation 5, PC, and Xbox. Play it now.
What? Okay, let's move on. We have two things.
Yo, several wolves with the epic comment. Comtown had a running joke. The cheeseburger in paradise was an Epstein thing. Oh my god. Oh my god. He probably licensed the restaurant. No, I think he owned the restaurant. I think he kept. That's why he's a billionaire. An old show called Home Movies made by Brendan Small. Sam was playing a recurring character but wasn't on the main cast. Friend of mine was close to it with Jimmy Buffett. Just found out he was a billionaire. Yeah, he sold a lot of margaritas apparently. Cumtown did a great. Oh yeah, so chat knows all about this. The Cumtown bit. Wait, can we watch the Cumtown bit or is it going to be too inappropriate? Are they going to say a slur? Can we guarantee the Cumtown bit on Cheeseburger in Paradise is slur free? What joke? Pirate looks at 40. Oh, yeah, he's a pirate. Oh, that's the one where he's like, I am a pirate and I like to smoke. No, something like that. That's not what pirates do. So, I mean, sometimes they do that, but whatever. That's not the point, chat. That's not the point. Refunsario? Wait, do people not like Refuntasio? I have just started playing it, and I need to do more of it, chat. I need to get good at video games. That's my next goal. All right, I have to get good at video games because apparently it's the only way I can make money on Twitch is by playing video games. I can't talk about politics. We got to get good. Pirates do like a cheeseburger. I mean, they get hungry out there. They get really fucking hungry. What do they got? Limes and hardtack? Some kind of peckamen shit? Is it pemmican? It's pemmican. I said peckamen. It's not peckamen. It's pemmican, right?
Is up to some more shenanigans.
He is up to some shenanigans.
Or we have Mr. Beast. I have been a day one dog pack hater. I've been sounding
Wait.
I have been. I've been sounding the alarm.
Wait, hold on.
Go ahead.
I seem to distinctly remember you shouting dog pack and barking like a dog.
Okay, that's funny.
However,
I don't know about this dog pack thing. Has anybody followed this? It's like Mr. Beast. I love how I said it. Mr. Beast. I'm gonna say it It's pemmican. It's not peckaman. It's not peckaman. Peckaman. Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, speaking of H3 content, we do have the chance to get a little bit more of that. 40% of you have voted for Gokunaru on the H3 fan revolt. Right? So that seems to be winning right now. Is there anybody who's donated who I like didn't get your thank you for the super chat, Grammar Nazi? Amazing branding, I suppose. Only pirate song is that famous sea shanty. Wait, doesn't he have pirate songs? I thought Jimmy Buffett was a pirate. I thought he literally was a pirate. Like he was like unlike Timothy Chalamet, he actually was a pirate. And he did look at 40. Before he died. We're at 62% on the dono goal. Let me just change the subject here from the late great Jimmy Buffett. Why didn't he say the late great Jimmy Buffett instead of the Hannibal Lecter thing? Oh, because Jimmy Buffett would have come out and disavowed him. That's why. Wait, would he have, or is he dead? I guess he could say it. Trump could say it, right? Trump could say the late great Jimmy Buffett, and Jimmy Buffett is not around to disavow. Jimmy D. Buffett, yes, yes, Micah. A peckish man? Oh my gosh, that sounds like some kind of meal. Emma is a radical emotional woman. Sam is the alpha Chad. Matt is the sigma. Or wait. Yeah, Matt. Which Matt though? That's the question. Hairless ducks. I saw Jimmy Buffett in concert at Key West when I was a toddler. Oh my gosh. %62% Buffett, and you love of truffle buttle the Buffett. Truffle buttle? I thought we were talking about Warren Buffett. I mean, what if Jimmy Buffett had more money than Warren Buffett? Donald Feather? Wait. Oh, Feather than... Ethan hates women. Wait, Margaritavilles are the buffets? Wait, do they have a buffet at Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville? Because I feel like, yeah, they should have a margarita buffet, actually. Can you imagine that, chat? Would that be cool? Would you go to a place that had a drink buffet? Is that ridiculous that I'm even thinking about this? Considering that I do not famously hold my alcohol very well. I'm a pirate. I take to the high seas when I consume entertainment. The internet high seas. Vox Populi says several wolves. Yo, so the only that's the only one I've recorded, like going towards a thing. Vox Populi just got 5%. I don't have any amount for anything else. We're at 67%. There would be too much parrot poop in Jimmy Buffett's. Oh yeah, wait, parrot poop in. But thank you for the super chat, several wolves. Takes to the high seas. I mean, I'm gonna need to get away from Trump. I'm gonna need to become a pirate. Wait, I could be a pirate, chat, and then Trump would have to worry about the shark that ate part of his body, like Captain Hook, right? It would be that, like that sort of thing. He targeted Program mainly because she was Muslim and associated with Hasan, and he was mad at Hasan, but yeah, he might have also felt safer attacking a woman with a smaller audience. Probably. He didn't fare very well against people like Gokunaru. I mean, like Gokunaru's video, famous anti-Ethan takedown video. Gokunaru is like the originator of the Ethan takedown video. And we are 33% away from being able to see Gokunaru's latest video, which is Gokunaru reacting to a video from Ethan's basement. We watched this video a little while ago, right? But now the king of the Ethan hit piece is reacting to it. So that's got 40%. Peterson attacks Dawkins with 20%. Dershowitz roasted again on Pierce, 22%. Vosh and Destiny collab, 18%. Seafood buffet? Wait, who said seafood buffet? I was talking about like a drink buffet where it's like you get a margarita, but you can build your own. You know what I'm saying? It's a build your own margarita buffet. I'm hungry now. Me too, slightly. Yeah, the OG Ethan hater. Gokunaru is she's got a talent for. He also did a Sneeko takedown video. I don't always agree with everything Gokunaru that comes out of Gokunaru's mouth, but interesting ideas nonetheless. But yeah, 228 of you have voted so far. That's a lot. That's a lot of votes. Wow. 220 something souls have read my bizarre bonus content poll. Like, I just think that I write this stuff weird. I used to make a super fancy sushi boats and sake bombs when I was a server. Part-time bartender at a hibachi place. They were like $275. I can't imagine. Wow. That's amazing. That's a lot of that's some fancy shit. She is a lefty. We need to hear more voices, not less. Veteran comments is some shit. I would say that after a few drinks. Posting some of Zach's dad's. Wait, what did we say that we were gonna watch? And then I was like, wait a minute, make sure, is it like Cumtown talking about, what did Cumtown talk about? It wasn't Jimmy Buffett, was it? Was it Jimmy Buffett? What we were talking about Cumtown? Like that they had a bit that was it about Jimmy Buffett? I'm pretty sure that they have talked about Jimmy Buffett because it sounds like the kind of thing they would talk about. But somebody gave me the idea of buffets at Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville, and I was like, oh, clearly margarita buffets. You can build your own margarita. Come down, Cheeseburger in Paradise. It was about Epstein. No, how bad is this? Can we watch this, or would this get me in trouble?
Yeah, he's not eating, dude.
What do you think, chat? Should we can we risk it for the biscuit, or is it going to be too much? It's probably going to be too much, right? I can't actually I can't react to Cumtown. Oh yeah, I saw a react to Cumtown like early, like I accidentally clicked on it and I realized it was a reaction to Cumtown. And so like I was like, I don't want to watch a reaction to Cumtown. That's okay. I could right? Like I draw the line somewhere. Comedy reacts. Can't do that. So maybe I shouldn't watch, or maybe I shouldn't listen to this. Maybe it's too much. Oh God, it was in 2019. What's the worst you could hear it on Come Down? I don't know. Graphic descriptions of like what Epstein did with like children. That's my concern, right? Considering the topic of this cheeseburger in service of the Lord. Wait, am I even listening to the right thing? Is that even it? Or is this some other cheeseburger thing? I didn't know what Come Town was until like 3 weeks ago. I rebuff my rebuttal and scuttle all incontinence. What are you going to rhyme with incontinence, though? All I know is that it's a podcast or so. Yeah, it's a podcast and is spun off many careers. It's kind of like, it's like Chapo if Chapo was less political and super edgy, kind of. Is that a good description? I don't know. I don't think I can play this. You know what I'm going to do instead? I love how the logo is actually written in cum. That's amazing. Like, of course it would be written. It's Cum Town. Of course. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do, chat? I'm gonna call a I'm gonna call a, what do you call it? It's like a audible.
I mean, everything he said there, I think, is just, I think it's perfect because there does seem to be this like conflation of like.
Because I think somebody
that.
I think somebody mentioned this in chat. And we watched half of this previously.
To be quote racist against Jews, to be anti-Semitic, means specifically things like or it's more that like being anti-Semitic is something that you sense in someone's deep secret heart. And so like what ends up happening is we just kind of we read into people and we read into their thoughts and we go, well, what does Frogan really think? Frogan's sitting there talking about Israel all the time. Why is that? You know, what does it mean that Frogan cares about this issue? You know, what does she mean?
My family's being actively bombed right now.
Yeah, right. It's like, no, I think it's bigger than that, Frogan. I think it's bigger than that. I think it has to do with your deep dark heart. It's this thing that I think I'm not like even unfamiliar with it because it was something that for me kept me from wanting to talk about Israel with anyone who wasn't Jewish because I was like, because I was afraid of what I was going to hear. In fact, you know,
Yo, cornflakes, that sounds delicious. That's like one of my favorite cereals. It's simple but profound.
I've said this before, but like people could literally say my exact opinion, but if they weren't Jewish, I would be suspicious of it. Because I'd be like, what do you, well, I'm like, I agree, but why are you saying that? Why do you care so much? And this like, this view of like Zionist as a secret slur, not to say that it hasn't been used as a secret slur, that some people don't do that. Sure, of course people do that. The idea that we are going to normalize that kind of claiming of like taking the word Zionist and be like, no, it's now going to have this definition, slur. It serves one purpose, and it's to stop people from accurately pointing out what the ideological framework is that is causing what we're seeing right now in terms of a genocide in Gaza. It's like, we can't talk about the root of the problem. And the root of the problem is not Jews. The root of the problem is Zionism. It is this particular ideology. And this is something that, Israelis have talked about ad nauseum. This is not something new to anyone who's been talking about this. But when he was talking about institutional power, and what is like an institutional form of anti-Semitism, what's interesting to me is seeing the opposite, the institutional form of like Islamophobia and anti-Arab racism. The ADL recently celebrated that Twitch has changed its terms of service so that you can be banned for calling someone a Zionist.
Yep.
Which is crazy. And I have these tweets here from the ADL. In the time of dangerously escalating anti-Semitism, we commend at Twitch for changing their policy regarding the use of Zionist as a slur and proxy for hate against Jews. We are glad Twitch acted on our recommendations to make this change. However, policy is only as strong as enforcement, and we will be vigilant and appropriately skeptical about Twitch's enforcement of this new policy. When one of the largest streamers on Twitch, Hasan Piker, spends the hours after the Amsterdam pogrom minimalizing its harm without consequence, it's clear the platform still has far to go.
So, you know what I thought about a lot, like during my ban? So Asmongold, one of the biggest streamers on the platform, he can call Palestinians inferior and say they deserve to be genocided and only gets a 2-week ban.
Yeah. Yeah. And you said that Ethan Klein loves Sabra, and they were just like, burn her! Burn her at the stake.
We put Denims, who was on the panel, in the Love Sabra tier. We put Scudish, who's a producer of Arabs, in the Love Sabra tier.
Yeah.
We put Jinxie. I think we put Asmongold, and then we put Sneeko. And it's just like, obviously, there are people that claim to be pro-Palestine that are anti-Semitic, and I feel like it ruins the movement. People like Sneeko, people like Jackson Hinkle, it ruins the movement.
Yes.
But these aren't this isn't like the common thought of like everybody that's in the pro-Palestinian movement.
Yes.
Like, obviously, anti-Semitism is a real issue that people deal with, but I feel like watering it down to criticism of Israel is very, very harmful.
Oh, 100%. It is extremely harmful, especially if you're someone who, as Ethan claims he is, like, believes that there's a genocide happening, believes that Israel is an apartheid state. These are things that he said previously that he believes. And I think, we talked about this earlier, his talking about a one state as like not something that can happen.
Yeah.
What's really interesting to me, and I think what I've like learned from doing this incredibly tedious research on this fucking guy, is that he was not exposed to that much like Israel-Palestine stuff before this. Like I think he
lived in Israel.
Yeah, no, he lived in Israel.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. He lived in Israel. He's married to an Israeli woman. He is someone who I think in general has kind of not had to grapple with the realities beyond kind of like knowing basically like, there's some bad stuff going on over there. Very liberal Zionist.
Yeah.
This is like a classic liberal Zionist thing where you You're the one who says it's complicated. You're not the one who says, like, no, it's clear. Palestinians are the devil and need to be destroyed. You're the one who says, no, it's very complicated. There's a lot of factors, a lot of what have yous, a lot of whatnots. And, you know, the reason why he, from what I can tell, and I don't want to get too deep into his psychology, although what is this other than that? What I can tell is like he is, a lot of the resentment comes from the fact that, like he said in the clip before he called you out for breaking up with your therapist, was like, I've said all the things, you know?
For anybody who is confused, the therapist refers to a tweet that Frogan made about a therapist that she had been working with who, you know, at some point started asking her really inappropriate questions. You know, getting at, like, you know, her identity as a Muslim, and she tweeted about that, and Ethan like used this as a opportunity to imply that this was Rogan being anti-Semitic, because how could you possibly know that your therapist is a Zionist, right? And it was apparently because of the, you know, it came up in the course of the therapy, right, in a kind of disturbing, inappropriate way. So that's what's being referred to here.
I called Israel an apartheid state. I called this a genocide. I've said all the things you want me to say, and yet it's not enough. You call me a Zionist. And the reason why anyone would still call him a Zionist is because at the end of the day, you're only halfway there when you're admitting that it's apartheid. The other half is realizing you have to do something about it, and you have to allow people who are doing something about it to have the space and not try to, you know, cut them off at the head at every single opportunity.
Right.
And I think with him, it's like this. Why would people hate me when I mostly agree? You know, why do I have to agree 100%? And it's like the reason why liberal Zionism is so abhorrent to, I think, a lot of us is because you recognize, you know that this is apartheid, and you're saying, but it has to be. You're saying, well, we have no other choice. They're monsters. We cannot live side by side with them. And it's like, so it'd be one thing to be a genocide denier. It's another thing to be like someone who recognizes that there's a genocide and is like, I'm going to make my role trying to deplatform all the people who are trying to get the word out.
And how they're all Middle Eastern.
Yeah, very specifically.
Look, it blows my mind that like Raf, like I said, is a Lebanese Jewish man, got banned for anti-Semitism.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. This is a thing.
Blew my fucking mind.
Yes. Yeah. No. I mean, you know, it's only part way of protection. You know, being Jewish and talking about this will protect you part of the way. But you see, like in Germany, like it's something like 1/4 of the people who are arrested in Germany for protesting against Israel. A quarter of them are Jewish, and it's like, you know, obviously vastly disproportionate to their, you know, actual like size, you know, the demographic percentage. And so it's like, you know, you see this all the time where it's like the people who are going to be harmed are also going to be Jews. So you kind of go like, well, what is actually, what's the point here? Mm-hmm. But yeah, seeing some of like the way in which Ethan is like, absorbed all of this Hasbara has been wild, especially because, like, again, I only came in knowing those clips from before where it seemed like he had some sort of moral clarity. And then like when I asked people like, hey, can some people send me some, like, what's he been saying? And I just got a fuck ton of shit from people. Like everyone was just like, "Oh, I got a lot of videos, dog." There's whole accounts dedicated to like just clocking different like weird things that he has said on his various platforms. And like the subreddit like H3 Snark is like incredible. They're like, "Oh, don't worry, we have it's like they're preparing an ICC fucking like trial." It's like the International Criminal Court for content creators.
That's
oh my god, no.
So here's I'll just play a little bit of some of this shit he's been
content court.
Okay.
To like from the river to the sea literally is the like a
content court
that we need all of Israel must be ours.
See, I think that's part of the problem is that people don't necessarily understand what some of this stuff means.
I think that is part of the problem. That is actually,
and they're part of the problem. They are the problem.
It was like, yes, very much. You're right. That's part of the problem. I just don't think you've correctly identified who doesn't know what any of this shit means.
I feel like people are so deluded. They'll look at something like from the river to the sea and be like, "Oh no, that doesn't mean that they want to." They just want to create a secular state and peacefully live with Israelis. By the way, segregation is not real. There's 20% of the population in Israel is Palestinian, full citizens, integrated in all levels of work and life there.
I mean, like, so this is like Hezbollah 101 stuff, right? Like this is, I think what blows my mind about it is because I'm just like, oh God, you're now going into, you had just said in clips previous, Israel is an apartheid state. And then you're just this like, well, by the way, there's no segregation that happens.
Yeah, no, it makes no sense.
What does apartheid mean then? And I'm sure he's talking about, within the legal borders of Israel in 48. But like, again, to even say there's no segregation, you are lying. That's not true.
If there was no segregation, why are there checkpoints?
Right.
Why are there separate roads?
Yes. And
like,
within 48, there's all sorts of segregation in terms of like housing. I mean, there's redlining. There's all sorts of different ways in which the Israeli Arab citizens, as they call them, because they will not officially recognize anything called Palestine, so they are Israeli Arabs. They deal with massive amounts of discrimination. It is an insane thing to say, especially as someone who has lived there, that there is no discrimination against them. Fucking wild.
States is not going to happen. And I don't think it's a realistic idea either. Sorry. I think it's kind of silly to even pretend like that's not just a genocide of the Jews there. If there's a state of Palestine, it makes sense. But if you're in one state.
Again, it's just like.
But like,
it's just like, that's just a genocide of the Jews. This idea of like, we cannot solve apartheid or this current genocide, because if we do, then we're the ones who get genocided, is just like, he wonders why people yell at him. It's like, yeah, this is why, bro. This is why. It's because at the end of the day,
it's an insane take. It's like genuinely fucking crazy.
It's genuinely crazy. It's genuinely crazy to be like, we cannot, there's nothing that we can do about this, that this is, it must be a perpetual state of affairs. And it also points out, I think, the obvious, which is that like, at the end of the day, he's like, the only answer here, he says 2 states. And it's like, I think he knows full well that is not going to happen.
Right.
So the only answer here is ethnic cleansing and genocide. And it's him allowing for it because at the end of the day, and this is not uncommon, it's not just him, but, the value of human life here goes far in favor of the loves Sabra category, if you know what I mean. Like,
oh my God. So the joke is, He kind of went deep with that joke. So the love Sabra category in the in the tier list that got Frogan and a whole bunch of people, a whole bunch of Arab creators on Twitch banned, the Love Sabra category was it was a tier list based on like who can say Habibi, and Ethan took the bottom tier Love Sabra as being like a coded reference to, in other words, Jewish. And so he's using it here to mean that, but not, to mean that that's what she was saying, because, Sabra is just like a very generic, ubiquitous brand of store-bought hummus.
Typically, it's like, it's Jews are the more worthy of the land, yeah, it's crazy.
All that's going to happen is like everybody is trying to bring as many people there as possible, and like by the time
he's talking about right of return there, by the way. Like he's trying to map out what would happen if there was one state, and he's like, all of a sudden everyone would move there. And now he's talking about if there was a Jews as a demographic minority within Israel, which is a really interesting question, I think, for a liberal Zionist, because you go like, if Jews are a minority within Israel, does that make it, for you, is that the same as genocide? You know what I mean? Like, are you saying it is genocidal to not have ethnic control of a land? Like, to me, I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's ethno-fascism. Mm-hmm. If that's what you believe, then you're not a liberal person. You're not a progressive person. You're just like, no, it has to be an ethno state. That's crazy, dog.
And it's like, he was saying the other day, like, he agrees like 95% with us. It's just like, if you agree 95%, why are you trying to get everybody deplatformed?
Exactly. And I think, the answer to that is that,
like, to prove a point,
he believes it is that anti-Semitism is the worst possible thing in the world. Worse than genocide is just people saying coded anti-Semitic messages. And like, for him, I think he just looks at it and he goes like, I'm going to make this my thing, because the work I would have to do internally in order to like be someone who is for ending Israel, which is what he would, that's how he would define one state in which everyone has the right to vote. Like, that's too much work to do internally. So instead he needs to have an enemy, and he's made it you and Hasan for some reason. For some reason. I don't really know why.
Yeah.
It could be anything for
Damn.
Really think it could be anything.
There frankly are a lot of people.
Go ahead.
And I was just gonna say, it's crazy because I started watching him because of Frenemies with Trisha, and I started watching him because of Leftovers with Hasan.
Right.
And a couple of years ago, I had like a manifestation list of people I wanted to collab with, and he was like at the top of the list. But I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it in this way. You know what I mean?
No, be careful what you wish for.
I know.
Next time, don't wish for that when you have the monkey's paw. You know what I mean?
No, and like I said before, it's not like I didn't know he was Jewish. It's not like I didn't know Hila was in the IDF. It's not like I didn't know they didn't live in Israel.
Right. You just liked a content creator because you assumed that they'd be normal if this happened.
Yeah, like, I mean, he's even talked about Palestine briefly years ago, and I was like, okay, like, they're based, I guess, like,
yeah,
go off. I thought they were, like, especially, like, with, like, Hila being in the IDF, I thought she was, like, one of the people that were, like, reformed and, like, knows it's bad and whatever.
Right.
But then, like I said, after October 7th, it was, like, mask off.
Yeah.
So I couldn't support this person anymore.
Yeah.
It's not like I suddenly became aware of like her presence in the IDF or like their Judaism. Like I'm like, dude, like I need him to be fucking real.
Yeah.
But like I just don't know what else to say.
Yeah. It's yeah. I mean, who would have thought that they would have gone this deep in? Let's see how much deeper they go.
Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically, anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything. 1948, the War of Independence is called in Israel. Others know it as the Arab-Israeli War.
Yeah, I was
After
going
the
to say the
partition plan,
Nakba.
the split, the Palestine into part Arab, part Jewish. As many of you probably know, every Arab country around Israel waged a war of annihilation to basically prevent the state from being formed.
Yeah, which is again total. This is more Hezbollah 101. This idea of like the creation of the state of Israel and the Nakba being something that was carried out because of the invasion of all Arab states to try to destroy the Jewish people is just basic Hezbollah shit.
Go listen to Hasan. Actually, you know what? Go listen to Hasan. People say, I need to go listen to Hasan. This is bullshit. Please, go listen to Hasan. Who fucking, by the way, yells at people in chat, calls them Zionist genocidal monsters for suggesting that the hospital wasn't bombed. Okay.
There's nothing that...
How about this?
There's nothing that makes me, I think, respect Hasan more than his open contempt for the piggies. We have the same thing. It's like I think I think this is the problem actually with Ethan is I think he needs to have a little bit more contempt for the opinions of his chat. That way he doesn't take things so personally and doesn't I feel like he was made into this by the fact that his chat exists and he was just getting in fights with people in his chat, and more it just made him more and more pro-Israel. I mean,
yeah.
So it seems like, dog, just pretend they don't exist or something, or stop streaming. I don't know what the fuck to tell you.
Okay.
You want the echo chamber of chat.
Yes.
No
Up.
criticism.
Yeah, that's what, and I mean, fine, but fucking, you let them radicalize you first. What the fuck are you doing? Take a note from Hasan. Just be like, hey, shut up, hogs. I mean, take a note from, that's what we do. That's fun.
At IDF, which is the same fucking thing that Hasan's fans come and tell me. And you know what? I lose fans, I lose subs, I lose memberships every time I say this. And I gotta stand on my principles, man. My take was, let's be a little thoughtful of Jewish people. That's all I want is a conversation. I don't want to be shouted at that I'm a Zionist. You're a fucking anti-Semitic person. I know, because being racist is the worst thing in your life. It's the worst thing you can be in your world.
Is that about me?
And yet here we are.
It might be. I don't know. Probably. At this point, I just assume he's talking to you, Frogan.
She lives in his head.
Being racist is the worst thing you can be in your world. I was like, I think in your world too, at least at some point, in your world, you also would have thought being racist was the worst thing you could be.
I don't understand why he's acting like a saint when he can look at literally people are pulling up clips of his racist past from him like dropping the N-word.
Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing is it's just like you can't. It's the internet, man.
I know. It's like you have a footprint. Like everybody knows the kind of person you were.
Do not claim to be perfect here, dog. Please.
Calling me a Zionist. And as far as Jews go, I'm about as un-Jewish as they come. Okay.
What is this flex?
Any of that shit.
What is this flex?
I feel like you care a little bit about some of this shit. Yeah, it is. It's wild to watch, and it's like this is not someone who I even really wanted to do any episode about it because I was just like I don't know, like people. When you're streaming all day, I'm sure you say a fucking 1,000 things. It's like for me, I compare it to podcasting. If you're podcasting a couple hours a week, at some point you're going to listen to an old podcast. You're like, what the fuck did I say? Oh, okay. The context for that is important, but I think it's like, for him, I just was like, I give him the benefit of the doubt, even if he had just been like starting drama with y'all and just kind of like yelling at you and there had just been, I think I would have ignored it completely. Yeah. I think I would have been like, hey, this is no different than what's been happening on the internet for forever. Everyone gets into fights. YouTube drama exists.
Yeah.
Whatever. But the difference was when I started seeing Ethan using institutional muscle in order to silence the voices. That's when I said, this is a topic we should cover here on this show, because I think it points out the stark difference between, how we treat Islamophobia, how we treat, anti-Arab racism, and then how we treat fucking anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
It's just like the amount of fucks that Western institutions give about, anti-Semitism, or what is essentially perceived anti-Semitism, which is not most of the time anti-Semitism when it comes to Israel. They give more fucks. It is something that I think, is incredibly unhelpful for the rest of the Jews, at least in my opinion, because I'm just like, all this does is strengthen right-wing anti-Semites' views of Jews, which is that Jews are, cry bullies who are secretly control the world. Like, all it does is make people actually fucking anti-Semitic. And I've said this from the beginning, that I just I can't stand this idea that like the state going out, pretending to claim we are all Jews, we are the avatar for every Jew in the world, then is going to act in the most callous, disgusting, cynical, racist way possible, and make us all, painted with this brush. I fucking hate it. But yeah, just in terms of like, what have you been dealing with regarding this kind of, being called out by stopantisemitism.org, or being called out by name by the ADL? Like, what is that done?
It's crazy. Like, I mean, I'm obviously getting accused of being anti-Semitic, and whenever people see somebody piling on somebody they think they don't like, it's just like it becomes a pile on, it becomes a snowball. I mean, when they came after my livelihood, I'm just like, okay, like this shit's actually serious.
Yeah.
Whenever they put me on Stop Anti-Semitism in March, I was like kind of freaking out, because like I'm like, this is damaging.
Yeah.
The difference between Ethan and I is, whenever I call him a Zionist, it's because I have basis to call him a Zionist, and I know how harmful it is to call somebody something when they aren't that.
Yes.
Whereas when he's calling me an anti-Semite, he has no basis.
Yeah.
It's all like he's getting this information from a fucking subreddit, and like creating dog whistles that I didn't even know existed to try to pin me as an anti-Semite.
Yeah. Yeah. It's especially hard because like the amount of like dog whistles and or tropes that are just kind of like not invented, but almost like you put a spotlight on something that people are like, I didn't know it was a trope. It was like fucking Greta Thunberg like saying free Palestine, and she's got a plush like octopus, stuffed animal, and people are just like, that's a trope. She's doing anti-Semitism. And it's just like, now you're
why?
Because the octopus is an anti-Semitic animal, because Nazi cartoons show like Jewish bankers or whatever being like an octopus holding the globe. It's supposed to be. It's like,
I didn't know that.
You have to really. That's the thing. Of course, you didn't know that. It doesn't matter because it's fucking bullshit. It's just a way to I'm gonna call you anti-Semitic based on stuff I just see in your background right now. First, I'll start with you. Looks like you have some sort of like Roman statue there, right?
Yes.
I don't know if you know this, but a big thing with like white nationalists, online is like Western civilization stuff. You always tell a Nazi by how much Roman shit they have on their fucking post. So that's one. All right, what else do we have in the background? I see a kitty cat. One of the biggest criticisms of Israel is the fact that they just have like cats, fucking stray cats everywhere. It is just like a city, like they had a mouse problem at one point, and they were like, let's get some cats, and then they never dealt with the cat problem. So what I see there is you saying that Israel is a pussy.
Me personally?
Yeah, that's what you're doing.
I hate cats.
Oh, okay. Well, that's also anti-Semitic because Israel loves cats. They're everywhere. What's your problem? Ostrich. That's an anti-Semitic trope. You see, the ostrich is a big bird that can't fly, just like Benjamin Netanyahu, he's a very big man, but he can't fly because he's a coward, unlike his hero brother. Let's see what else. You got all sorts of stuff. Oh, yeah. You've got a mirror. The point is that you are just an anti-Semite based on any trope that I can kind of connect with my own mind by just looking at you.
Yeah, in my head, I'm like, if I was ever blatantly anti-Semitic, let me know.
Yeah,
please.
yeah. And I think that's interesting because it is something that I feel like is a big difference between some people like Ethan and others like maybe me, which is that like I have seen people I know cross lines that I'm like, oh, that's iffy. And for me, because I know them or because I'm familiar in general with the kind of content that they make, I am able to put that I can take it on good faith, you know? And like, it's very, very rare when I find someone who like I know personally who ends up all of a sudden saying the most fucking like racist shit. Like for the most part, I tend to take people, you know, at face value and assume that there's just things that you don't know. You don't know you don't know about this octopus plushie thing. You don't know about this trope. I'm just going to assume you don't know, you know, like I barely know. And I think like, it's rare that it happens where I'm like, oh shit, man, this person that I've known for this long holds some really crazy views. And then October 7th happened and pretty much every liberal Zionist I know went fucking racist as shit. And I was like, oh, it has happened. Only in that direction. I don't know. None of y'all have been anti-Semitic towards me. It's fucking crazy. No, pro-Palestine people, Arabs, anyone, like it is fucking ridiculous. It's ridiculous is what I'm saying. Sorry if I yelled at you.
No, you're fine.
Okay, good.
I'm used to it at this point.
Yeah, you're like, oh, again, a Jew yelling at me. What else is new? You know, signed up to be yelled at by another goddamn. These fucking Jews. Oh, he's yelling at me.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's fucking insane. So your stream is back now. You're still you're back on Twitch.
Yeah, I'm back on Twitch. I've streamed a couple times since the unban. I'm kind of like dipping my toes in, you know. I'm just like,
are you what are you worried that? I mean, I assume you're worried that this could fucking happen again. Like they're just gonna.
Yeah, I mean, I realize that like Twitch isn't forever. I want to branch out to other platforms. I'm probably going to start posting on YouTube more, like as an individual instead of my podcast as well. Because I'm just like, you know what? Like, I don't want to deal with a platform that is like listening to like using us as a scapegoat whenever they get the slightest pushback.
That is what really worried me about Twitch, is that when I saw them get banned for that panel, right? Now, if Rogan were to have gotten some kind of moderation action or a ban or whatever over the veteran statement, I mean, that at least that's in their terms of service. They basically get their, you know, you're not allowed to disparage a person over a bunch of different characteristics. One of them is military service, so like it's in the TOS, so it's like that would be like, you know, I mean, like it. I don't think she deserved it considering what she said, but you could see where that was coming from, right? With this tier list thing, there is literally nothing there. This was not hate speech. This was nowhere close to hate speech. And the fact that Twitch was bullied into considering it to be hate speech, it kind of shows me everything I need to know as far as what they will do at the end of the day, which is absolutely throw their creators under the bus if it gets them out of a tough situation.
We came and talk about something, Zionism, that personally impacts our lives.
Yeah.
You know, like I said, I mean, even before October 7th happened, I mean, I'm not Palestinian, I'm Lebanese. It was something I've always cared about, but now they're bombing Lebanon.
Yeah.
My cousin got bombed the other day. So it's just like, I can't talk about it because, you know, I'm in fear of being banned.
Yeah. And even if you were, you know, not from Lebanon, even if you were from, you know, Iraq or, you know, I think it's insane to see, like, to wonder why any Arab person would have something to say about this issue. It's like, why do you think it's just because they see blatant anti-Arab race? It's an apartheid state that separates the Jews and the Arabs.
It's insane.
It's fucking obvious. How do people just go like, well, why do you care about it? It's just like, look.
The funny thing is people have been telling me to go back to my country, but they're also, I mean, I'm American. I was born in America, but now they're saying I'm cosplaying as an Arab woman because I am from Michigan. And I'm half. And I'm just like,
that's amazing.
I'm like, pick something. Do you want me to go back to my country, or am I a white girl cosplaying as an Arab?
Yeah. And also you're from Michigan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm from Dearborn. Dearborn is like the biggest Arab population in America.
I was gonna say, you're from the Middle East of America.
Literally. So it's just like although I'm half white, I feel like even with my mom, to be quite honest, it's like I feel like I identify more with my Arab side because that's a culture we were raised in.
Yeah. I mean,
you know?
And it's crazy to me. I mean, obviously these are all just like excuses that people use in order to say like, oh, well, this is a way, it's a way to delegitimize your criticism. It's just like, oh, you know, the only reason you're doing this is because, you know, it's like, it's again, it's a way of like racializing something that is like, I think.
Anonymous, thank you for the $30.
One thing we can all agree with as like people who are pro-Palestine is like the constant racialization is one of the big issues we have here. I don't think you need to be Arab, Jewish, Palestinian, anything. You just need to be a human being.
Exactly.
To look at this and go, this genocide, wrong.
This is, and it's funny because like I feel like you see people.
Mastodon is GOAT. I wish I knew how to do Mastodon. It seems so complicated. I don't understand it.
Like growing up there, like if I was alive during like a genocide, like I would be doing X, Y, Z to make sure it's not happening.
Yes.
And then the same people that have said that are like actively supporting a genocide that's happening. It's just like, it's insane.
Yeah, it's crazy. And, you know, you know, it's one of the things I think that Aaron Bushnell actually said. He either posted it or he said.
It's not easy for non-tech people. Oh my God, called out.
In the video before he, you know, self-immolated in protest of the genocide was that, you know, if you've ever said to yourself, if you've ever asked yourself, what would I do if my country was committing a genocide? The answer is you're doing it right now. And I think that is like, it's 100% true. And I think a lot of people, one of the reasons they're digging deeper into it, you know, like Ethan, is because it's just easier. it's easier, and it's so much of all of this is based on ego. Like the amount of fucking times, like when people were sending me clips of shit that he said, like so many of the things that he said start off with a grievance he has with you or Hasan or some other fucking streamer, some other fucking person,
It's
and
like-
it's just the ego shit.
How do you pick an instance? Like, how do I know like what instance I should be at?
Is what's really
A literal genocide is happening.
yes.
I want to find the cool instance.
Put focus on that.
Yes. Stop centering
Stop-
yourself
it's-
on this
yeah,
shit.
exactly. Don't individualize it. Like do fucking something with this big platform you have instead of trying to deplatform people trying to bring light to
Yeah.
a genocide happening. It's so stupid. It's just like
Yeah.
it's like, you know what? Yeah.
Because he's someone who's like, other than this, he's a likable person. I didn't watch his shit, but when I would see like random clips, I'd be like, oh yeah, that guy, he's funny.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like a.
I mean, I don't know. After all some of the old clips that I've seen, I don't know. If I put everything together, I don't know. Right? Yeah. I mean, like. I guess he's a likable person until you. No, I don't even know. I feel like I know too much now. I can't even judge it anymore.
A likable guy, and you know, he seems to be stuck in this ego, spiral when it comes to this stuff, and this like paranoia that is like, I hate the paranoia thing so much because it is just, to me, it's just another.
Pick one that vibes with me, but like, how do I know what the instance is like?
I'm like watching.
What if they're not cool?
Someone being traumatized by people who are using his trauma in order to continue a genocide. It's like it's this and like manipulating Jews to do to co-sign terrible acts or to participate in them themselves. That's way more anti-Semitic than a tear of like Habibi, Arab coded to love Sabra. That's.
I don't remember if they ended up talking. They did. They went over in the beginning. We went. Sorry, chat, for watching this in two different parts. This got selected as bonus content one night, and I didn't have the ability to stay up and see it, so I thought we'd watch it tonight. Speaking of which, we're at 97% on that dono goal. 3% from unlocking. What is it? The Goku Naru video. Even more Ethan content. It is entirely possible. Now, if you've donated already, or if you donate in the future, you can let me know which of these topics you want to see, and I will apply your donation to that topic, giving it a little boost. Or if you say Vox Populi, giving everything else a deboost. 32 dragons. Dragons! Oh, the dragons. Oh my god, the dragons are so good. 30 dragons. Look at that. All of a sudden, dragons maybe in the lead. Are the dragons in the lead? Yeah, I think so. I think the dragons.
Whereas like what you're doing is fucking, you're doing bits.
Yeah.
And you're talking about real shit.
Yeah.
You're talking about actual fucking genocide. Anyways, Frogan, it was so great talking to you about this. I'm sorry that this is happening.
Thank you for having me. I hope I did okay, because like this is like honestly like my first time talking about anything.
Oh wow.
In public, really.
Oh shit. Oh
yeah.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate it. You doing it here on Bad Hasbara.
I'm sorry.
The world's most moral podcast. No, I really.
Best Hasbara.
You were great.
I mean, worst Hasbara. What am I saying?
I will actually watch your content. I will
Thank
go
you.
and I mean, I ended up watching your podcast a bit. There's a Patreon too, so it's how do you spell it? Arabs?
AYYRABS.
It is
two Y's.
When I looked at it, I was like, is this pronounced Arabs? I don't know.
Yeah, like the slur.
Okay, good. Just making sure.
Yeah.
I watched some of Arabs, and I thought it was fantastic.
Thank you.
And, we will post the link to that in the notes. as well as a link to your Patreon and the name of your Twitch channel, please. What is that?
Twitch.tv/Frogan. I'm also Frogan on all socials. Twitter and Instagram have a 0 instead of the O.
Mm-hmm.
But everywhere else, Frogan.
Well, if you go to them notes and you just click, you'll see all of the links to all of your content and channels. Again, thank you so much, Frogan. You were fantastic, and please come back. Let's talk more. Hopefully,
I will.
You stay platformed and you keep going.
Thank you.
Hell yeah. Patreon.com/badhasbara.
Yeah, so
hasbara@gmail.com for all your questions, comments, and concerns. All right, everyone. Thanks again so much for listening. And until next time, from the...
Oh, we got the music again?
What the fuck happened to H3H3?
Ooh.
Push-ups was us. Krav Maga us.
Hell yeah.
Karate us. Taking Molly us. Michael Jackson us. Yamaha keyboards us. Jar Jar Binks on us. Andor was us. Heath Ledger Joker us. Endless Breadsticks us. Happy Meals was us. McDonald's was us. Being happy us. Bikram yoga us. Eating food us. Breathing air us. Drinking water us. We invented all that shit.
Oh my god, Palsar is a Arab Jewish rabbi and Arabi? I mean, sounds right. It doesn't matter what instant you pick because they all connect. So it's just what... That was my whole problem the whole time, Kate. It was like, what instance, you know? I wanted to find the cool instance. And then somebody told me the one that ContraPoints was on. And I tried to get on that one, but it was full. The instance got full. And I was like, I guess I'm not cool enough to be on Mastodon. Breathing air us. Not full music. Yeah, it starts like halfway through. I think the beginning is like the first half of the song. Such a perfect closer. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. She's a very different than the who you'll hear about from Ethan Klein. Like the person that you hear about from Ethan Klein, the person that you hear about from all these commentary channels is a very different person than the person that we just saw. Hell, the person that President Sunday talks about is a very different person than the Frogan that we just saw. Lots of gay and lots of furries. Oh, on Mastodon. Okay, well, I'm on Blue Sky. Maybe I can use that as a jumping off point. Is that a thing? As you can see, chat, I need to work on my Minecraft skills. I need to get good. So that I can... here's my goal, chat, in Minecraft. I want to one day play in a hoplite tournament. I am at present nowhere near capable of doing that. But, like, I feel like if I just, like, level up my skills one by one, I'll be able to do it. I'll be able to play Minecraft with the real people. It's just all about getting good. Heath Ledger Joker, yeah. I mean, I guess that would be the one that you'd want to claim. Did I pen the lots of furries in chat? Oh my god. I mean, sorry? I need to learn to game from scratch as an oldie. I mean, it's all I've ever been able to do is like find one game that you really like and that is like has replay value to it, because some games don't. There's some games you finish playing them and you're done, right? And then there's other games that you can kind of pick up and do stuff with and build stuff and get creative with. Like getting creative, that's probably the meta, right? That really is the meta, right? When I started my channel, like Let's Plays on YouTube. Well, wait, were they still a thing? I don't know. Maybe the meta had moved on by then. But I was doing Let's Plays. And now you gotta kind of like come up with like something wild in order to get a Minecraft video to pop off. It's gotta be some ridiculous challenge or something. And you have to get good because everybody's good. I missed the whole speedrunning era, and that's when everybody got good. Like, right, when you started speedrunning, you had to get good. How good are people here at calculus? Not as good as I am at Minecraft. Which is to say, not very good. Oh my god, kind of high view count on this stream. I didn't realize like how many people were watching. But it's really good to have you along for the ride. We're like, I don't know what to do, chat. We're at like 97%. It is fairly late, so I like. It's like the Jordan Peterson thing is winning. How long even is that? Oh my gosh. Legit tired though. That is real. Woo. Again, like I told you, this video is all about memes and archetypes. It is Jordan Peterson attempting to argue with Richard Dawkins that when he says memes, he really means archetypes.
They're great products, cool branding.
No, wait, let me show you this again. Like, right? So, this looks like at the moment what the bonus content would be if we hit 100%, right? It would be this. But I gotta show you the opening to this because it's just wild. I'm gonna show you the opening regardless of whether we hit the dodo goal or not.
I asked you before about the difference between a story or an idea naturally evolving over the course of numerous manuscripts and throughout human history, and the idea of it being divinely inspired. And you were seeming to imply that these are almost interchangeable concepts. Now, if that's the case, when you say that this divine spirit behind the Bible is actually just the way that it has evolved throughout the human history, throughout the different manuscripts that we've had, then saying that that is what divinity is, I think for you may drag the mundane up into the realm of divinity. But I think for people like Richard and for many people listening, what it does instead is drags the divine down to the realm of the mundane.
Very well put, yes.
When we think about wildly successful businesses, we often focus on their great products, cool branding, and brilliant marketing. But there's an
What a choice for the editor. What a choice to make. Yeah, let's put the Shopify integration in right here. That's the place for that. But yeah, they go from there to talking about the divine and the mundane and the biological reality of dragons. We gotta know about the dragon's biology. Omega Star, thank you for... Oh wait, let me press the right button. If I can. Can I press the right button? Correct button. Omega Star, thank you for the super sticker of the continuing story of the lemon and the lime, and Narwhal by Nature with the lime and the boxing stance and march. I don't know, that might even be Muay Thai, I can't tell. But the lemon and the lime are involved in athletic endeavors. That's what we do know for sure. So yeah, that tips us over into dragon territory. Let's at least try to watch this without the Shopify thing.
Go to Shopify.
The divine down into the realm of the mundane. If we're speaking of something like, well, I don't know why it would drag the divine down into the realm of the mundane if we're speaking of something like the straight and narrow path of harmony between multiple modes of being. I don't think it doesn't make any difference to me whether it's the material reaching upward or the divine descending downward. I don't think there's any difference between those two things.
You don't. That's exactly right. That's the problem.
Well, I don't.
You don't see the difference.
Well, look at it this way. So, for example, in this conversation, you know this to be the case. Like, there's various ways that this conversation could go sideways, right? Seriously, like either of us could try to win. Either of us could try to demonstrate our intellectual superiority, right? Each of us could misrepresent the other. Or we could both try, and I do think we are in fact trying that, and I think Alex is helping along with that just fine. We could try to follow the thread of the exploratory truth and see if we could get somewhere. Now, I don't think there is any difference between that, by the way.
Is this the rhetorical equivalent of like, why are you hitting me? Stop hitting me. Stop. No, we should get along. We shouldn't try to best one another or exercise our intellectual dominance on one another. You should somehow admit that your idea of memes is the exact same thing as archetypes, and that all of reality is divinely inspired.
And what's expressed in the biblical text as the spirit of the logos. That's why we have
or the mythical texts or divine. I don't know.
I'm very interested in the possibility that truths emerge through evolving manuscripts. Now, that's a very interesting idea, and it's totally different from divine inspiration. And I want to pursue it because
Oh, I see. So Dawkins is like, I want to put the genetic thing on top of the religious thing and understand it that way. And Peterson's like, I want to put the religious thing on top of the genetic thing and understand it. Like it's like,
I don't believe in divine inspiration, but I would be prepared to believe in evolving manuscripts.
Well, I would say this is why I had set forward the possibility of taking a look particularly at Mircea Eliade, because that's where you'd find the best work. He's brilliant. I believe that if you studied the history of religious ideas, it's a 3-volume manuscript, or The Sacred and the Profane, which is probably his single best work, that you'd see profound analogies between the manner in which you've been construing the world biologically, including the trains of thought that led you to the development of the idea of the meme. I really believe that.
Well, analogies is one thing, but
so God Dawkins didn't invent the meme. God invented the meme and inspired Dawkins.
Is it the same thing?
I think it's the same. I do. I think, look, I don't know. That's why I'd like your opinion on it. You know, well, seriously.
He's giving you his opinion. You just don't like it, Peterson.
Like, it's a complicated.
Look, like the fact that he's even tolerating you and not actively dunking on you is kind of a minor miracle. I attribute it to the fact that Peterson's got a lot more clout. Peterson's got a lot more motion. Dawkins is stuck in yesteryears. I don't know. Like it feels like he's going to Peterson for clout. He's going to Peterson for relevance. So he's got to play nice. But that's the only reason.
Question. I've talked to, it's a complicated question. Most people don't know both literatures. There's not a lot of people to discuss this sort of thing with. Camille Paglia, I talked to Camille Paglia about this. She studied the work of a man named Erich Neumann. Neumann wrote a book called Origins and History of Consciousness, which is a work of genius.
I don't know how to characterize Camille Paglia. Anti-feminist? Is that what you would say?
And also another book called The Great Mother, which is a study of the symbolism of the feminine. It's a great book. Paglia told me that she believed that if the Academy would have turned to Erich Neumann, who's a student of Jung, although the greatest student of Jung, and maybe one who surpassed him, that the entire culture war that's torn the universities apart wouldn't have happened. People don't know this literature. And let me give you an example of this. You tell me what you think about this. Okay, so I spent a fair bit of time.
Have we gotten to the part where fire is a predator? I don't think so. I don't think, wait, unless that's earlier. I mean, this whole thing is pretty funny.
Studying the psychophysiology of the hypothalamus. Okay, so the hypothalamus.
Oh, I think that we're gonna get to it.
It's got two halves, basically. One half deals with fundamental motivated states: hunger, thirst, defensive aggression, sexuality, and so forth. And
excuse me? Excuse me?
When those areas are dominated, the biologically relevant goal is activated and perceptions are oriented towards that goal. Okay, so now then you might ask yourself, well, what happens if all those biologically motivated states are satiated? And the answer seems to be is that the other half of the hypothalamus kicks in and it mediates exploratory behavior. And so the default structure of the mammalian nervous system is, if satiated or in doubt, explore and gather new information.
If satiated or in doubt, explore and gather new information. When we gather new information, we run into the dragon.
There's no difference.
The dragon of chaos.
Between that and hero mythology. They are the same thing. They're the same thing. The dragon fight, for example, which is the oldest story we have. It's coded in the Mesopotamian mythology. The dragon fight story is explore the dangerous unknown, discover the treasure that revitalizes.
What the fuck is he saying, though? What is he actually saying? How is this related to what we're talking about?
This is the community. There's no difference between that and the science that you practice. They're the same thing.
What do you think of that?
You're a hero fighting dragons. There we go.
I don't know what to make of that. I mean, you say that...
I've never thought of myself as a hero, as particularly heroic, and fighting dragons, that's very tough work indeed. I'd just be satisfied to be able to sit at home writing about my memes and...
They're the same story. You analogized the dragon fight to
well,
fighting,
how many dragons
fighting
have
Satan.
you overcome in your life?
I'm not interested in dragons. I'm interested in reality.
Okay, so okay. So I read a book a while back that described the biological reality of the dragon. Say, well,
classic Petersonian.
There's no such thing as a dragon.
Opening.
Okay, is there such a thing as a predator?
Of course.
Well,
there you go. That's a dragon then.
That's
a dragon, my boy. That's a dragon.
It's a meta category. What's the category of predator? Bear, eagle, if you're a primate. Fire? Is fire?
It's a good point to bring up. Eagles could predate young primates, sure.
It's complicated because a fire kills you. Okay.
Is fire a predator? This is like, is a taco a hot dog?
Is there a worse predator than serpentine flying?
The worst thing imaginable. It is serpentine, it is reptilian, it is flying, and it is breathing fire at you. That's the worst case scenario for predator.
Fire-breathing reptile?
Can you think of anything worse than that? I don't know.
Is that not the imagistic?
There we go, right there. Fire-breathing reptile, serpentine.
Of predator? So in what way, if predator is real, in what way isn't dragon real?
Predator, then therefore dragon. Don't you get it, Richard? Don't you get it?
It doesn't take that much imagination to see the identity. And then wouldn't the fundamental task of edible primates be to figure out how to overcome the dragon forever?
I don't know why you say dragon. I mean, we have lions, we have tigers, we have saber-tooths, we have tyrannosaurs out there.
Right, but why not abstract? Because it's for the same reason that we have the term predator. Like, we have the term bear, lion, Komodo dragon. Well, you make an amalgamation, you say, well, the relevant
bear and the
features is an image. Well, what's the image? Predator as such.
There we go, predator as such. What is Peterson even? This is fucking word salad.
What's the image of that? The dragon that never disappears. And then there's a twist on that, which is so cool. It's so interesting because you can imagine rabbit mythology, which would be something.
You can imagine rabbit mythology, sure.
Something like predator appears, freeze. But that's not the human story. The human story is predator appears, there's a treasure somewhere.
Why would there be a predator if there were not a treasure? If a predator is present, it must be to guard a treasure, not to say predate? Perhaps? No, clearly to guard a treasure.
Right, that's a completely different pathway of evolutionary significance. Like the way that we construe the world isn't freeze like predator. It's like, oh, there's a predator. Maybe there's something
maybe there's a treasure. That's what I think when I see a predator.
Lurking in our conflict.
That would be the opposite of adaptive behavior. That is the behavior that you would think would be weeded out of, like, now I don't know, is he talking on some metaphorical level or something? What is Peterson actually saying? It's really hard to, it's impossible to know. But the primate that behaves in a way that's either to run, to hide, or to fight is going to probably do better than the primate that's like, oh, cool, treasure. That's like Cenk Uygur behavior. Trump got elected? Oh, what's the opportunity? We're out here in the jungle. Oh my gosh, chat, you haven't watched this yet. Wait, have you? Yeah, no, we did. We watched this last night. We were born and raised in the jungle. We're ready. We're ready to take it on. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that there's like a bunch of tenant meters out here astroturfing, like, you know, paying right-wingers to make bullshit content. We're in the jungle, baby. That's our...
with it.
I'm sorry.
Our sticks and our spears that enable our fragile bodies to stand up against the dragons of the world.
So a dragon is a pictorial representation of the abstracted concept of a predator.
Yes.
As you say, we already have the term predator. And so it might be useful in art, in narrative, to... I mean, you can't paint an abstraction.
We had the image way before we had the word.
Sure, okay. But
but that's a seriously important thing to understand.
But now we have the word. We have the word predator. And maybe if we were doing art, maybe if we were all going to sort of draw a picture or tell a story, and we wanted to invent a story to give our...
Here we go.
Moral message.
Here we go, Seth Evans.
We might invent this dragon or use this dragon as...
Well, we do, always. We do it continually.
Exactly, we do.
We do it with Harry Potter. We do it with The Lord of the Rings. We do it with the Avengers.
But when you say...
There's no escaping from it.
When he's smoking something, I don't know. He does seem to be on something, maybe. He seems to be different.
You say...
But I mean, he's been different ever since he woke up from his catatonic state or whatever.
Of a dragon. You must understand how that can be misleading as to the enterprise that you're engaging in, because we're talking here about narrative, we're talking here about art, we're talking here about representations in literature.
I don't think the category of dragon is any less valid than the category of lion.
Any less biological?
Well, it depends on your level of analysis. We have the term predator, which implies that all predators have something in common, because otherwise we wouldn't have the term. It's like there's no reason to assume ontological priority.
And that thing is treasure?
For the category
I think he's mixing up predator with leprechaun.
of lion over the category of predator. Like it depends on all that would determine which of those terms should be used is the purpose towards which the conceptualization is being directed. Like if you want to identify a particular class of predator, well, then lion is a good term.
You would say that lions are an instantiation of this bracket term of predator.
Well, I would also say...
Would you therefore say that a lion is an instantiation of the bracket term of dragon?
Yes. Yes, because, see... Because we're not only fact-oriented creatures, right? It actually matters to us whether we get eaten. Like it's one thing to...
What? That is literally like the biological imperative. It's not unique to humans. What the fuck? Yeah, we're the only ones that don't want to get eaten.
Nomenclature of the animal kingdom.
Nomenclature? I've never heard anyone pronounce it that way.
But it's another thing to remember that predators can eat you. And then it's another thing, and this is very interesting, and it's relevant to that story of the bronze serpent. It's like, what do we want to teach our children? Well, to identify predators, obviously. Well, what do we want to teach them more profoundly? What attitude they should take towards the eternal fact of the predator. And the attitude they should take is something like the courage to voluntarily confront, and not to run away, and not to hide, and not to freeze, and not to casually demonize, but to assume that in the combat with the eternal predator, an eternal treasure might be found. And that's
like go to the doctor's office, you get a lollipop. Yeah.
Exactly what you do, whether you know it or not, when you teach a child to be courageous. And we know from the psychological literature that generalizes. And I do think it's identical with the mechanism of learning in human beings, because kids, us, we always learn on the edge. You know, in your own life, and I don't want to be presumptuous, but no doubt there have been situations where you've been...
Chat, he is on some Mountain Dew Code Red, okay?
Battling to have your ideas distributed, even to modify your own...
He reminds me of like one of those cold readers. You know what a cold, like person pretends to be psychic? They'll be like, I'm getting some energy over here. Somebody just had a relative die. And they're like, oh, they raise their hand. Okay, yeah, no, I'm getting there's a relative, I believe, with the name, it starts with an M, or like, it's like that kind of person, right? Where he's like, you've definitely encountered this. You've battled with predators. You've fought the dragon in your own way, Richard Dawkins. And he's just trying to implant him with this idea. Oh, yeah, no, that's right. In my struggle to publish my last book, it was just like as if I was fighting with a predator. You're right. The work threatened to consume me, but I prevailed because I had courage. Thank you, Dr. Peterson. It's just such fucking profound bullshit.
Conceptions when you had something new to learn. That's a sacrifice. You have to kill your stupidity so that you can move forward. That's what happens in the story of Abraham, by the way, when he makes sequential sacrifices. So in the story of Abraham, you tell me what you think about this, because it staggered me when I understood it. Abraham is a protected person. He doesn't have to lift a finger. He lives in the socialist utopia. He's got everything delivered hand to mouth. He's at home till he's 70. And God comes to him as the voice of adventure, which is something remarkable to see, and says, you leave your zone of comfort and go out into the world.
Just like Bilbo Baggins.
Have your terrible adventure. And Abraham says yes. And then a series of cataclysms occurs around him, just like it does in every adventurous life. And every time an episode concludes, he makes a sacrifice. Why? To get rid of what's stupid and old about him, so that he can progress and transform. And that happens to such a degree that he...
Yeah, I wouldn't blame you for thinking that he's on something.
Gets a new name, which means he's changed so dramatically he's not even the person he used to be. And that's a consequence of following that adventurous pathway. And that's all coded in the story.
I think we just have to agree that we have different kinds of minds, and you're interested in symbols, and I'm interested in facts.
He's like, look, I don't want to dunk on you, but I cannot fucking co-sign your madness, Dr. Peterson.
I mean, let's take predators. I mean, predators, I'm fascinated by predators. Predators are, the relationship between predators and prey is an arms race, an evolutionary arms race. And whenever you see a really complicated, beautifully designed piece of biology, what Hume, I think, one of Hume's characters called things that ravish into admiration, or who contemplate them. This is almost certainly the result of an arms race, probably between predators and prey, could be between parasites and hosts.
Exactly, narwhal by nature.
And so if we are talking about adaptations to just the climate, woolly rhinoceroses grow hair because it's getting cold. That's relatively boring. But when it's an adaptation to a predator, then you get an escalation of adaptations by prey, which are countered by predators, which are countered by prey, countered by... So you get a gradual escalation. Now, that's interesting. That explains why you have animals that run fast, why they have keen sense organs, why they have teeth, why they have sharp teeth, why they have behavior patterns that either protect them from predators or, if they're predators, help them to catch prey. The idea of the arms race is the thing that grabs me, the arms race between, nothing to do with dragons and mythology.
So fair enough, right? And I share your appreciation for that remarkable, the remarkable phenomena that emerge in consequence of that. Okay, so let's take the idea of arms race. All right.
Oh my God, I don't think I've heard a more disjointed conversation, right? They're literally just, they're not understanding each other. They're not on the same level. They are really just like riffing off of what one another, like somebody says something, okay, well, it's like the arms race. That's what I think is interesting. A predator and prey, you know, I mean, that's pretty cool, but like, you know, because the arms race. And he's like, okay, well, you know, building off your arms race, yeah, they're yes-anding a little bit.
So here's how I would construe what I said in what I think might be your terms.
Okay.
All right. We transformed the battle with the predator into a meme battle. We abstracted it so that we could figure out how to deal not with a predator, but with the class of all possible predators. Right, exactly. And the appropriate way to deal with the class of all possible predators is something like a meta-ethic. It's a stance that, let me give you an example of this. We actually know something about this psychophysiologically. And you can look at it spiritually or physically, and it doesn't matter. So, for example, if you take people in psychotherapy and they're accidentally exposed to something they're afraid of, they have a stress response that's damaging if it's sustained, and they become more frightened. But if you expose them to exactly the same stressor, and they do it voluntarily, they manifest an entirely different pattern of psychophysiological activation. Okay, and it's a stance of challenge, right, and not of fear. All right, and so
yeah, they gotta have that stance of challenge.
One of the things that you're doing in psychotherapy when you get people to expose themselves to, you could say predators, because that's an accurate way of dealing with it, is that you get them to shift into a mode of voluntary confrontation instead of prey-like apprehension and retreat. And what they learn from that is that they can embody that pattern, which I would call a spirit metaphysically. They can embody that, they can practice it. It's also the case, there's some evidence that there's epigenetic consequences of that. If you practice that process of voluntary confrontation with the terrible unknown, it can catalyze...
It alters your DNA!
That reach all the way down into the cellular. And so we abstracted the fight with the predator into the imaginary.
To be fair, chat, we're not talking about changing the DNA sequence. We're talking about like adding a marker. Epigenetic marker, let's just say we're going to methylate something and it's going to cause the genetic code to be interpreted in a different way.
Space. We play out various tactics. Some of them are conserved and transmitted. They adapt themselves to the structure of human memory, and they make the foundation for our most fundamental narratives. Look, the reference I made to Harry Potter, the reference I made to The Lord of the Rings and to the Avengers, these aren't casual references.
These aren't gratuitous references meant to maximize the SEO on my videos. No.
We spend most of our high-end computational power generating fictional worlds where we can portray meme battles so that everyone can observe.
Oh, meme battles? Is he saying mean battles with an N or meme battles with an M?
Lion as genetic, dragon as mimetic.
Can we all agree to that?
The dragon as the abstracted predator as a whole. Can we talk meaningfully about the truth in these stories where instead of talking about a predator or this predator or that predator, we're talking about the concept of predator as a
dragon's
whole?
a meme.
Yes.
The dragon's a meme.
Yeah.
It's a deep meme.
Well, it doesn't get me, doesn't impress me. I mean, I like reality, it obviously impresses Jordan, and that's fine. It just, we have a different kind of mind, I think.
Well, I had a comment about that.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Dr. Dawkins.
That too, because I actually think that's true. So there's a psychological trait, openness, and openness fractionates.
He talks about this shit a lot.
Into two types.
Usually when he's talking about like sex.
One type of mind is associated with deep interest in ideas. People like that tend to prefer nonfiction. A variant of that is openness proper, and it's associated with a much deeper orientation towards the fictional and metaphorical. I do think we have different kinds of minds, but if we accept the presumption that there is a unity of knowledge, and I don't know if that's a presumption that you entertain or presume or share, because we could discuss the alternative. My sense is that those two pathways have to unify. Now, I don't think we know how to unify them in the West. That's why there is this conflict between the scientific and the religious. It's not like I know how to rectify that. The best I can say is this is what
There's only so much I can do. I could only fix Western culture 75%. Come on, Richard.
I've learned from studying those stories, but I would also
do the other 25% with your meme magic.
Say, because I've studied your work. I do believe that idea that you formulated of meme is exactly the same thing that Mircea Eliade is detailing out in his work. And I think the reason that he's not attended to by the universities, because he's passé in the history of religious ideas, is because everything he says demolishes the postmodern Marxists.
They're just, the postmodern Marxists, they just can't handle this guy, right? That's probably why he doesn't have like any sort of refutation. It is not, he's just too threatening to the postmodern neo-Marxist. They had to get rid of him.
Which is something that seriously needs to be done. And so I keep hoping, I think, God, it would be such a remarkable thing for Dr. Dawkins to know, especially Eliade's work, although Eric Neumann would be a close second, because it takes the notion of meme, which is, what was the recreation of the world.
He does have the vibe of somebody that is like, had this profound insight during some kind of a psychedelic experience and what just needs to explain it to you, right? It's going to stop you and pull you over and tell you that, like, it needs to involve you almost on an emotional level with the thing that they are obsessed with. That is what this feels like.
World in imaginal space and the transmission of those recreations.
I have just seen the most amazing episode of SpongeBob, and it makes me understand the nature of the universe.
And their potential battles, that's what you specified. And it expands it out into something that extends across millennia. It's the logical extension of your idea. And it's not like people know this because there aren't people who know both literatures.
So,
oh, well then, okay, that's great. That's great, Dr. Peterson.
Lion as Gene, dragon as meme. I think
he's like, I was trying to push this thing. Can we agree on this thing? It kind of sounds like your thing. and then his thing, but then we just like meet him halfway. Is that okay? Can we just do that?
In so many words, that it sounds like that's sort of a summary of what you're getting at. And I get the impression, Richard, that you might agree with the idea that the dragon is an effective mimetic abstraction of the concept of individual predators, but it's just not that impressive.
Yes.
It's just not that,
Well,
that it's
I can't
true,
see
but it's
how
not an
it
impressive
cannot be
truth.
impressive at the same time that you are compelled and interested by the idea of meme. I mean, let me ask you a psychological question, if you don't mind. You're obviously welcome not to answer it, but there's a reason that the idea of meme gripped you, and there's a reason it spread. It's because you put your finger on something. So can I ask you how that idea emerged and why it attracted you?
As a Darwinian, I'm interested in the process of natural selection. Natural selection is the differential survival of replicating entities. DNA is a very excellent replicating entity, whose replication and selection has given rise to the whole of life on Earth. I wanted to make the point that DNA is not the only possible replicator you could imagine.
Right?
There might be on other...
So he's explaining his meme theory based on his book, The Guilty Gene. The idea that a meme is parallel almost to the biological genetics of it, idea that is shared experience. It is very base. It's a repeated action, like, right? It's something that one person does and other people see it and they repeat it, and maybe it changes over time, but that's, that's why it's called a meme, and it sounds a little bit like gene, I think. But yeah, he's just taking you back to his, one of his seminal works, basically. This is like, I don't know, it feels like two classic rock, like, goobers that get together and like they don't really know what to play. They don't really have any songs that they both, so they like play a little bit of they just start playing greatest hits at each other.
That probably is on other planets. A different kind of replicator, not
It's like a performance.
DNA. And then I thought, maybe we don't have to go to other planets. Maybe there's another replicator staring us in the face. The virus of the mind.
The woke mind virus, perhaps, Dr. Dawkins?
Something that spreads not by DNA replication, but by imitation from mind to mind. So it could be a fashion in clothes, it could be a musical style, it could be an accent, a speech accent, it could be...
It'd be a YouTube thumbnail?
A children's game that spreads through school. All these things are replicators which spread by a non-genetic means and might therefore potentially be the basis for a form of Darwinian selection.
Here's what I'm morbidly curious about. Will Peterson understand this is Dawkins just laying out his idea at a very simple level? This is the kind of thing that you would expect that maybe Peterson would have read up on and be not need to have explained to him, but their failure to like connect on a conversational rhetorical level has got Richard Dawkins just being like, look, here's the deal. All right. You know how a gene is, how natural selection expresses itself upon genes, and then imagine that, but for ideas and actions and symbols and etc., right? That's what I'm talking about. That's what my book is about. This is the thing that you were trying to jam pack. You were trying to, oh my God, you were trying to ramrod into, your theory of your bastardized Jungian archetype theory into, and say it's the same thing. Here's what it really is. And, if you want to engage with it on that level, go ahead. But please, you're just like there's no connection in this conversation. They're not.
Yep. Darwinian selection would be popularity. the spreadability of an idea.
The longevity of an idea?
Yes, longevity of an idea, the spreadability, the fidelity of the idea.
How about the grip of motivation by the idea? Like, would you expect?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's a possibility, and I would even concede that an archetype might be.
Is Peterson even listening to him?
One way in which certain memes might spread more than others. It might be compatible with a Jungian archetype. So that's my answer to the question. It was coming at it as a Darwinian and wanting to make the point that DNA probably, having spent the rest of the book stressing the gene as the unit of selection, I want to make the point that it may not be the only one.
Okay. So that's what I understood from your work. So it is on that.
Was it? Because I think you still don't understand it, actually.
Grounds that I saw the concordance between what you were doing and what Eliade was doing in his investigation into the spread of religious ideas. I like what you described is what I understood. Okay, so let me ask you.
What you described is what I understood. Yes.
You another question about that. Okay, so.
Ooh! Wow! Wow!
Could you imagine a scenario where a meme had sufficient functional adaptive significance so that the individuals who acted it out gained a reproductive edge?
Yes.
Okay. So then you could imagine a situation where there was
a meme that makes you fuck better?
I think I've got this right. A Baldwin effect.
Like CBAT?
Between the meme and the genome.
Yes.
Okay. So then could you imagine an effect where the heroic hunters of the past who decided to cease acting like prey animals, maybe when they got rocks or sticks, were acting under the impulse that facing down the predator was the appropriate strategy? Because I was thinking about this reproductively. Like, you know that women are hypergamous. They like men.
We're going to drop the incel pill on Dawkins?
Cross-culturally about 4 years older than they are. The most fundamental...
Wait, so what? That's not what hypergamous mean? I thought... there was something about like that the women that are lower numbers would go for the men that were higher numbers, but then they would reject the bottom 80%. Is that?
Fundamental female pornographic fantasy involves vampires, werewolves, pirates, surgeons.
Pirates? Surgeons? Wait.
And billionaires.
Like
dominant men who are capable of standing up to predators, who can be brought into an individual relationship. Okay, so that's the fundamental reproductive story meme that seems to drive women. It's allied with the hero myth. They're the different variants of the same story, the different sexual variants of the same story. And it seems to me it's not unreasonable to note that that's the fundamental story of humanity. And so I don't understand why you're not impressed by that.
We started talking about the Baldwin effect, and suddenly we got into women, what women like. I mean,
well, the men
seriously,
who act out the heroic meme are much more likely to reproduce.
It's an example, but perhaps we need to explain what the Baldwin effect is.
I was going to say that's probably helpful.
Yes, that would be useful.
Okay.
He doesn't seem to have a lot of self-awareness, Peterson. I mean, Dawkins is having to kind of attend to this store for.
It was suggested by Baldwin, I think in the late 19th century. It's a kind of genetic assimilation of a cultural or a learned idea. So the idea is that certain animals learn things, learn a clever trick. It might be nut cracking by chimpanzees, for example, or potato washing by Japanese macaques, or opening milk bottles by English tits.
Tits, you say?
And it perhaps spread as mimetically as an epidemic of copying, and that's known to have happened with the blue tits and great tits in Britain. Now, certain individuals are likely to learn it faster than others, and there may be genetic variation in the speed with which they learn it.
Just like hitting a gritty.
And as the generations go by, natural selection would have favored speed of learning the new trick. And eventually they would have learned the new trick so fast, they didn't need to learn it at all.
Right.
It becomes genetically assimilated into the genome. That's the Baldwin effect.
Okay, that I would say that that's essentially the same pattern of archetype evolution that's implicit in the Jungian theoretical
Well, that's
model.
very interesting because that suggests that Jungian archetypes might be genetically assimilated via the Baldwin effect.
Yes,
Now, that's
yes.
a fascinating idea.
Yes. Okay, so now
I know we're coming to the end of our time soon anyway. It's nice to end on a shared point of interest, which is the Baldwin effect and the archetype's potential origin in the Baldwin effect.
Yeah, that mustache, right? Oh shit, I pressed the wrong button.
Something very...
God damn it.
hallmark of a strategy of adaptation that's going to propagate down the generations.
That's interesting. As a Canadian,
you have a situation in the biblical...
Slightly way out suggestion that...
On a shared point of interest, which is the Baldwin effect and the archetype's potential origin in...
Swear to God, he looks like he's on some sketch comedy show. Do you know what I mean?
In the Baldwin effect. Do you think that is something that is worth exploring further? Is that something that we can
crucial
that we can
it's
test?
crucial to
I think
this
it's
because
interesting, yes.
Well, it speaks of the potential relationship between the spread of memes and the alteration of the genetic process. I would say it probably happens fastest by sexual.
This shit is madness. I gotta say. I mean, is this typical of a Peterson conversation? Yeah, I guess it is. The last one we watched was just as every single one is a goddamn fever dream. Right? Remember the last one was like Jordan Peterson having a dream? Or no, his co-host had a dream that Jordan Peterson was an evil like leprechaun hillbilly and he made a banjo out of a fork, and then he got into this giant incest orgy. This is the kind of stuff that Jordan Peterson talks about. Like, this is the last two Jordan Peterson videos I remember watching, and they both are a fucking fever dream. They both are incomprehensible, and you sound not well like explaining them. You're like, are you sure that's what the talk was about? Are you sure what the video that got 1.6 million views on YouTube was about? Because that doesn't sound like something that 1.6 million people would sit and listen to, because it just is too. But no, here we are
Selection. So
yes,
right. So imagine that a meme. Okay, so imagine a meme develops a representation, imaginal, and the people who embodied are more effective in dealing with predators. And then imagine that there's a concordance between that and the attractiveness of those males to women. Seems highly probable. Well, then you can see that because sexual selection is a pretty rapid mechanism, that
is he arguing for the existence of the sigma?
Baldwin effect gets spinning
I totally agree with that.
rapidly.
I've even suggested, actually,
the Baldwin effect must be creating the sigma male and allowing him to operate outside the confines of the rules and structures of the alpha male. It's quite incomprehensible.
Slightly way out suggestion that the human habit of standing on our hind legs might have been sexually selected and then genetically assimilated via the Baldwin effect. Chimpanzees do sometimes walk on their hind
Now he's getting excited. They're both getting psychologically aroused.
legs. Now,
is this how Destiny Fuentes happened?
For mimetic reasons, that was sexually attractive in our ancestors. So that it spread
issue?
as an epidemic of sexual display. Then natural selection could have favored those individuals who were best at standing on their hind legs, genetically speaking, and then it would become genetically assimilated. This sexually selected mimetic effect could have been genetically assimilated and given rise to the...
So the meme was standing on one's hind legs, and the meaning of it, the message of it was, fuck me?
Genetic tendency to walk on our hind legs.
So I remember what I was going to ask you about this. So imagine you have a situation in the biblical narratives where the idea of sacrifice is dramatized and ritualized. So it's acted out. It's not.
Or he's back to the Abraham thing.
Exactly understood. It's dramatized and acted out. Well, I believe there's a concordance between the probability that that sacrifice would be offered and the ability of someone to forego gratification or to work towards a future end. They're the same thing. And the ability to forego.
Also, I gotta ask, is he living outside of one of those like places that has, are those like, are those like dinosaur statues outside of his window? Is he like in the middle of the desert with dinosaur statues? Like some kind of reverse Matt Walsh effect? Maybe it's like the Matt Walsh thing. Maybe it's not the real background.
Gratification, which is associated with cortical development, is a great predictor of future success. Let's say future, because we know, for example, that trait conscientiousness, which is something like the ability to delay gratification, is the best predictor that isn't cognitive of long-term future success. The ability to sacrifice the present for the future is a hallmark of a strategy of adaptation that's going to propagate down the generations.
That's interesting. As a Canadian, you probably know about the potlatch phenomenon.
Yes.
Where a great sacrifice is a social display, destruction of one's own property which is a form of sacrifice. Destruction.
Oh, the dinosaurs are like the dragons. They were the dragons of their days.
One's own property is a mark of prestige.
Right. Well, it indicates in all those communities, it indicates two things. Your willingness to distribute generously to the community, because you're a big man if you can do that, but also your faith in the process by which that wealth was generated. I'm so good at, I think women use wealth as a marker of sexual attractiveness, not because they're interested in wealth, but because wealth is the best single predictor of the ability to generate wealth. And the potlatch is that kind of manifestation. It's like, yes, I have all this stuff. I can give it away and burn it.
Are we going to get into Randianism? Like this sounds starting to sound like.
Yeah, because it isn't the wealth. It's the capacity to generate the wealth, right? It's a process or a spirit, you could say, if you wanted to get metaphorical about it. So there's this remarkable concordance between your work and these works that I've been investigating. Like I said, no one knows the two literatures. And so it's very frustrating.
That's when I knew I had to talk to you, Dr. Dawkins.
Because I understood your concept of meme, I would say, in exactly the way that you just laid it out. And I thought, this is exactly what I've been studying. There's these fundamental narratives. And the people who embody...
You know what? I bet you heard somebody talk about it. That's what it is. That's got to be what it is. He heard somebody talk about Dawkins' work, and maybe they explained it in a weird way, or maybe Peterson understood it in a weird way, but he didn't exactly engage with the actual concept. Let's just say he...
Look, the heroes in the theater, they're actors of a narrative meme. They're obviously attractive. People flock to watch them. You know that if you take vervets and you show them pictures of...
Vervets? Wait, what are vervets?
The other vervets in their troop.
What are vervets?
They spontaneously gaze longer at the higher status vervets.
The vervet?
Right, it's exact. So imagine this, in the human society is that you have people who act out the appropriate meme, let's say, which is something like a meta strategy for dealing with predation. It's something like that. You can approximate that to a greater or lesser degree. The more you approximate that, the higher you are on the sexual selection, in the sexual selection hierarchy. And I think that's clear. Like, it's a bit more complicated than that, because women seem to be, the pornographic literature that women prefer is both the capacity to stand up against predation and maybe even to be a predator, but that has to be brought in.
That's awesome. Let me tell you what really turns women on, Dr. Dawkins. Vampires. Predators.
to alliance with the ability to make a intimate relationship and share. So it's like half monster, half cooperative distributor, cooperative generous distributor. It's something like that.
There we go. A half monster, half cooperative, generous distributor. Sounds good to me.
That's a real knife's edge evolutionarily, because you want someone who can keep the real monsters at bay. But if they're such a monster that they don't share and aren't generous and can't take care of their children, they're just another...
They're a cool monster, yeah. They're a chill monster.
So, Richard, the Baldwin effect applied not so much just to the mimetic preference for people who stand up, for example, but something like a dragon, the abstracted predator. Is there any kind of Baldwin effect implication?
It was natural selection caused people who believed in a dragon as a predator to be selected for? What are we talking about at this point? This has gotten so abstracted. I don't think even the moderator knows.
Of this kind of
I
thing?
think there could be. I mean, I think it's an interesting idea that Jungian archetypes could be Baldwinized memes.
And perhaps the dragon could be one of those.
Well, Jung
somehow
didn't have that terminology,
No, of
even
course.
the Baldwin effect terminology, but that notion is implicit in his writings. Like he was struggling. He also didn't precisely understand sexual selection, let's say. So the idea lurks implicitly in his work. There's never a statement like that, but you can see clear indications of his struggling towards something like a Baldwin effect explanation.
Now, chaps, I'm afraid that we are just about out of time, but we will be having a secondary conversation on Daily Wire Plus, which we'll be doing in just a moment. So people listening, if they're interested in more, can go and find more there. But for at least this part of the conversation, hopefully we've landed on a point of somewhat agreement.
We got the Baldwin effect. That's what we can agree on. I think Dawkins is really stretching. I feel like they have made him accept some absurd bullshit, and he has to do it because Peterson's the one with clout. Dawkins is there with that audience by virtue of Peterson's it's at Peterson's pleasure. It's he's glad for any of the clout he can pick up. Jordan to me is one of the most hilarious kind of guys who performed aesthetics associated with intelligence without being able to say anything actually intelligent. We got to find more Peterson like this. I enjoyed this segment, I got to say. And if you enjoyed this segment, make sure to leave a like and maybe think about subscribing to the channel. You can also support me on Patreon. There we go. And editor, cut it right here. All right. So yeah, I mean, this was amazing. Like, I mean, there's some good Peterson shit out there. It's not good. Actually, it's good. Just that it's so ridiculous. It's like the perfect thing. You could make like a podcast on this stuff. You could do a weekly Peterson podcast where you break down some of his wackier discussions. And I feel like that would be the perfect thing for a podcast, chat. Well, I'm going to get working on that. That should be the podcast that I do. That was kind of amazing. Jung was a mystic. True. Jung was a lot of things. Ben Shapiro does the same, but it's just annoying to me. Peterson makes me crack up. That was so good. It's like watching Rudyard. I don't know. For some reason, Rudyard just throws a whole bunch of shit at you. And Peterson's a little bit more methodical. Like, he's got somewhere he's going. It's bullshit, but with Rudyard, I just always suspect that there's not a connecting thread the way that Peterson does. His debate with Zizek was hilarious as fuck. Peterson is imposter syndrome personified. I mean, yeah, I could see that. So Bad versus Zizek, a lot of his stuff, especially older than 2017 to 2018 stuff, is embarrassing for him. Yeah, stressed me out more than Rudyard. Oh my god. I've been getting stressed out. I mean, we're gonna be going over, speaking of stressing out, we're gonna be going over Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur and all of the bullshit of the Young Turks tomorrow. What in the world is Jordan Peterson on today pod? That would be a good pod. Like, it's one person describing it to the other person, and then you play clips. You play clips of the best moments of the Peterson podcast. Shabibo, is Peterson positively drained of all charisma? I mean, Shaky Gurga. We haven't done enough Shaky Gurgas today, chat. Can we get some Shaky Gurgas in chat? Yeah. Shaky Gurga. See those Shaky Gurgas. It's so good, chat. Can you imagine if you hallucinated and you saw this? Just everywhere you looked was Shaky Gurga. Imagine if Jake starts shaking like that when he gets triggered. Okay, so I wanted to shout out my Patreon again because I forgot to shout them out last time, and that's not right. So yeah, everybody that supports me on Patreon gets early access to all my videos before they come out. I guess that makes sense since it's early access. Otherwise, it would not be early access. And these are videos in an uncensored and often unedited form. So it's kind of like the long play version of it, what everybody else is seeing. Also, everybody at the $5 or higher level gets a fancy shout out. So shouts out to Woke Stalin, Temporal Insanity, Funky Monkey, Shakespeare, Nadia, Moe Noe, Just Julie, Jules K, JR, Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Zara Xerox. Shouts out to Rachel K, Crystal Saphira, and Omega Star. The dragon is a subcategory of, or what is the bracket category of predator? Jink, quit shaking your Gurga. Shaking the Gurga. Gurga these nuts. What are we doing? Why are they doing it on the Daily Wire? Wait, Peterson? Who is Shaky Gurga? Oh my gosh. I feel like somebody just needs to make a video called Shaky Gurga Origin Story. Shaky Gurga. All right, here, one more time, chat. You're getting extra bonus content.
Landmines for everyone. Let's bomb Russia with American missiles. Yeah. So I think he's at the point where he
never heard this version of your name. And when we first heard it, we were like, this is it. This is the greatest thing I've ever heard. And now we refer to you as Shaky Gurga. Let's take a look.
It's possible that because he's such a low
Do you see the Shaky Gurgas?
tier, lowbrow debater.
He's not a debater, and he's been very clear that he doesn't. He's not a debate lord.
Because
This
he's
is-
literally a
Wait, who are they talking about?
So this is, does anyone have the OG TikTok? I want to show Jank I want to show Uncle Jank the OG TikTok. Does anyone have it? The TikTok got taken down. I can't find it. Okay, so this is the I guess like one of those like misogynist podcasts where they just like will have someone they'll have like some pervert guy who's like really good at debate like women that they hire to be on the podcast to, you know, to be ritualistically humiliated basically. And this is like their debate champion that they bring forward. And it was the girl that was on. The girl that was on was apparently a fan of mine and was saying like, oh, you know, Hasan is going to hate that I'm on this podcast because he hates you guys. The original TikTok, I think. Oh, is this it?
You appear to have a crush on Hasan Abi. Is that correct?
Yes, if he ever watches this, I'm sorry.
Sorry for what?
For being on here, he hates it.
Why?
He's a socialist and he knows the formula of the podcast. I'm not going to go into, you know, you understand.
It's possible that because he's such a low-tier, lowbrow debater.
He's not a debater, and he's been very clear that he doesn't. He's
well,
not
he
a debate
be
lord.
Because he's literally a moron. So it doesn't surprise me he can't
I
debate.
completely disagree.
He's literally a moron. He is not intelligent enough to destroy women in the marketplace of ideas and remind them of their position in society. Unlike me. I love these guys.
He sounds super credible so
I
far.
fucking love these guys so much. They don't know how much I love them because it's like, dude, you're just basically debating the position that you're an unfuckable loser. Like that's the only thing that you're signaling to every single person where you're like, I've destroyed this female in the marketplace of ideas. My interlocutors have been owned. It's like,
Yeah,
okay,
it's
sick.
not usually a winning formula for getting chicks.
Yeah, it's anyway.
Disagree. He doesn't say that he's the smartest person. He's an internet personality who
is connected to Shaky
a political commentator.
And got it.
Did you hear that?
Who
is connected to Shaky Girl.
Look, man. So look, when I played high school football, we had this hilarious public access would carry the games, right?
Uh-huh.
And so we had these announcers, and the coach had put on pads, and he's kind of a young guy. Later was like involved in like a Supreme Court decision, etc. But he's like, all right, I'm going to participate in the practice, and anybody can hit me. He comes across the middle, and I fucking lay him out, right? And so coach hated me. I don't know if that's why he hated me or not. But the announcers in the game, I crunch somebody coming over the middle, and they tell the story about how I hit the coach, and they go, that's Sank Weiger. He'll hit anybody.
Yeah, but we've heard that one before, like chunky yogurt. Charlie Kirk famously once called you a slur.
Did he? No, he just said chank.
Well, he said.
Okay, yeah, that's where we cut off. Because they start. I think we know what Charlie Kirk called him, but it's nothing like compared to the. And yeah, the dude is a fascist. It's literally like a guy that called himself Big Papa Fascist. Like that was his nom de guerre as a content creator until he decided to go by his real name for some reason. But that's his whole deal. Shaky Gurga is the new standing upright, right? Yes, it's the new. We're going to get, what was it called again? The Baldwin effect. It's like you stand upright, you're a Baldwin, you get laid. And therefore, you get you spread your DNA all over them. Sorry, I said that in a really weird way, didn't I? Yeah, spread your DNA all over the place. All over a slice of toast. Andrew Guy is the hugest piece of shit. I hate him, but he's still small enough that he'll respond to your tweets. He was following me up until recently. I had forgotten about him, and then I saw something on Twitter with him, and when I hovered over it, it said follows you. Then you get dragons. That's where the dragons come from. Anyway, chat. Didn't he debate Vosh a few times? No doubt. He was on that shitty politics Discord. So No doubt, no doubt. Shaky Gurga. I can't get enough of that chat. I better get to sleep. Thank you everybody for hanging out, and that was some good content. I'm so glad that you chose the right content. That was the right content choice tonight, apparently. I'm sure the Gokunaru one would have been fine too, but this was kind of epic. And I didn't realize how epic it was going to be. But anyway, thank you, mods, for keeping us all safe tonight. And take care of yourself and each other. I'm going to get some sleep. I'm going to maybe get some food first. I haven't eaten, so that's important. Thank you, Harlot of the Wrath. You are very welcome for the stream. Void Coffee's in chat. All right, Shaky Gurga,